mute. It is January 25th, 2022 of our City Council work session calling to order. Just as notice to the public, we may vote to go into executive session on any of the agendized items. Roll call, please.
Mayor Deasy.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Councilmember Aslan.
I am present.
Councilmember McCarthy.
I'm here.
Councilmember Salas.
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Present.
Councilmember Sweet.
Present.
All right, and thank you. With that, Councilmember Aslan, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It would be my honor. Stand as you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Councilmember Shimoni, our mission statement, please.
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And Councilmember Salas, our land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I am honored to do so. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. That brings us down to agenda item 4, which is our public participation. Do we have any public participants today?
Mayor, I do not believe we have any for this agenda item.
All right, thank you. Well, that brings us to agenda item 5, our review of draft agenda for the February 1st, 2022 City Council meeting. Council, do we have any questions, concerns on the agenda for next week? All right, I'm not seeing any C's or Q's in the chat box at this time or hands raised. So that brings us down to agenda item number 6, which is the Mountain Line 2021 Annual Report and Project Update. Heather, take it away.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. Am I able to share a presentation or shall I defer to the City Clerk?
Be a good question for City Clerk if she can share from there.
Heather, while we do have it, I believe that would be best shared from your side if you can.
Okay, I am checking on that. I'm actually not seeing any way for me to share.
All right, let me pull open the PDF and I will share that if you give me just a moment.
Sure, thank you. While we're waiting, I can express our gratitude for being able to present tonight. And the goal and objective of the presentation is strictly to share information on how Mountain Line is doing and how our programs are going. So we thank you for the invitation to present. There's no expected action, but we'll be available for questions. I am joined by Kate Morley, our Deputy General Manager, in case you ask questions that she's better able to answer.
I'm sorry, everyone, just a couple more moments.
No problem. I see it.
All right, shall I just get started? And Stacy, I can let you know when we're ready to go to the next page.
Terrific, thank you.
That should
Great,
work. Is there a way to expand the PDF to make it more
That's
full
what I was
screen?
taking the time to do, to try and figure out.
Well, we can just start off with it, and if you figure that out, that would be awesome. But we can see it, so that's the important part.
Yes.
Okay, great. So again, Heather Domlin, I'm currently serving as the CEO and General Manager for Mountain Line Transit, and we appreciate you having us here tonight. Mountain Line's mission is getting you where you want to go. We consider that to be our mission for the partners that we serve, as well as our riders and our employees. Next page. A quick refresher on what is Mountain Line. So we are Arizona's first intergovernmental public transportation authority. What that really means is that we are designated to perform public transit services on the behalf of our member agencies. And you can see on the screen, those member agencies include the city of Flagstaff, Coconino Community College, Northern Arizona University, and Coconino County. We were formed in 2006, just for those of you that are aware of that. Next page. If you're not familiar with our services, we wanted to share a quick look at our route map. So this does show where the routes go throughout our community. You can see the orange line in the upper left of the screen. That is Route 5, and it does serve the Cheshire area. That is our northwesternmost point. We have yellow and brown lines that extend down to Lake Mary Road on the most southern point of our services. That is routes 4 and 14 that serve also the community college. And then on the northeastern side of town, you'll see a red route in your upper right screen. And that is our Route 66 service that serves all the way out to the Christmas tree area. Our routes do have varying frequency from 20 minutes all the way out to 1 hour. That just means how often a bus comes past a stop. Next slide. Our current fleet includes 22 hybrid electric buses, 6 hybrid electric articulated buses. Oftentimes people call those our slinky buses. And then we have 8 paratransit vehicles currently in our fleet. We are transitioning to electric, and we're going to talk a little bit about that later in the presentation. Next slide. Our facilities include 164 bus stops. I'll start with that point. We actually have a team of 4 staff that manage those stops for cleanliness and serviceability. We have 2 connection centers, one downtown on Phoenix Avenue and one at the mall. And currently we operate 1 administrative office that includes 3 shops and 1 bus storage facility. Next slide. Mountain Line has worked hard to provide a valuable service and be good stewards of public dollars. This has resonated with the public, and Mountain Line has been successful in securing both support and funding. Next slide. This is our 20-year history. Mountain Line has increased in our ridership every year since it was first formed in 2001, with the exception of the last 2 years, which have been impacted by the pandemic. We do show a significant increase between 2011 and 2012, and this is due to the addition of Route 10 that connects NAU campus to Woodlands Village and the downtown Flagstaff area. This service is free to university students, and they make up about 50% of our ridership. As we've seen increases in ridership, our cost per passenger has simultaneously gone down over the years. Next slide. Narrowing our focus a little bit, this is our monthly ridership report. It's available on our website anytime you want to check it out. This compares the last 2 completed years with the current ongoing year. You can see in the lightest gray line, that is 2020, when we first started feeling the impacts of the pandemic, and then what our ridership looked like in 2021. In 2022, we are showing a recovery of ridership and actually projecting to be at 1.3 million riders this year. Next slide. Switching our focus a little bit from ridership to some of the financial data. This graph is to show our overall expenses. And you can see that the bus service is our largest program, with wages and benefits making up about 50% of total expenses. The next largest expense that we have across our programs is fuel. The county programs are illustrated here just to give you our full picture. General fund is Mountain Line's general fund, not to be confused with the city, and includes expenses for rebranding and memberships. These are expenses we cover with non-transit funding, like advertising. Next slide. Ultimately, who pays for Mountain Line includes 4 major sources. City of Flagstaff contributes with a 29.5 cents on $100 purchase tax that we use for funding operating and our capital expenses. You'll note that Arizona is not on this slide because Arizona does not contribute to transit. We do receive funds via ADOT, but they are passed through federal funds and so are recorded in that slice of the pie. The Federal Transportation Administration slice of this pie will show as slightly larger in future years due to our $17 million grant for electric vehicles and our downtown connection center. Next slide. Breaking down that federal funding slice of the pie, there are 4 different sources that make up that federal funding. We've been extremely successful in leveraging the local transit tax to secure federal funding for projects, plans, and initiatives. In fact, we have paid for our facilities, our bus stops, and all of our buses using 80% federal funding and 20% local money. Having local funding sources necessary to gain access to the federal dollars, and we prioritize that for capital projects. The orange slice of this pie is important to us because it is recognition of the programs that we provide and the high productivity we have. This funding source is defined by the Federal Transit Administration as small transit intensive cities. Essentially, they look at the service of places like Valley Metro, measure us against them, and they have 6 benchmarks in which, if we are performing as well as that large system, we receive additional funding. Currently, we are receiving 6 of 6 measures, and we are one of 11 communities that have achieved that. Next slide. You all are probably familiar, but in case you aren't, this is the history of the transit tax. It was first established in 2000. It was renewed and increased in 2008, and then it renewed again in 2016. Next slide. Going back to the small transit intensive cities, again, that rewards high performing systems like Mountain Line with additional funding. This graph illustrates the small urban systems that exist in the state of Arizona. The blue bar is the number of boardings each of these systems provides, while the orange bar is the amount of appropriated 5307 money. 5307 is distributed based on population and density of the community. You will note there are 2 communities like Havasu and Prescott that receive 5307 money but actually have no services in place. The small transit intensive city funding actually equals out the amount of federal funds Flagstaff receives by rewarding our system for its high performance. And I'll just footnote that the 5307 money appropriated to communities without transit is then redistributed by the state through a competitive process. It does not necessarily go back to FTA. Next slide. A brief look at Mountain Line's legislative priorities. We are working on 2 state initiatives right now and have a bill that is sponsored by Representative Blackman that could result in an additional $6 million appropriation for our downtown connection center. Additionally, we're working with ADOT on that distribution of transit funding in a timely fashion. Federally, we've been working on reauthorization, and we were successful in increasing the STIC set aside from 2% to 3%. And as already mentioned, that's important funding to our community. Next slide. Want to go back and talk a little bit more about other programs. We've been focused on the bus program, but we do also offer paratransit and a taxi program as an arm of that paratransit. Mountain Line's paratransit service is designed for people with disabilities who do not have functional ability to ride the bus. Those clients are also eligible for a taxi program, which is a cost-effective measure for Mountain Line to provide that service, and it offers a more convenient trip for the client, more individualized service. Next slide. Similar to the bus, we do track ridership across that system, and this is also available on our website. The picture is not that different than the bus system, although we are seeing a quicker recovery in our paratransit service demand than we are on the bus. And a lot of that is the defined ridership that uses paratransit that can't get around without it. Next slide. We also track the same for city taxi. We like to see city taxi ridership high because it does reduce the overall operating cost of paratransit programs. Next slide. And the last part of our programs is the Mountain Express service. Mountain Express is free service between Flagstaff and Arizona Snowball, and it is 100% funded by Arizona Snowball. Ridership continues to grow each year, with the exception of COVID, as does the impact this service has had on congestion along Highway 180. Next slide. We do offer an EcoPass program. This encourages employers to buy passes for all employees at a deeply discounted rate, reducing the need for parking by the employer. Transit access is a valuable employee benefit, especially for employers like NAU who charge for parking or FMC who have limited parking. Next slide. We have been very focused on technology. We offer a transit app that allows riders to track our buses in real time, plan trips, and see when the next bus will arrive. We've recently added mobile ticketing, offering our riders an alternative to paying cash or owning a bus pass. And lastly, we introduced and launched a program, Say Now, which allows riders to report safety concerns in real time. Next slide. 68% of our riders say that Mountain Line is their only transportation, with 47% of our riders accessing work and 20% of our riders going to school. Next slide. Instead of looking back, we're going to look forward a little bit. As I alluded to earlier, we are in the middle of transitioning to zero emission buses. This is a plan that our board did adopt earlier this year. We have 2 buses on order now and expect to take delivery within the next 12 months, as long as the supply chain holds up. And we're excited to introduce and pilot these buses in our community to see what range we can get out of them and make better plans for future transition. Next slide. We are still in the process of our 5-year plan, known as Flagstaff in Motion. As the Flagstaff community changes and grows, it's important that Mountain Line services are evaluated to ensure transit can continue to meet the needs of the community. Mountain Line is in the process of identifying how best to provide and fund transit services. You can visit flagstaffinmotion.com to learn more and share your transit needs and priorities. Next slide. A big topic of discussion for us has been Northern Arizona Healthcare's potential move. So we wanted to illustrate what we have proposed as a way to meet their needs with transit and the estimated cost of that program. The conversation about service to NAH is an ongoing discussion with our partners and NAH. Next slide. And as we wind down and close out, if you were not aware, Mountain Line just celebrated its 20th anniversary in October. And these are just a couple of the tweets we were able to share. Most of you are probably familiar with Jeff Malbeck, who was a key individual in our launch and our success over the last several years. And with that, next slide. that is our brief update. And again, I want to thank you for your time today, but we'd be happy to answer any questions on the information that was shared.
Thank you so much. Council, do we have any questions at this time? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much, Heather. That was great. And hello, Kate. I know that you're on this as well. Can you talk a little bit more about the paratransit, how people access it, how it's funded?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess those are the two things that I'm most interested in.
Okay, so paratransit is designed to meet the federal regulations to make sure that individuals who can't access the bus have complimentary service. That's the way it's designed. So it runs the same service hours. It covers the same span of area as the fixed routes. We actually go 3/4 of a mile as a crow flies from any route or stop. Is considered within the boundaries for paratransit, further defined as ADA service. To access that service, we do have an application process that's available by calling our office or visiting our website. We ask simple questions just to ascertain the ability to access stops. So a lot of clients qualify for what we call conditional service, meaning when they're going maybe to the mall, they could use a bus to do that, but their home doesn't have ADA accessible access to a bus stop, meaning it's too far to walk, it doesn't have curb cuts or anything along those lines. So we use that application to really help the client manage which service is most appropriate for them. That application can take up to 21 days, but after that, they're certified on the system. They can call and book their rides. We take reservations up to 5 p.m. the day before someone needs the ride. Occasionally, we accommodate same-day services depending on what we can fit within our service. The fare for that cannot be more than twice what it is for the bus. So it's $1.25 one way for the bus. It's $2.50 one way on the paratransit system. I hope that gives you kind of a round feel of the program, but I can get more specific. Okay.
And did you say that you receive federal funding for that?
Yes.
I mean, I know that you receive a lot of different funding, but you receive federal funding for paratransit?
So the way the program's funded, and I apologize for not addressing that, is we fund it the same way we do the bus. So we get roughly $2.5 million a year in appropriated 5307 funds. And we use that to fund the operating of both the bus and the paratransit system. We can use that for up to 50% of the cost. Our programs actually cost much more than that. So the city of Flagstaff overmatches those funds.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You, Councilmember Spade.
Hi, Heather. Thank you for being here, and I hope our community knows how lucky we are to have Mountain Line in Flagstaff. I'm wondering if you can speak to any of the efforts that may be happening in trying to get employees of the downtown to take the bus.
Sure, I can do my best. I may have to call on Kate to help fill in the blanks, but we have the EcoPass program, which I talked about a little bit in the presentation. The downtown business employers participate in that program. So everyone who works for those downtown employers has access to a free transit pass. What we've been doing is working with the employers to ensure that they have material that they can share with their employees our concern is that people didn't know the program existed. So we've been working with employers to ensure that information is available, employees know that it's an available option to them. We also worked on re-strategizing how the pass program was set up as compared to the parking pass program. Employees used to have to choose, and now they have the option of having both if they would like them. So we're very excited about some of those changes that we've only introduced, I think, within the last couple of weeks.
Great. I think that is very helpful, and I hope that all the business owners listening tonight can pass that information along. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, General Manager Heather Donnell, and thank you so much for the presentation, and also good evening to Deputy General Manager Kate Morley and the team that's tuning in. Thank you for the update. Great update, and congrats and cheers to the community and all of us on 20 good years of both having Mountain Line running in Flagstaff and having Heather Donnell working for Mountain Line. And so Heather's celebrating 20 years with us this year. So kudos to her and her leadership and work with the city. We are beyond grateful for you and your dedication to all this in leadership. So I know you're not going to speak up on that front. So I had to, as the board chair for Mountain Line, to do it myself. It's been an honor working with Mountain Line as a elected and in the capacity as a board member, along with now the chair for the past, gosh, I don't even know, 10 years? No, I'm just kidding. It feels like 10 years, but maybe a year, if that. And a lot of gratitude to all those on council who served with Mountain Line or Metro Plan or any of the transportation topics. We have a whole range of partners in the community working on these things, and we all work together. So thank you to my colleagues on council for your leadership, both with Mountain Line and with Metro Plan and other agencies. We appreciate it. I appreciate it. And a special shout out to Councilmember Sweet, who's a board director with myself with Mountain Line. So yeah, just wanted to do a quick shout out to everybody. Very impressive learning about the ridership uptick over the years. Nothing new to me, but always great to see that. And Mountain Line's just done a great job at servicing the community. You know, it really stands out that 68% of riders depend on Mountain Line. And I think most people on this call and maybe tuning in will not necessarily be in that 68%, right? A lot of us drive or ride our bikes or whatever it is, but we don't take the bus. So I just want to take a moment to challenge all of you to download the app and take the bus, experience it, you know, make that conscious choice to experience what that feels like. So you know what 68% of our ridership with Mountain Line is experiencing. And I think you'll be pretty pleasantly surprised. It's a very pleasant experience. The app works great, and I've used it. And you can bring your bike with you. It's great. And bring the kids, right, Mayor?
That's right.
That's right. And, you know, I just want to highlight that this past couple of years of COVID has been challenging, and Mountain Line has done a great job with Heather and Kate's leadership to ensure that safety is top priority, both for our employees and for the public, and has continued to help the community get from A to B. And so thank you for that and that hard work. Really grateful to the whole team and all the different groups that we work with, the TAC, the board, the staff, the leadership. I think you all do a great job, and it's been an honor again to serve as the board chair and really get into some of the details. I also want to just give a quick shout out to Representative Blackman for his help in helping us try to finish and get across the line when it comes to the DCC and the funding specifically for that. The Mountain Line board issued a letter of support, and we are just very grateful for his leadership at the state on our behalf. So just wanted to voice that here. And just lastly, kudos to the team for extremely effectively leveraging funding that we receive. I think that's the terminology you used, Heather.
Yes.
And you all do amazing work above and beyond what you are given with the city funding. So it's just inspiring to see what can be done. And you all are very passionate about the work that you do. So it's contagious, and we appreciate it. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. I'm not seeing any additional C's and Q's in the chat box, so greatly appreciate the update from Mountain Line. Always love seeing you here and learning more about what's going on to help our community. Yeah, thank you again. We're ready to move on.
Thank you.
That brings us to agenda item number 7, the end of year update on minimum wage and Office of Labor Standards, to provide information to council and obtain feedback and input on the management of the Office of Labor Standards. Mr. Rohdes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Can you see and hear me okay here?
You are good to go.
Let me go ahead and get my presentation up here, and we can go from there. Okay, and can you see the first slide of my presentation here as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Mayor Dees, members of council. For the record, Chris Rohde, Management Analyst, Public Affairs, and one of the hats I wear for the City of Flagstaff here is I also run the Office of Labor Standards. So this is the end of the year 2021, beginning of the year 2022 update, just to let you know what's happening with this office. And I want to start with a background of what this office is and how we got here. The Flagstaff minimum wage was passed as a citizens initiative ballot measure in November of 2016 at the general election. The citizens put it on the ballot and then voted to approve it, which means that it is voter protected. It was amended once shortly thereafter, just to affect some ways it was implemented to begin with, but all of those changes are kind of moot at this point. This minimum wage got us to $15 an hour last year in 2021, and in 2016 the goal was $15 an hour in 5 years. Hard to believe it's been that long already, but here we are. The next few steps are we're going to be phasing out the tip minimum wage over the next 4 or 5 years. So beginning in January of 2026, there will be only one minimum wage for every sector and every employee in the city. Doesn't matter if you're a server or if you're working in either kind of field. Everyone will be entitled to the full minimum wage at that time. Beginning this month in January of 2022, we've moved up to $15.50 per hour as the main minimum wage and $13 an hour for tip workers. So it's $2.50 less than the full minimum wage right now. And again, over the course of several years, that will just be slowly phased out as the tip minimum wage approaches the main minimum wage. This year, where we're at $15.50 right now, that was also the last time that there is a set number that we have known for years what the wage will be. Beginning next year in 2023 and every year after that, the wage will increase based on the consumer price index. So we don't know what the wage will be at in January of 2023, but it will be based on the rate of inflation, and I'll go get into that here in a moment. Also want to point out that under the ordinance, state and federal government entities are exempt from paying the minimum wage. The city of Flagstaff is not exempt, nor is the county. So that means NAU and other federal and state employers in the city are not required to pay the minimum wage to their employees per the ordinance as it was passed. The responsibilities of the city's office, the Office of Labor Standards here, there's 4 main responsibilities in the ordinance. The first one is to provide resources for businesses. So this includes our minimum wage posters that every business is required to hang in a prevalent place on their job sites in both English and Spanish, as well as notices to their employees. We also do social media graphics and other resources and whatnot that we think are necessary as they come up. But we publish those things for the businesses and provide them to them so that their employees are aware of the wage and that they're in compliance with the ordinance. We also conduct education and outreach to the community. That's taken many forms over the past. I've got a different slide a little bit further down to talk about the outreach we've done over the last year. The third responsibility of the office is to investigate possible violations. We are a complaint-based office, so when someone notifies us that they believe they're not being paid the minimum wage or that a business is not paying the minimum wage, we have a form they can fill out and a process to get that started. And then we have the ability to investigate by requesting documents from the business to see their what wage they're paying to their employees. We can request timesheets to verify the hours that are paid out to employees. So we can request all those documents as long as it's within the statutory period of 3 years. They're required to hold them for that long as well, so that if there's a complaint, we can go and examine all of their payroll records. Finally, if it comes to it, our office is able to enforce the payment of fines and back wages. So if we do an investigation and discover that a business was in fact paying less than they were legally required to, we can enforce the payment of those back wages to the employees that were not paid. And if they fail on the record keeping, so if they're records that we asked for that they're required to have and they can't produce them, they can be forced to pay a fine to the city. Generally, we focus more on the back wages. We want to resolve things for the employee who was wronged as opposed to getting that money ourselves. But those are the responsibilities of this office and what our mandate is under the ordinance. Beginning next year, the minimum wage will be based on the Consumer Price Index, which I mentioned earlier. There are several different CPI metrics that the Department of Labor publishes on a regular basis. So the one that we will be using is the U.S. city average for all items and all urban consumers. So it's they publish a lot of them. That's the one that we're going to use, and it'll be measured in August over August of the preceding year. So for 2023, we'll know what our minimum wage is when the numbers for August of 2022 are released in mid-September. They usually come out about 2 weeks into the new month. So we'll know in about mid-September what our wage will be beginning in January. So about 4 months, 3.5, 4 months of lead time is how much, what time we can expect before the city knows, and we can publish it for all the businesses as well. If you look at inflation, bit of a jarring chart right now. It's been for several years, it sits at about 2%. Obviously, we're in a time right now of very high inflation that's come on over the last 8 months or so, 8 or 10 months. So these numbers are all in December at the end of the year over December of the previous year. So that 2021 number where it says 7%, that is December of 2021 divided by December of 2020. There was an increase of 7% over the year-over-year average. So that is quite high based on the last 10 years. And this chart right here also shows exactly what happened month by month last year throughout 2021. So in January and February, they were kind of where they've been for quite some time. And then by April, we were kind of pushing upwards, stabilized just over 5% in the summer, and kind of jumped up to the upper 6s and 7% towards the end of the year. That kind of light blue gray line going vertically in August is to symbolize that that's when we entered the period in which we'll be using inflation. So anything before that is not going to be accounted for in our wage increase next year, but everything after August will be included. So we'll do August 2022 over August 2021. The high inflation period started a few months before that, but everything after that, we're now in the period where we're measuring the inflation. For 2023, as I mentioned, the heightened inflation began before August, and just since August, in the 4 months, August to December, the inflation was 1.9%. So if inflation, we haven't seen numbers for January yet, but if they end up going to zero and they stay that way for the rest of the year, which probably not very likely, but if that were to happen, we would still see a 1.9% increase to the minimum wage. It's been an average of just under 0.5% per month in the time since we've been measuring it. And this chart on the right-hand side here shows you what our wage would be if the 12-month change is at certain increments. I'm not going to predict which one of those it will fall under. That's kind of outside the purview of what I'm here to talk about today, but this is just to give you kind of a menu of options as to where we could fall and what that would mean for the wage as we go into January of 2023. And I'm happy to come back and show you this chart if you have any questions about it or want to spend more time looking at it here in a moment. So last year in 2021, talk about some of the cases we had. The staff that managed his office changed in May. That's when I was brought on. So I was here for the latter half of the year managing this office. And throughout the entire calendar year, at different times, we had 6 cases that were formally opened that had numbers and files and that we were continually doing action on. One of those began before the year started. So it rolled over from 2020 and then concluded in 2021. And there's one case from 2021 that has still not been resolved and we're continuing to work on. All the cases that have been resolved or were resolved, so 5 of those 6 with the one that still is open, those 5 that were closed, all of them were resolved without legal action. And the city did not have to order payment of anything. Everything was that turned out to be that we couldn't substantiate claims, or the businesses when contacted said, "Oh my goodness, let's make sure they make this right," and were able to make it right with their employee before we had to intervene. And that's really our preferred action. So this is a good news that the city had to take no formal action to order payment or to take this through any kind of a court proceeding. Everything was able to be resolved in a nice way that didn't require any fines or penalties. In 2021, we ended the year with a lot of outreach, getting ready for this the increased wage we just saw earlier this month. So there were several different ways that we reached out to the community and businesses to notify them of this change and of the services of this office. We contacted businesses directly. We sent a written notice, both through email and through United States Postal Service, to every business that was licensed within the city. That was just under 4,000 businesses. So we used that dual system where if an address wasn't right, hopefully we had the email address, and if they didn't have an email address, we had their physical address. So some businesses may have gotten 2 notifications, but that was really our intent. It was a large mailing and a large email. We got that out with links to all of those documents that are required, and links to our website where they're posted as well for all those businesses to be able to reference. We've also done social media posts. We used posts both in English and Spanish, just because those are that's geared more towards the community as a whole as opposed to any individual business. And we have the ability, without worrying about mailing costs or printing costs, to do that very easily in different languages. Finally, we added radio this year. That was something that I don't believe has been done in previous years, but we worked with several of our local radio stations. We ran ads on 8 different stations in 3 languages, so English and Spanish as are required by the ordinance, and Navajo. There is a provision that up to 5% of the population speaking a language is a trigger point where we have to produce documents in that language. Navajo was easy for us as a spoken language as opposed to written language, and radio gave us a really good medium to do that. So all 3 of those languages, you may have heard them on different stations over the last 3 or 4 weeks. They ran mid to late December, and I think that our last run was and ended this last weekend. So I don't think they're on anymore, but they were on for several weeks there as the year rolled over. We also did interviews on 4 different news stations. So that was CAF Radio, Big Talker Radio, Yavapai Broadcasting, and KNAU. So we had the opportunity to sit down and discuss the wages and how the office works as an additional outreach with those radio shows. I will note that not every channel that the ads ran on were offered in English, Spanish, and Navajo. Our talk stations were only in English because if the talk radio program is in English, it kind of made sense to run the ads in English as well. But on most of the other ones, they were offered in numerous languages, just to make sure that we had that part of the population covered. And that's something we were really excited to do this last year. In addition to our outreach, we did a couple other things last year. We made some changes to our website, where previously there were 8 different pages for the Office of Labor Standards. We reduced that to 3 just to make it easier for everybody. A lot of those had redundant information on them. We were able to put all the important documents in one location so that people can find them very easily. And at this point, we just have our main page with general information and a page for employers that has more detailed information about what they're required to do, and for employees so they know what they're entitled to, and they have the appropriate references there as well. We also simplified our complaint form. It was kind of long, so we pared it down to fewer pages. There was a lot of unneeded information and some of the information that kind of made people that were filling it out a little uncomfortable that we just didn't need. So there's no reason to have it, just make people uncomfortable. We decided to get rid of it. This made it a lot more approachable for individuals that had questions or wanted to contact our office. We also were able to improve the compatibility with it on the website. So we made it easier to fill out without having to print a PDF and then sign it mailed into us. We made it very easy to just do it electronically on our website. There's more things we have in store we're looking to do down in the future. We want to expand our Spanish language on a lot of our resources. All the posters and forms we give to businesses are already in Spanish, but our complaint form has not been in Spanish thus far. We want to make that a dual language form so that people can fill it out in English or Spanish. And we want to allow the actual content on our website to be Spanish if possible. Those are two of the things we're going to try to do over the next year. We also want to improve the online filing of it. We added that, and it is a capability that has on the website, but we want to make it a little bit better. For example, one thing right now, it only allows one attachment. So if you're an employee that wants to submit several payroll records, or you have other supporting documents you want to file, we want to allow you to attach more documents to it. So that's one thing that we're going to look to upgrade this year, just to make it easier for people to communicate with us and to provide all the things they need to. We're also going to prepare for that fall outreach. We know that going to the consumer price index for the first time is going to be something new to us and new for the community this year. So we want to make sure that we have everything prepared when we know that number beginning in September. And then we want to make sure we're doing a lot of outreach in the few months we have before it goes into effect, so that employees know it and know what they're entitled to, and businesses know it and can prepare for it as part of their budgeting process, and just so they know that they have to be doing that. That's the end of my update for you. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris, for the update. Council, do we have any questions on the presentation or work in the Office of Labor Standards? I am not seeing any in this in the chat box, so appreciate it. Oh, Councilmember Shimoni.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Chris, thank you so much for the presentation and all of your hard work on this. This means so much to me and to the community and to the council that, we're involved with all this, and, obviously this being voter approved. This means a lot to the public, and we just really appreciate your leadership and hard work on this to make it accessible, direct, digestible, and really keep us all on the same page. And yeah, I just think you're doing a great job. So I just really want to express gratitude to you. I love all the intention around the communication. I love the outreach expansion that you talked about, the different languages. That's all really wonderful. And it's just music to my ears. The one other thing, my big question was going to be, how are we engaging employers and employees? But you answered that. And my only other thing to add to that list, Chris, that you outlined is, see, Vice Mayor says videos. Videos would be great, actually. I agree 100%. Videos, that's what I was going to say. Just kidding, but I'll add that to the list. Definitely videos, and in multilingual, short and sweet, maybe once quarterly. I think that would go a long way, especially leading up to that, release of the new information, the new CPI, minimum wage amount that you spoke about. Definitely integrating videos. But in addition to that, I was going to mention, organizations like NAIC, the Continuum of Care, Goodwill Industries, all these agencies that work with populations that maybe are not as tuned into local government and local news. That might be a good little way to reach those populations. I know the Continuum of Care basically is an umbrella that you can reach all of those groups at once through just a little update. But I can help connect you if you need any help connecting to these groups. But I think that would be a good thing to add to this list. But I think you're doing a great job and you're right on track. And I appreciate the chart that's up too. This is helpful to see this. I don't have any questions, but yeah, do you have any thoughts or comments or questions about my comment, Chris?
No, thank you for what you said. We did look at videos as part of our outreach this last year. It's something we can certainly do. We thought it was more cost effective to do it this way. We had a limited budget for it this year, but as we go into the new year, that we can allocate that differently, perhaps. And those organizations certainly good to have those notes. So we'll look into that for this year.
And Chris, I'll just add, council will set aside quite a significant budget for videos with Sarah, and she would be able to communicate with you about that. But it's significant, and we haven't tapped into it, to my understanding. So there might actually be funding available there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. And without further ado, I'm not seeing any additions of C's and Q's in the chat box. So thank you again, Chris. Very well put together presentation for us on this.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, with that, we are down to agenda item number 8. This is the discussion and direction on future council meetings. Council direction concerning a return to hybrid council meetings.
Thank you, Mayor. Stacy Salzberg, City Clerk. I'm sorry that you are unable to see me. I am operating from the council chambers today, and just a different system, so you will not be able to see my face. But I'm here tonight to reopen the conversation about our virtual meetings. Council had given direction back at the beginning of January to move into a fully virtual setting, just given the current situation with COVID. And you requested a check-in on the 25th tonight to just kind of get a feel for where you guys wanted to go moving forward with our meetings. And so there is no formal presentation. We just want to open the discussion up to you for any direction. Deputy City Manager sent current COVID information to you on Friday, and we do have that information available should you need to have us refer back to that. But at this point, we're just going to be looking for some direction from the council. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council willing to chime in here, but I'll just say that our numbers are higher now than we made this decision. And with that in mind, I don't think we should be going back to the hybrid model until our numbers match what they were in terms of COVID cases before we made that decision. So, and I know, and I appreciate bringing this forward, that 3-week mark, which we were saying before, but I think also future discussions on that can be tied into our COVID-19 updates rather than having to have a separate discussion item at a different day than when we're doing the COVID-19 updates. So that's where I stand. Councilmember Shimoni, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and I agree with you. And Stacy, has it really been 3 weeks? It's hard to believe that 3 weeks has already passed of us being virtual. It really feels like yesterday, but yeah, Mayor, obviously, I think we're going to all be, I like to think that council's going to be on the same page here. Numbers are super high, and I think until the numbers start reflecting that we're on the back end of this spike, I think it's only the right decision for us to be virtual. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Sweet.
And I do agree. The numbers are extremely high right now, and let me try and get my camera on. I feel like our COVID updates that are on the agendas could be utilized for this in discussion in the future. But I right now feel like we should stay virtual. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. And then Councilmember Aslan, I think, raised his hand before McCarthy put the C in the comments, so we'll take it in that order.
Yeah, thank you. Let me lower my hand here first. I really appreciate this conversation. I'm glad we're doing the update. We wanted to have this on the calendar, and here we are. I have to agree with everything that's been said so far. The other thing I just wanted to add is that I really appreciate the fact that we can be nimble about this. I don't think that we should hesitate to go in and out of more strict COVID mitigation protocols when we need to, just because there's this era of, once we do something, it's hard to back out of it. I think we're entering an era where we need to be able to respond nimbly to contextual situations on the ground. So just because we raise COVID mitigation measures doesn't mean we can't come back out of it quickly. Right now, I don't think it's appropriate for us to return to in-person meetings, but I just want to acknowledge that I believe moving forward in the future, that is a decision that we can make on a dime, so to speak. And we should be able to go in and out of hybrid meetings versus remote meetings when necessary without worrying about things like momentum. I think those were valid concerns earlier in this whole process. And we just need to move into a more sort of semi-permanent new normal where these considerations don't carry the weight of massive momentum behind them, but can be contextual and short-sighted. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Mr. Aslan made some very good points about being nimble. So in that regard, I would say let's stay virtual for 4 to 6 weeks or whatever makes sense. So in other words, stay virtual. We can revisit this, say, 5 weeks from now, approximately, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCarthy. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with my colleagues, and I very much support not compelling staff to come into City Hall just for a council meeting. So let's keep it virtual until it is safe to go back in person.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The only thing I will add to this is that we are getting requests for having meetings to discuss certain issues in this community. And I want to be able to be more engaging with on the ground, really being able to discuss issues that we face, whether it is regarding stormwater or Lone Tree Overpass. I don't feel comfortable doing those until we are back into a hybrid level model. I think that doesn't set the right tone. So let's just be mindful that as we move forward with maintaining virtual meetings, that we remain consistent with that, and also keep in mind that there are times when we really do need to be having public meetings and so forth down the road, and that for me, these things are kind of tied together. So I just want to put that out there, and that's why I think it's important that at all of our COVID-19 updates, we can continuously have this kind of turn on a dime, as Councilmember Aslan mentioned, just being able to remain nimble, and we will continue to have this discussion moving forward. So aside from that, I am not seeing any C's and Q's, and I think that gives consensus on direction on this.
It does. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. All right. We are down to agenda item number 9. This is the discussion of the nuisance noise ordinance. To receive direction on City of Flagstaff nuisance noise ordinance.
My computer moves a little slow, so see if I can get this up here. Okay, do we all see a slideshow?
Yep, we see it.
Okay, Mayor, Council, my name is Paul Laswicki. I'm the Deputy Chief of Support Services at Flagstaff Police Department. With me is Flagstaff Police Department's legal advisor, Mary Ann Sullivan. We're here to talk about some of the details in the proposed nuisance noise ordinance. But first, just to bring everybody up to speed, I'll go over some of the background of the problem that led to this discussion in the first place. Back in October of 2019, a Flagstaff resident emailed the mayor and council to express his concerns about excessive vehicle noise. Shortly after that, council was presented a petition titled Intentional Noise Pollution. This petition requested the City Council consider the effects of noise on quality of life in Flagstaff. The citizens who presented the petition asked the council to address excessive noise created when drivers intentionally modify vehicles to make them louder. These concerns were presented to the council during the June 1st, 2021 City Council meeting. After that presentation, the council voted to have an ordinance drafted to address nuisance noise. An initial draft of an ordinance was presented to council on September 21st of last year. At the conclusion of that discussion, council requested a work session to further discuss the possible ordinance. Somewhere around the same time, citizens also expressed concerns to the Flagstaff Police Department and the City Council about noise disturbances coming from businesses in areas of what I'm going to call incompatible land usage, like mixed commercial residential neighborhoods. This proposed ordinance is intended to address ambiguities in the unreasonable noise standard that exists in our current ordinance that makes enforcing and prosecuting our current ordinances difficult by providing a more objective standard defining what constitutes a violation. Staff from the police department and the city attorney's office looked at several nuisance noise ordinances from municipalities around Arizona, and in fact from across the country. Most of the municipalities that we looked at had ordinances that restrict nuisance noise in certain zoning districts to a specific decibel level during specific daytime and nighttime hours. In addition, many of the ordinances that we researched also had similar restrictions applied to vehicle noise. We used criteria that were common across these ordinances to develop the standard in our proposed ordinance. In support of this effort, Chief Musselman asked me to attend a neighborhood noise enforcement course through Rutgers University to certify me in the proper use of sound level measurement instruments. So in this work session, we will present Mayor and Council with different options pertaining to what you would like to see in the ordinance. We'll talk about different options for what decibel levels might be appropriate for different hours of the day. We'll also present you with different options for how to measure different qualities of sound and what sound levels might be appropriate based on the qualities of the nuisance noise. Specifically, we can discuss how to weight sound levels based on the scale of the sound's pitch or wavelength. While there are a wide range of sound scales perceptible by the human ear, there are two bandwidth scales that present the industry standard by which nuisance noise are weighted. That's the A scale and the C scale. For the purposes of this discussion, A weighting, or measuring sound levels according to the A scale, is a system for measuring sound levels based on the range in hertz or cycles per second of its wavelength. Sound levels are commonly measured using an A-weighted scale because the A scale most closely approximates human perception of sound. A scale weighting does this by discriminating against low frequencies we don't usually perceive as a problem that might produce artifacts that could create inaccurate sound level measurements.
My apologies for the interruption. City Manager Clifton, do you have a comment?
A request for our presenter. Deputy Chief, good to see you. We are wondering if you are able to adjust your slideshow presentation so that the main slide that's being discussed occupies the entire frame and we're not looking at the notes or the previous frame. Does that make sense?
Sorry about that. I thought I did it correctly.
All good. Thank you so much.
We're just trying to figure this out. So do that. I'm going to click on that screen there. Okay. Does that work now?
Perfect.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, go back to the previous slide. All right, there we are. So while there are a wide range of for the purpose of the discussion on deciding which weighting measures to use according to the different qualities of sound that we're going to listen to, for the purpose of this discussion, A weighting, or measuring sound levels according to the A scale, is a system for measuring sound levels based on the range in hertz or cycles per second of its wavelength. Sound levels are commonly measured using an A-weighted scale because the A scale most closely approximates human perception of sound. A scale weighting does this by discriminating against low frequencies that we don't usually perceive as a problem that might end up producing artifacts that could create inaccurate sound level measurements, like a false positive that would make the sound level appear louder, but that the person affected by it can't hear the same as if you're using an A-weighted scale that discriminates against those low level noises. So at the same time, while humans are relatively insensitive to low frequency sounds at low intensities, we're much more sensitive to those same low frequencies produced at higher intensities, like when they're coming from a loud subwoofer or the loud rumbling sound of a commercial tractor trailer using its engine brake. That loud grumbling sound kind of pulsates through you. Measurements of high intensity, low frequency sound are best captured if weighted using a wavelength range in the C scale. So we've got these two different scales that we can look at. You'll be given the options of whether to use C weighting along with the A weighting to capture those low frequency sounds whenever necessary. Next, you'll be presented with options that specify locations from which sound level measurements should be taken for enforcing loud vehicle noises. And then lastly, we'll provide fine options for violations of the proposed ordinance. So just to give Mayor and Council some context with regard to relative noise levels, we've compiled a range of example noises and the intensities of the sounds they produce measured in decibels. So the decibel levels will give you some idea of where the intensity of these sounds fall. And just give a little bit more example, most alarm clocks beep at around 35 decibels. It sounds a lot louder than that in the morning, but yeah, 35 decibels is about the noise, the level of something that'll wake you up. And the din of a conversation in a crowded room that causes a person to have to raise their voice so that the person next to them can hear what they're saying is about 65 decibels. So it's a loud, crowded room, a loud-ish crowded room that causes you to have to raise your voice is 65 decibels. And then the level at which pain is experienced is about 130 to 140 decibels. And to provide a little bit more context, we've compiled sound level measurements from several local sources just to give Mayor and Council a good understanding of the intensities of various noises around Flagstaff. So Mayor and Council, the Police Department's legal counsel, Mary Ann Sullivan, is going to provide some of the details of the proposed ordinance.
Mary Ann, is it possible that you are still muted?
Yes, it is very possible. Sorry about that. Mayor, Council, Mary Ann Sullivan, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Here to kind of go over the rest of the presentation. This slide here addresses at our last presentation, Mayor and Council did have a question as to what current regulations are in our city code with regard to events specifically. So here in section 812.1-04, amplification in all events, approved events outside of Wheeler Park must end at 10 p.m. and the decibel limit is 90, measured 100 feet from the speakers of the amplification event. Events in Wheeler Park have a different requirement, and that is that the amplification must end at 9 p.m. Decibel limit is 85, measured 50 feet from the speakers. And presumably, I wasn't involved in this process, but my understanding is there was a study that was completed, and the difference between other locations in Wheeler Park is because of the residential nature of Wheeler Park itself, how it's surrounded by homes. Next slide. Other way. Thank you. So what we want to do here is go through the options that are available to council and kind of have those laid out a little bit here. Those options are also written into the draft ordinance that we also attached to the presentation. And those are specifically in the color green, which indicates those are options for council to consider in determining how you want to proceed with this type of ordinance. So if we could maybe hold questions to the end so that we can go through these, if that might be easier. If not, if there is something that you really want to ask about, please do. So with regard to the decibel limits, you know, we have them proposed here with a 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. limit, with the noise standard being in the A-weighted. This is what we saw in some of the other ordinances in the other cities. And then specifically, you know, there are options here if council does want to change these limits to something different. Next slide. With the next slide here, this gives an option to have both the A-weighted and the C-weighted. And thank you, Deputy Chief Laswicki, for that explanation. But in more simple terms, the A-weighted is generally, you know, the noise that we can hear, and the C-weighted being that bass, that kind of bass sound. And so this option here of option 2 gives, you know, a violation possibly occurring either with an A-weighted scale or a C-weighted scale that takes into account the fact that sometimes that bass is more invasive than just what can be heard generally. So again, with this, there's also the same options that council can change the times that are here. You can have different times for different dates if that's days of the week, if that's an option that you want as well. Next slide. So another thing to consider, and this came up, you know, in our discussions and review, you know, the charts talk about, you know, residential, commercial, and industrial, but we have to recognize that there are areas of mixed residential and commercial within, you know, the city as well. So there's an option, you know, for the standards in those mixed zones to revert to the residential standards as required in the chart, or, you know, option B would be the commercial standards. Or another option would be for council to make a determination between the two standards if they wanted something different or in between as it relates to those mixed use zones. Next slide. So motor vehicles. So we also have options with regard to motor vehicles themselves in terms of, you know, where measurements should be taken. This was something that also came up in our previous discussions, you know, in front of council and in reviewing the drafts as well. So a distance of 50 feet or more from the center of the lane of travel is where the measurements should be taken. Another option would be outside of the lane of travel of the motor vehicle, or even further away, or from the sidewalk adjacent to the roadway where the vehicle is traveling. So again, you know, in terms of these options, Something that might be easier would be a fixed location for law enforcement to be able to take readings and make a determination as to what the levels are. Next slide. And so again, you also have different options for vehicles. This is an option that we did see in some of the other ordinances, that there were differences in terms of the allowable noise limits depending upon the speed limit that is posted on the street. So it's not that we have to determine how fast the vehicle is going. We would simply have to determine what is the posted speed limit on a particular street, and have the adjustment for the loud noise depending on that. The idea behind that being is if you're traveling on a street where it's a higher posted speed limit, then you may be creating a little bit more noise. There's also a difference when you look at 1 and 2 as to the type of motor vehicle, and so the heavier the vehicle, the louder the noise could be, and so that is why you have those differences also between 1 and 2. Another option, next slide, would be to not have a difference based upon the speed of the street and have just one standard, but then have the differences between the larger vehicles versus the smaller vehicles. Next slide. So this was also something council had requested that we provide information on. What are some fines that are out there with regard to civil traffic? And they varied, the lowest being 104 up to the highest of 1,050. The higher ones being more registration and lack of insurance violations, and driving on suspended licenses. Most of the fines were around 185, the lowest being the failure to wear a seatbelt, which is 104. So it gave some more examples there of if the speed for speeding violations that are civil traffic, if you're speeding between 1 and 10 miles over the limit, it's a $185 ticket. 11 to 15 miles over, it's a $203 ticket, and 16 to 20 miles, it's a $231 fine. If you're over 20 miles over the speed limit, that becomes a criminal speed misdemeanor violation. Red light violations are 185. So that kind of just gives you an idea of fines. We proposed in the ordinance 2 options here. Again, you can choose one of these 2 or some other options that you agree upon. So the same violations that are currently in our nuisance party ordinance are proposed. That would be a first offense of a $250 fine, second offense $500, third offense $1,000. Option 2 would be to lower those to have a first offense be $150. A second, $200, a third, $250. And again, council can choose, whatever kind of fines you would feel would be appropriate for the civil penalties. Know that with these fines, as they're proposed and how we write them into the ordinance, as well as the fines that were on the previous slide, also are encompass any, court surcharges or fees. They're a part of that total amount, so we don't have any amounts added on top of these. If those court fines and fees change, which they can year to year, and go up, then the percentage that kind of goes to the city will be less, given that we would just have the max penalty be inclusive of those surcharges and fees. So those are the options with regard to the ordinance. With regard to any training, certification, and equipment costs, the plan would be to train, Deputy Chief Lazwicki's already trained, but to also train one of the patrol lieutenants, and then all the 5 officers assigned to the traffic enforcement squad, and then hopefully 3 officers of the 8 squads, for a total of 30 out of the 70 sworn that actually are assigned to patrol. The training cost for that is $625 per person, so it's not cheap. For 30 officers to attend the training, that would be a little over $18,000 there. If we only train 2 officers per squad, that would be less, around 13,000, a little over that. And then again, we would need to purchase the actual decibel readers for the officers, which, if you can see there, is almost $30,000. There would be a requirement that they have to recertify every 2 years at a cost of $325 if they have already received the original certification. However, as you know, that there is officer attrition, and so even though we may certify an officer, they might leave, and so we may need to certify additional officers at the original price as opposed to the recertification price, which is lower. So the cost of this would be pretty significant, and my understanding is, and Chief Musselman can speak to this as well, is that this is the bulk of what our training budget is right now for officers. So this would definitely need to be ongoing and recurring funds to be support any type of ordinance like this. And so you are aware, I did attend a meeting last week of the Arizona Law Enforcement Legal Advisors Association, and this issue came up with regard to decibel meters and noise ordinances in not only our jurisdiction, but other jurisdictions across the state. And with regard to this type of ordinance, it's very clear that the officers definitely need to be trained, they need to be certified, and the equipment needs to be calibrated properly in order for courts to accept this type of evidence to be able to enforce any type of ordinances that we have that relates to decibel readings. So I know that's a lot of information, and we may want to, go back and start with, the options at the beginning of the ordinance, or we can just kind of have general discussion and then go through the options.
Thank you. Yeah, let's actually start with public comment, and then we'll get back to council questions, and we can review the options as requested by council members more organically. All right, City Clerk, how many participants do we have?
Mayor, I have 6 right now. And we're going to go ahead and start with Mr. Craig Bouchard. Craig, you can go ahead and unmute and give your comments.
Okay, I have. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna start by just reading the letter I sent to all of you, just so that way it's on the record. Dear council and staff, my name is Craig Bouchard, and I'm a resident of the city of Flagstaff. I'm also the owner of 2 businesses within the city limits, Southside Tavern and the Corner Tavern. I would like to provide some input regarding the proposed changes to the noise ordinance, specifically the changes that would affect businesses as targeted right in the summary. For example, loud music from bars and restaurants. That's right there in the description. Having been subjected to the nonsensical interpretations of the nuisance party ordinance, whereas I should have been subjected to the noise ordinance, I fancy myself a little bit of an informed citizen in this area. Please do not construe my objection to what is proposed as an objection to change. I absolutely think change is necessary, but that change must be done with more research and input. As mentioned above, because I was subjected via my business to multiple visits from Flagstaff PD, I commissioned a licensed private investigator to take snapshots around the city of noise being generated. I did this for my own edification. I needed to see where I stood versus other establishments and points throughout the downtown area. This study took 240 individual measurements at and around 15 establishments, including Heritage Park and a peddler. And looking at the PowerPoint presented by Deputy Chief Laswiski and Marianne Sullivan, they referenced noise at 6 points: train, police siren, vehicle, and idling diesel truck, and street noise. I see nothing in there about taking measurements at existing locations and businesses throughout the city. Can you imagine the surprise of the people on the Annex's patio or the Weatherford's hotel patrons on the balcony, is what I was inferencing there, when the individuals that are having average conversation are cited because they're over 55 dB at 10 p.m. Per the PowerPoint, and Mr. Laswiski just said it, a loud conversation is listed between 40 and 60 dB. Is Flagstaff PD going to post officers at Heritage Park after 10 p.m. to cite average conversation? Will they be chasing down peddlers? Therefore, what I'm asking is that a study is commissioned to find what the average mean noise level is in Flagstaff at numerous points throughout the city, such as downtown and the south side. Do something similar to what I, a private citizen, have done. Use that data to craft this properly. This should be time and location specific to what makes sense. Engage the Chamber of Commerce, the Downtown Business Alliance, business owners. Make an objective standard that all businesses can reasonably measure and comply with. Don't use a standard chart used in other city ordinances. That's what was listed in there. Create a standard that applies to Flagstaff. Flagstaff is different for a variety of reasons. That's why we all choose to live here. Let's not use someone's or somewhere's that doesn't compare to our environment, density, or our makeup to create these standards. A knee-jerk reaction to solve a small group's problem will potentially render the city non-business friendly and create a larger problem you're trying to resolve. I'm enclosing the report that I commissioned as well as a summary as an example of what should be done before coming with a standard. I'm also inviting Ken Engstrom, who is on the call, a licensed private investigator and a former ATF agent, to join the public comment period during the work session in case you have any questions. It should be noted that he is also, too, a resident of the city of Flagstaff. So that's the letter. Like I said, I wanted to get it on the record of a view of someone who has been targeted, if you will, in this. And honestly, I have to say this out loud. Sometimes we create bigger problems trying to solve a smaller problem. I understand it's a large problem to those people who have feelings, thoughts on it.
Thank you, Craig.
Sometimes these things are.
My apologies for interrupting, but we only have 3 minutes per participants, but I definitely, no problem. I just want to say that I really appreciate that email. The data that you provided was very much appreciated. And I do have a question for you from Councilmember Salas, if you don't mind staying on here.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry about the 3 minutes. The counter wasn't showing, I guess, on the.
Yeah, no problem.
I would have
understand.
sped it up.
Councilmember Salas?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question to Mr. Bouchard. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his last name correctly, but
very good.
Yes, and I actually echo the mayor's request for you to email what you just read to us so we could have it by email. But I am curious about the independent investigation or study that you have conducted about noise levels in downtown businesses. Could you expound on that study? And then I do recall that you mentioned about developing this ordinance, this policy, but engaging our local businesses and the different business associations to, before we adopt such policy.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I mean, quite simply, just to give you a brief, we have been visited several times at one of my businesses for a variety of reasons. We can debate that to the end. But I found myself asking the question continuously to myself, what's the difference between myself and other places, other entities that are out there? Am I so loud? Am I causing? So I reached out to several private investigation agencies. I found Ken Engstrom, who is a resident of the city of Flagstaff. He's a state licensed private investigator and a former alcohol, tobacco, and firearms agent. Okay. I reached out to him and I basically said to him, and I had a meeting with him. And I said, I would like you to do a study. I don't want to be involved in the study. I don't want to know where you're going. I don't want to know what times you're going, except outside these parameters where I have had problems. And I let him go. And I let him go for 3 or 4 weeks. I can't remember what the number is. And he came back with a report for me. And he actually didn't even submit it to me. He submitted it to my attorney so that I would have no input. I would have no say. I didn't speak to him during this time. And he's on the phone too, and you can ask him these same questions so that we could find out. And then as far as the other businesses out there, I have spoken to other business owners and they're a little surprised at where we're at. I think they would become more involved once the conversation evolves a little more. Hopefully I answered your questions.
A follow up, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Bouchard. Will you be amenable in developing such a policy if the local business community is involved in developing such policy?
Absolutely. Absolutely. As a business owner that has had difficulties, I would like a clear policy that would be something that we could follow and measure against and work on it. I understand it's never going to be all the way to the left or all the way to the right. Somewhere in the middle is where it needs to be. And I would love to be part of that process.
Thank you, Greg. We have Councilmember McCarthy also has a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have looked at the report and it gives a range of, like I'm just looking at one right here, it says 52.1 to 60.1 dB. So my first question is that dBA or dBc?
The device I provided was dBA.
And then the second question is, you have red numbers and you have black numbers. What's the difference?
I'd have to let Ken, I didn't develop the report. Ken did.
Could we please have the private investigator tell me the difference between red and black?
Yes, if they're on, if they could please jump on for that question, that'd be great.
Yeah, Mr. Engstrom, you should be able to unmute and address council. I believe it's *6 on your phone. Mr. Engstrom, are you able to unmute?
If he's not able, I can just pass on that question.
Yeah, he is here. I just texted him a few minutes ago, told him we were getting close.
It may be that the red is average and the other is range. That's my guess.
When I look at it, my interpretation, when it was presented to me after the fact, that's correct. Black was range, red was the grand mean. There's a summary letter. I think he explains that in his summary letter a little bit more. That was
okay,
also...
let's let it go at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Shimoni also has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the speaker calling in. Quick question. So I like what we're talking about, and I'm just wondering, from your perspective, what are your next steps in terms of how you would recommend we move forward in partnership with the business community, with the community at large? What do you recommend we do moving forward?
Chase, that is a loaded question. I think, again, what I asked for in my email to you was that I think you guys need to commission a study, one that's couldn't be, I suppose it could be looked at the study was biased, if you will. I did everything I could to make sure it wasn't biased. However, I understand someone may have that perspective. I think you guys should commission a study and do something similar to what I did. I think that is your next step. My side of it, I would, if you want these open, honest conversations, I would love to engage more business. Again, I approached the people at the mayor. I'm friendly with people at the annex. I would be more than happy to put the feet on the street and go out and find these guys and see if I can get them to come to the table as well, whether it be a work session or however you would propose. I think that's probably what needs to happen on both sides.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I do want to work through this with the business community and our public, rather than just plow forward with something. But without getting into that, I'll leave it there. Thank you for your comments today, and I appreciate your advocacy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And for the members of council who haven't seen that report, it is very informative. So I appreciate that being sent to us. With that, we are ready for the next speaker.
Mayor, I have Ken Engstrom as our next speaker. Ken, are you able to unmute? Again, I believe it might be *6 on your phone. Okay, Mayor, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next person. Michael Collier. You should be able to unmute and give your comments now.
Thank you, Council, for taking the matter of unnecessary vehicular noise seriously. I do appreciate the efforts of the Flagstaff Police Department to draft a noise ordinance, but I'd like to make 4 points in response to that draft. First of all, why not use a first offense as an opportunity for education rather than a mandatory fine for a first offense? Secondly, I don't understand why motorcycles are thrown in with heavy vehicles. The early drafts of this ordinance listed 6,000 pounds as the dividing point between heavy and light, but I noticed that the current version lists 26,000 pounds. So presumably motorcycles are being thrown in with these heavy trucks. Just because we come to expect some motorcycles to be obnoxiously loud, that doesn't mean we have to lay down and accept their noise by putting them into a heavier category. Thirdly, the horn on my Toyota pickup creates what I measured with my uncertified meter as 102.6 decibels when measured 10 feet away. That's about the distance that I would be from a car blasting by in the adjacent lane. But the horn on my car drops to 85 decibels when I measured it at 50 feet. That's a 17 decibel difference when measured with that same meter. Why would the ordinance stipulate a distance of 50 feet instead of the actual distance between the offender and a nearby driver? Finally, if a policeman sees me blatantly run a red light, does she need a photograph of the incident to write me a ticket? I don't think so. So why does the same policeman need a certified decibel meter and all that training to enforce the noise ordinance? Wouldn't a working pair of ears and some common sense work just as well in court? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I'm not seeing any C's and Q's, so ready to move to the next speaker, please.
Mayor, we have Melissa. Melissa, you can go ahead and unmute your phone or your computer and give your comments.
Thank you. I think it's unmuting right now.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks everybody for being here and going into dialogue about what's best for the community as a whole. My name is Melissa Shalkevich. I have lived in Flagstaff since 1991 and raised my children here. So I have a little bit invested in the community as a parent and a resident. I've also been a business owner since it's been about 11 years now. I own a building on South San Francisco Street, rent to 2 businesses, being Morning Glory and Evans Fish and Chips. And I personally own the yoga studio on South San Francisco Street. This is a really emotional issue, and I think it's because it involves sleep for individuals. And it's hard when at 2 a.m. people can't sleep because of noise. So I think there definitely needs to be a strong consideration of what's not only healthy for me as a business owner, but for my neighbors. And I think that's all I really have to add at this time.
Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate your comments.
You're welcome. Thank you for all you all are doing as well.
Mayor, could I ask Melissa a question if she's still on?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Melissa, you just said you have a yoga business. Do you find that the noise from some of the adjacent bars, do they cause problems for you in the exercise of your yoga business? Do they interfere with people trying to do yoga?
In the past, most certainly, and at times, yes. At this point, we don't have as many later night activities. So that's my answer.
So it sounds like you're limited in the hours that you can do your business because of the noise coming in from other businesses.
Yeah, I would say that I wouldn't probably have a late night event because it gets really, it's not just the music, it's the obnoxious behavior of people being very, very drunk in the back alley, and so it's the cussing, it's the verbal obnoxious behavior that it's hard, it's just a hard thing to have.
All right, I appreciate your time and your answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you, Melissa. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, I have Candace Ryan. Candace, you can go ahead and unmute and give your comments now. Candace, you can go ahead and unmute.
There we go. Did I do it?
I can hear you now. Yes, you can go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. All right, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members, I'm here to ask City Council to amend the noise ordinance and reflect a decibel level with a separate decibel level for bass. I can't go into as much detail as I want to on the intrusiveness of bass and how it's not just heard, it is felt through my home and my neighbor's home on a weekly basis, multiple times a week. Weekdays not excluded. So we reside on the south side and we're close to an establishment about 20 feet, but we are in a residential area. Our house it's at the edge of that residential area, but extends outward towards South Beaver and beyond. So we are in residential and we are constantly dealing with bass, crowd noise, music, not being able to sleep, not performing at work very well because of lack of sleep, struggling to get our 4-year-old daughter to sleep. I'm here on behalf of neighbors that couldn't be here today. Some of them sent you an email. Some of them want to stay anonymous, but we're struggling over here and we're suffering. And this is very emotional for all of us over here. When we personally moved here, we could enjoy our house. When we first moved here, we cannot enjoy our house. We cannot sit out in our yard and enjoy the quiet at night, especially in the summer. We struggle to open the windows because the noise is so loud. My husband and I were a witness in a case because this establishment fought the party nuisance order, and it actually the judge ruled that they could not be applied to this establishment. So we're now floating around with no ordinance to help individuals like us. So we are really, really stressing the City Council to please, please move swiftly on this. Our house is 100 years old. We love this side of town. We consciously moved here. We have a bunch of old houses near us, people that have been here forever. We deserve the attention that needs to be taken over here for us who are trying to live and be a part of the community and better the area and be a part of this amazing side of town. I know this is a lot of cost. But I think this is a problem that's only going to get worse over time and not better as we see businesses move up closer to neighborhoods. Proximity, maybe you want to take into account distance from the business because we are 20 feet from the loudest part of this establishment. So I really, really appreciate you guys moving on this quickly. I'm happy to be involved and help as much as possible in this process. I'm trying to kind of help my neighbors who have different schedules than me and speak on their behalf too. So I appreciate you guys having this on the agenda today. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace. We do have a question for you from Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Candace.
Yeah.
When you bought this house, did you take into account what was near there? I mean, was this a problem when you first bought your house, or is this a new problem that's evolved since you've owned your house?
Well, let me try to make this like concise. So when we bought our house, the tavern had just opened, and we had asked the previous owners of the house, who you guys probably know, but they are very local in town, and they had no issues, and their renters had no issues, and we had no issue with the tavern. It operated like a tavern, like an eatery, live music here and there once in a while, not after dark. It got sold. It stayed that way for a while, and then it turned into what I would call a nightclub. The thumping music, it's horrible. Okay, and then it got handled. Flag PD has been amazing. Handled that. They shut down, closed down, sold. COVID hit. Couldn't really tell what this was going to look like. The new owner said it wasn't going to be a college bar. Well, it is. It's a thumping college bar. So we got some time to enjoy our house, but it wasn't that way when we moved it. No, everyone coexisted fine with the original tavern.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you, Candace. We are ready for the next speaker, please.
Mayor, we have Duffy Westheimer. Duffy, you can go ahead and unmute and give your comments now. Duffy, I see you've unmuted, but we can't seem to hear you. All right, let me try something real quick. Just give me a minute here.
No problem.
All right, Duffy, let's see if that will work. Are you able to unmute? Again, I can see you unmuted, but we are unable to hear you. All right, our apologies. Perhaps you can provide some written comments to the mayor and council. You can do that at publiccomment@flagstaffaz.gov. Mayor, I apologize for the technical difficulties here, but that was our last commenter.
Thank you. And I will note that we did receive an email from Duffy a little while ago. So council members, if you want to check your email box, it was at 4 o'clock. You'll be able to see Duffy's comments. So thank you. Apologize for the technical difficulties. With that, we're ready to turn it inward for discussion, council, starting with questions, if you have it, for our deputy chief and our senior assistant deputy attorney, or assistant attorney, senior assistant attorney, sorry. Council, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 questions, and I believe they're for Marianne. The first is, how easy is it to discern between a vehicle needing to have a repair versus a vehicle where the owner has purposely outfitted their vehicle to make a lot of noise? So we had previously talked about if it's a matter of someone needing a repair to their vehicle and perhaps they couldn't afford it, that might be treated differently than a vehicle where the driver has purposely made their car make a lot of noise. That's my first question.
So I'm not sure I can answer that very well in terms of if the officers can tell that. Deputy Chief Lazwicki might be a better person to answer that question. What I can tell you, and I think it relates to this issue a little bit, is that, and to one of the comments from the speakers, why don't we give warnings? Well, on every traffic stop that an officer does at this point, they have an option to give warnings. So, it's helpful to to not necessarily have something like that in a statute. And they can give warnings for things. They can also give repair orders for things. So if there is somebody who is stopped based on loud noise and, you know, the explanation given and or, you know, the observation of the officers, it's because there needs to be some sort of repair to that vehicle. You know, they can discuss with them the options of getting that repaired and providing a warning for any sort of violations that occur. So maybe somebody who is more familiar with cars would be able to tell, you know, that difference. I mean, I think I could at least look and see, oh yeah, there's a hole in the muffler. That might be the problem versus, you know, maybe something that looks a little souped up. So I don't know, Deputy Chief Laswicki, if you have anything to add to that to answer Vice Mayor's question. Paul, I think you're muted. It's your turn.
I think for the purposes of enforcing this ordinance, it wouldn't really matter whether or not it was purposely altered or if it just needs repair. Every case is going to be investigated on a case-by-case basis, and the officer is going to take the entire totality of the circumstances into account when he or she makes the decision to, you know, what enforcement action, if any, they want to take. I hope that helps. So the short answer is that the reason for the excessive noise wouldn't really matter. However, the officer would investigate each incident on a case-by-case basis, and they would determine what, if any, enforcement action would be appropriate.
All right. Thank you. My second question, I think this is definitely for Mary Ann. Dr. Collier mentioned, do we really need the training and the equipment? Isn't your common sense in your own ear good enough? But if I remember correctly, we discussed previously that you have to have a way for it to stand up in court, and just using your own judgment, your own hearing doesn't necessarily make that stand up in court. Is that correct?
Yes, that can be correct. So what it depends upon is what your standard is in your ordinance. And so if the standard is a reasonable person standard, then we don't necessarily need the equipment and to be able to present this. The problem with that being is some people feel that that type of standard is a little more subjective. And so with introducing the possibility of having certain decibel limits, you bring into it, you know, something that's a little bit more objective to that scene. If we have the decibel limits in the ordinance, then yes, we will need the training, we will need the calibrated equipment to be able to properly present to the court evidence that shows by a preponderance of the evidence that the person was in violation of the ordinance. So it depends upon what your standard is. If the council adopts an ordinance that has decibel standards and limits in it, then yes, we will need that training for the officers and the machines that are calibrated in order to present that information to court to a standard that the court can make a determination. What I did find out is because in other jurisdictions, officers didn't necessarily have that training, didn't necessarily have the calibrated equipment, that courts were rejecting that evidence because it wasn't, you know, it didn't meet those minimum requirements.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. I have been downtown north of the tracks several times enjoying live music past 10 o'clock. And I'm just wondering, I understand part of the discussion and I've been to Candace's location, but I'm wondering north of the tracks, are you getting complaints? And can you talk a little bit about maybe the time frame, how many complaints, and how you handle them. Are we doing warnings as the first offense?
This sounds like a question that maybe I can answer. We do get complaints on the north side of the tracks around the Wheeler Park area, but none in the downtown business area. Not so much, because it's not one of those mixed areas of incompatible land use. The people that there are people that live in apartments like above Maloney's, or what used to be Maloney's, and those people, they have a different attitude about the noise and their living arrangements with their neighbors. The majority of the complaints that we've received from those incompatible land usage areas have been from the south side, where there are residents that live in this area that have been there a very long time. The residential area is very well established, as is the business area. So they're truly incompatible, and we're going to need some kind of objective standard by which to enforce an ordinance like this. The ambiguity that exists in the reasonable person or unnecessary or unreasonable noise standard that we have right now is difficult to enforce and prosecute, because a lot of that relies on the officer's testimony and the reasonableness of the level of noise given that time of day. And I think it'd be more helpful to have a more objective standard by which we can enforce this noise ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And when you first go out, do you do a warning? Or is it just a citation the first time you need to address it?
Our guidance is to address it with a warning first, and then depending on the circumstances, of course, if it's really egregious or if the person just flat out refuses to voluntarily comply with what our ordinance that already exists calls for, then we may cite that person. But generally, we like to address compliance with our ordinances more civilly than taking a hard line, enforce first reaction to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for the presentation this evening. Thank you to the community. Thank you to everyone that's engaged in this process and all the hard work that my council members have been involved with behind the scenes to bring this back to us. Mayor and Council, I think you know where I'm at with this one. I've struggled with this topic from the beginning. I'm trying to sit back and let the majority lead the way on this, because I don't want to just continue to come out against this. But I struggle with this, and I think you all know that. I hope you do, at least. I struggle with the cost. I do wonder, I do think that there's a social justice equity issue here in the South Side and adjacent neighbors, and a quality of life that we need to be concerned about as a council body. That's for sure. And I'd like to see us maybe find a more strategic approach to addressing that, rather than this blanket, 30 officers or even 2 from each, squad approach that just kind of adds up really fast. I just wonder, Mayor, if there's a more strategic approach to addressing this. I liked the public commenter a while ago who spoke to surveying the business community, engaging them, maybe doing a survey of our own, maybe trying to bring the two entities together, being the businesses and the community, and hosting some town halls. See if we can get on the same page. This is such a divisive topic, and I understand that there's a couple issues being, at play for us, right? Mayor and council, we have the community that's adjacent to a business that's outputting a loud amount of noise at random hours, late into the night, the level of bass, etc. And then there's a community that is concerned about the sound being outputted by vehicles driving by their homes and their residents, right? Those are, in my eyes, correct me if I'm wrong, but those are the two main components that I'm hearing that need to be addressed. I see, Mayor, you nodding your head, so, but please let me know if I'm forgetting something. But so in addressing those two, the businesses, I think we can be very strategic about, and I feel like there's got to be another option that's cheaper and more direct. And then in regards to the vehicle, maybe, maybe we train a couple officers and, do the minimal we can to be strategic. I think we all know what corners need to be monitored at what time. We got emails about that too, specifically talking to when school gets out. And maybe we can be strategic about our approach, because I do struggle thinking about our officers chasing around vehicles and motorcycles and whatever it is to clock them in and potentially penalize them. I don't know, Mayor. As you hear, I'm wrestling with this stuff. I'm trying to find a way forward that makes sense. I struggle with the cost, is my point, and I want to see us be strategic, and I also want us to be collaborative and uniting as we move forward through this. And there was one last comment I wanted to make. Shoot. Yeah, you might have to come back to me, but I guess those are my thoughts at this point. There was something else. I'll let you know if it comes to my mind. Thank you.
Well, yeah, we can always circle back to you. Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, let me get unmuted here. All right, thank you. First of all, I've worked real closely with the police department on this, with Ms. Sullivan, and I just want to really thank you. We've literally been working on this for, 3-4 months. So a lot of effort went into it, and I really appreciate the support and the open-mindedness about discussions and details and things. I want to talk about numbers versus values. We had a speaker give us a whole list of numbers. I think it was 240 data points. Well, I actually went out with a sound meter over the last 3 months. I have spent hours out there taking data and listening. But the main purpose I did that for was so that I could get a feeling for what is a reasonable number. Is 10 dBs the right number, or is 100 dBs the right number, or somewhere in between, obviously. So one thing I did is I would listen to how loud it was at a given location, and then I would think, well, is this reasonable? Could people sleep under this? The basic issue here is freedom. But most people don't think about it. There's two kinds of freedom. There's freedom to go out and raise hell and have a good time and make noise and don't give a damn about anybody else. And that's freedom. And that's wonderful. But there's also a freedom from. If someone's trying to sleep, they need freedom from noise so they can get their, as the one lady talked about, her 4-year-old daughter to sleep. So just to kind of put this in perspective, I believe it was our police officer that says when an alarm clock goes off, that's about 35 dB. I presume that's dBA. Well, in the proposed standard, we're saying that we will allow 45 dB even, late at night, and 55 dB, up until 10 o'clock at night. So what that's saying is that the proposed ordinance is high enough that a person it's substantially louder than an alarm clock going off in their bedroom. So to me, the numbers are reasonable. And I literally spent months working on this to get a gut feel. Are these numbers reasonable? Now, Miranda Sweet talked about the idea of maybe in areas like, in downtown where it's more commercial, maybe we could have a little bit higher standard. I'm open-minded about discussions about that. But if we go out and do some kind of survey or take more data or whatever, the important part of it is the values, not like, well, what are the numbers? This chart that I got from this gentleman, it gives me a bunch of numbers, but there is not a word on there about, is it reasonable or unreasonable? So to talk about the C weighting is what rattles the windows. The low base is what rattles the windows. So there's times that you can't even hear the noise maybe, but it's literally rattling your windows. You can't go to sleep if your windows are rattling. So to look at some of the data that Mr. Butchart presented, there's one line of data here. It says at 10:20 in the rear adjacent to the residence by the telephone pole, it says that it was about 55 dB. Well, compared to the proposed limit of 45 dB, that's louder. Now, my experience is when I stood in that exact same location, that was unreasonable. Yes, that's the noise that's coming out of there, but the values part of it is it's unreasonable, and it has to be lowered so that people in the neighborhood can sleep and have peace and quiet. If people cannot have peace and quiet in their own home, where can they go? Maybe go to church? Oh, they lock the churches at night. You can't do that. You can't sleep there. So it's the only place they can have some peace and quiet. And Mr. Shimoni mentioned that the cost of this is considerable. I think we might be able to get by with maybe just 2 officers per squad being trained. I don't know that we need to spend as much money as one of the possibilities that's been floated by staff. I think we could probably get by cheaper. Yes, we need to train some officers. Yes, we need to buy some sound meters. Yes, we need to calibrate them. But I anticipate that after a few citations are given and people go, okay, I'm just going to turn my music down at my bar, or at least turn the bass down so that people can sleep in the neighborhood. As this one woman, I think her name was Candace, mentioned, there used to be a bar at the same location where the Southside Tavern is now, and they didn't have problems with that bar. But when the new owners came in, they allowed the noise to escalate. So a bar can survive there, make money, people can have fun, and it doesn't have to be as loud as it is. I was very involved in the Wheeler Park negotiations. And when we came up with the negotiations, we got the event organizers together. We got some of the neighborhoods together, and we said, look, let's find some middle ground. And we found some middle ground. And since then, we have had events, Oktoberfest or whatever it was. Since then, they've been absolutely successful. And the neighbors have told me that it's substantially better. So I think we can do the same thing here. We absolutely need this ordinance. Maybe we need to do a little more research. Maybe we don't. These numbers were based on various cities. I know that they were, Tempe basically has the same limits for DBA. And I took readings for DBA and DBC at all these locations. So that kind of gave me, I calibrated my ear, so to speak, to what is reasonable. I filled in the numbers part, which is the engineer in me, and then I filled in the values part of like, well, what's reasonable? So we're going to get into all kinds of details. here in the future about what numbers we need to go to. But I just kind of want to give a quick overview of where my head is at on this issue. So I appreciate your time, Mayor. Thank you, and Council.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. We'll go to Councilmember Sweet, who has her hand up, and then Councilmember Shimoni.
I think that Councilmember McCarthy kind of hit it on the head when he said the outreach that happened for Wheeler Park was successful. And I personally feel like we can do that again, and we can come up with a compromise among everybody with this issue. I understand there are some businesses and residents who want this to happen ASAP, and my heart goes out to that. I can't imagine being home and not being able to relax. You know, put my 4-year-old down or my teenager, whatever. However, I feel that we should do this the right way. And we have a lot of businesses to communicate with and a lot of residents to communicate with. And I think that just drafting this tonight may not be the route to go. So I'm definitely in favor of working forward on this, but working together as a community to get that input and to draft something that would be meaningful for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember Shimoni, and then Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy and Councilmember Sweet, for your comments. I agree with that as well. Councilmember McCarthy, I would put it back on you in terms of like what direction you would provide that this council and this community move forward with in regards to that public outreach. And I'll let you think about that for a minute and respond to that after maybe Councilmember Salas. But think about that. And, you know, I appreciate your leadership, Councilmember McCarthy, because I know you've been very involved in the past in doing this and bringing that conversation forward. And I know I'm asking you to lead here again. So I just want to proactively appreciate you and everyone that's going to be involved in this. I think for direction for today, Mayor and Council, I like to see us continue to work on this ordinance, but maybe do it, you know, before we really get too much more in the weeds, go out and do that public outreach. Go and meet at the Murdoch Center with the South Side. You know, maybe when the numbers with COVID go down, or maybe do it virtually, or do it outdoors with social distancing. I don't know, but I think we need public outreach at this point, and to go in line with the ordinance to see if we can get all on the same page. And to Councilmember Sweet's point about the families and the individuals that want action today, at least for the businesses that I think are more of an issue than the driver by in their vehicle noise. I wonder, Council and leadership, can we create like a flyer that we pass out to businesses, maybe even work with the DBA and the chamber to say, hey, be a good neighbor. You know, some messaging about being a neighbor, and reminding them that we're all in this together, and that, you know, I personally don't want to see us have to put forward an ordinance and really have some teeth to it. But I also understand that sometimes you need that backing to see that change, the desired outcome from local businesses. So I guess those are my comments, and I'm curious what others people think. And Mayor, the point that I forgot about that I meant to bring up is, and I've heard other people speak to it, and I'm glad, and I hope there's majority support for this. But I really hope that if we do implement an ordinance, we have an education first policy that really focuses on education rather than fees. And then as soon as we do implement a fee structure of sorts, it's at the minimum, you know, $104 or whatever it is that we can start with. Because yes, some people that's going to mean nothing to, and other people that's going to mean a lot to. And so we just need to look at that through an equity lens, is my little 2 cents. Thank you, and I look forward to the conversation that's going to be had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Salas, and then we'll go to McCarthy.
Howdy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Councilmember McCarthy. Thank you, and grateful heart for all the hard work and the time you have dedicated on this toward developing this policy. and agree about the data you have, the numbers you have collected. And I am in support of moving forward with the policy, but it will require, before we adopt it, engagement and buy-in from our community. We had talked about reaching out to the business community, the Downtown Business Alliance, the Chamber of Commerce, the Restaurant and Hotel Association. I would also include reaching out to our League of Neighborhoods, Sunnyside, Southside, La Plaza Vieja, and possibly HOAs, because, you know, someone had mentioned about quality of life and sleep. I've had that neighbor not so long ago, where I would be awakened at 11 o'clock in the morning as if a car is racing on our street. And, you know, too fast, couldn't take a picture, couldn't even ID the car. So how do we address that? And I think if we have a community buy-in from businesses and neighborhoods, it will be also taking responsibility and taking ownership of our own businesses, of our own homes, being good neighbors and respectful to everyone in our community. Yeah, and I'm also mindful about the cost of moving forward with this and putting a burden on the enforcement to our police force, keeping in mind that their plates are full these days, and we are still recruiting police officers and patrol. Maybe it will also be a good idea to revive the conversation about reinstituting the neighborhood watch program, where we activate neighborhood watch along with police enforcement in keeping our neighborhoods clean, safe, and free of noise, untoward noise, like we experience from our neighbors who are creating noise and disturbing our peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I'll try to answer Adam's comments. I'm personally ready to go forward with what we have in the packet here. I've worked on this with the police department for months. Okay, that said, I'm also respectful of other council members that if they want to do outreach, fine, let's do that. I mean, I agree that, you know, I'm ready, but I accept that maybe the rest of the council is not ready. So if we're going to do outreach, what would that be? We need to reach out to various organizations, but that also includes the neighbors, you know, some of the people that talked tonight. And I think we need to go out with a calibrated meter. Maybe our police department can send our officer who's trained with his meter, and we need to stand in various locations, and we need to write down data. Like the number is 38 dBA, and it's 40 dBc, or whatever. And then we need to, everyone can take their notes. Like, well, this is completely unreasonable, or this is absolutely reasonable, or this is, I don't know, this is kind of in the middle. Because the point is, just having a bunch of numbers doesn't mean anything until they're calibrated into the reasonableness. Do they meet our values? Could I sleep with this level of noise? Could I have fun with this level of noise? The other thing I'll tell you is, some of you probably know, I did my master's thesis on air tour noise at the Grand Canyon. Very controversial. It's a multi-million-dollar business on one side. On the other side, the environmental community points out that natural quiet in the Grand Canyon is a designated park resource. And I was involved in a process that was brought together by Senator McCain, where we got the environmental community, the air tour industry, the boating community, the backpackers, the Native American tribes, anybody you can think of was involved. And I went into that process thinking, okay, we're going to negotiate an outcome here and find some middle ground. And you know what happened? There was no middle ground. The air tour industries, they would not budge an inch. And so I don't know if the local bars are going to budge an inch or if they're not. If they do, we can come to a consensus. I think there's hope for that. As Candace pointed out, the people that owned that very bar before the current owners, they produced a noise level that she could live with and did not complain to the police department about because it was reasonable. So that gives me optimism that this process might work. So it might be more work to try to do an outreach and try to get a consensus. But if that's what council decides we want to do, I will actively participate in that and help in a constructive manner. I'll leave it at that. But you can come right back to me and I will be there to help. And Adam, you're smiling. Thank you. I'm
See, you're
smiling
building
too.
consensus right now. All right. Well, thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Vice Mayor has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Council, for some really great conversation. And I want to express empathy for the neighbors living around this noise and acknowledge that, at least in my thinking, there's a big difference between a special event that happens every once in a while, and you live in a mixed use area, and you know that, and living with that noise, that consistent noise that keeps you from sleeping. I mean, that's a serious issue, and I want to make sure that people understand that we do take this very seriously. This is more than just a kind of surface level quality of life issue. This is a health and safety issue in terms of being able to sleep in your home. I too would like a little bit more outreach, and then I will be ready to adopt an ordinance, and we can still decide what decibel level and how many officers need to be trained and all of that. But I am in support of an ordinance, and I just would like to invite additional people into the conversation before we adopt it. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. To give my 2 cents, I really understand the level of importance with this. I used to live right next to an Airbnb that turned into a party house quite often, with small children in my home. So this is something that I am in support of writing in support of a noise ordinance, but the devil's in the details, like most things. And we need to get that as a broad swath of the community to be able to get into those weeds and really discuss this. So I am in support of bringing, doing town halls, whatever is necessary to really get all the input and balance this equation. I will tell you one thing with the numbers that for me is a little difficult to swallow. So while we are allowing 80 decibels or so for vehicles, we're allowing only 45 in people's backyards. So a vehicle going down my street has actually more rights to make noise than me and with my wife talking in my backyard after the kids go to bed. 45 decibels for a residential area. If I'm sitting in my backyard, well, laughing is about 60 to 65 decibels. So am I not allowed to laugh in my backyard when they're at a decibel level that vehicles going down my street are able to do? So I feel like there's some disconnects here, and we need to respect private property owners in that regard. I mean, I'll be honest, I looked up the decibels too for hot tubs. and they go from about 45 to 62 when they're on high. So are we outlawing hot tubs in people's own properties that they cannot turn them on after 10 p.m.? So I think I do like McCarthy's comments that I will, and how much work you've done, Councilmember McCarthy, on this to really test, okay, decibels, what does that actually happen with my own ear? And I think we all need to do that with drafting this type of ordinance. There is just real concerns for me with those low level of decibels for residential properties, that it's going to take the rights away of people just wanting to be in their backyards and chat with their wife. And I'm real concerned with how low that is compared to the vehicles driving outside the house. So with that, that's just one of my main concerns, but I'm in support of moving forward with a noise ordinance, and that we need to be bringing all the parties to the table to determine those levels, to determine what is going to be a good balance between the very many entities that this will affect, both positively and potentially negatively. So with that, I'll go to Councilmember Aslan, followed by Councilmember McCarthy.
Hi, thank you all. This has been a very, very good discussion. I'm very appreciative of the dialogue. I am super grateful for the police department and all the work they've put into this. And thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for putting yourself out there and working so diligently on this issue. It really goes to show the impact that a council person can have on the process when they get super involved in something, and it's a nice model that you share out. So I am ready to move forward with an ordinance. I agree that I'm a little bit skittish about some of the details here, and I'd like to see things fleshed out a little bit more. And I also just want to say that I really deeply appreciate and resonate with the comment of the Southside Tavern owner who said sometimes, oh my gosh, I'm paraphrasing now and I don't remember the exact phrase, but you know, we don't want to break this worse by trying to fix it. You know, a little tweak here and we can have a big impact. So I want to make sure we do this right. I think it seems to me that there's probably direction to move forward with an ordinance, although we are willing to hit the pause button a little longer to flesh this out. That's the message that needs to go out into the community. This council is prepared to move forward with something, and we are waiting to hear back from more people to get some better data and to just calibrate things a little bit more. Hopefully that will put some pressure on the community to be responsive to this issue, and we can hear from more voices and not just the same voices over again. It's important that we heard those voices, and I do hear them, and we are listening. But it's clear to me that we need to hear from more people, more stakeholders in this conversation. It's also, you know, just worthy to sit with for a second. There seems to be two entirely different conversations going on here. There's one about noise levels coming from taverns and bars in places that are zoned also for residential. And I will tell you, you know, the default reptilian brain of mine sort of says, well, if you should have known better if you're going to live in an area like that. That is, of course, a gross oversimplification of the problem and of the concerns that residents are expressing. And so I just want to acknowledge, you know, that both and thinking there, where I can appreciate, I can very much appreciate the difficulties that residents are facing, and it's not their fault that they live there and have to deal with that. At the same time, you know, we should have a vibrant night scene in Flagstaff, and so how do we square all that? I think it's an interesting question. I think it's worthy of a little bit more consideration, and I am willing to give a little bit more space for that. I would like a little bit more clarity, perhaps from the city manager, or from our police department on or maybe our community development department. Hi, Mr. Clifton. Thanks for I invoked your name, and there you are. It's a powerful tool there. How would we do this? How do we be efficient about it? How do we make sure that there's some scientific vigor to to the results that we get? When do we know that we've done a sufficient job at contacting the public and getting feedback? I don't want to drag this out indefinitely. I feel that, this ordinance, there is a need for something. This ordinance is going to fill a niche. It's going to fill a gap, but we want to do it right. We don't want to break things further. We want to hear from more people, but we also don't want to just delay. And so if you have any thoughts or clarity to share with exactly how you might proceed with something, I'd be curious to hear you start fleshing out and articulating some of that. Otherwise, I will be quiet now. I think my direction is pretty clear. Thank you.
Mayor, would you like a response?
Yes, city manager.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, this is a work session. And I believe, to my knowledge, this is the first in-depth discussion we've had of this. The matter was broached a long time ago, and there's been a petition, as noted, been a little bit of process, been a lot of behind-the-scenes work, a lot of diligent work. Thank you to those who have worked to fashion this together. But as I have seen this, and I'm not involved closely with it, but I think this is the first in-depth discussion that we've had with an ordinance or proposed contents of an ordinance in place. I recall a couple of years ago with the council at that time and members of this council endeavoring to put together a new policy with respect to backyard animal keeping. And it was a very enriching discussion and very thorough, and a lot of points were expressed, and it spanned several meetings and with a lot of input by neighbors and stakeholders and so forth. The point I'm getting to is I do think this is a first step in a bit of a policy discussion that is likely to also involve maybe not numerous, but additional meetings, additional information, more calibration, perhaps more visiting of some of the standards that we've heard articulated tonight. I don't know that any of us envisioned that this was going to be ready to go at first crack, but rather the start of a good discussion. And frankly, I think it has been the start of a good discussion. We're hearing from a majority of council that they are ready to go forward with an ordinance, maybe not particularly the contents of what's in front of us. But again, I don't think that's should be a surprise to any of us. I think this is the first in-depth discussion we've had. So those are my perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. That'll go to Councilmember McCarthy, followed by Councilmember Sweet.
Well, thank you, Mayor. A couple comments. It sounds like a consensus is forming that we should do some more research on this. And I'll have some comments about how we might do that. And your point about, how loud a truck can be or a car going by compared to what we allow out of the back of the bar. One difference is that one is very short duration and one is very continuous, so there is one difference there. I'll admit, and I've gone out and measured over the last 3 months, vehicle noise too. And that endeavor is extremely different than the, what's coming out of the bar type noise. The other thing, these comments about, well, I can't even have a conversation with my wife in my backyard or on the patio of someplace downtown. I think those things are, and we'll find this out when we go out and do this data. I think those are exaggerations. One thing to keep in mind, you know, the sound of a hot tub in your backyard measured at 3 feet is completely different than the noise you're going to get at the property line, which is the criteria for in the draft ordinance. So it might be very loud when you're like 10 feet away from it, but if you're at the property line, it's going to be substantially less. So now I'd like to comment on, well, if we're going to go forward, how do we do this? First of all, if we invite 10 people from the Chamber of Commerce and 10 people from Friends of Flagstaff Future and 10 people from whoever, this thing is going to become completely unwieldy. What I suggest is we form a small committee. It'd almost be like a commission. And we could get some of the neighbors. We could get some bar owners. And we can get another small group of people, maybe a dozen people or something, or 8 people, that would go out and with a calibrated meter and a person that knows how to operate that meter so that the data is accurate, to take meter readings in various situations and then take notes about, yeah, this is fine, or this is outrageous, or whatever, you know, whatever their feeling is. And then maybe we can sit down, that whole group, and that group, if they could come to a consensus, my God, we'd be done. If they can't, then the various groups from that, subgroups of that group could make different recommendations to council. I mean, it might be the bar owners say that the criteria should be 60 dB, and the homeowners might think it should be 25 dB, A or C. So that's my suggestion, is that we form a small group of people. It has to have credibility, which means there has to be a calibrated meter with a person that knows how to use it. And there has to be people from a variety of backgrounds that can put their values into it, because the values part of it is really the hard part. We have to do the technical engineering side of it, the numbers side of it, but we also have to do the value side of it. So my suggestion is a small group. You know, we can't have 60 people involved in this process. Now, maybe this small group of 6 or 12 or whatever goes out and takes this data, the values data and the numbers data, and then they present it to the public, and the public can comment on it or whatever. But, you know, there has to be a small group that goes out and does the values data and the sound level data and tries to mesh those two together. So I'll leave it at that, but I'm not going home yet.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember
Actually,
Sweet.
I'm at home.
So I went out with Councilmember McCarthy, and I think it is valuable for us who are interested to get our boots on the ground and do a study at the locations. And it sounds like what Councilmember McCarthy is proposing is similar to what we did with Wheeler Park, and it seemed to have worked. At the end of the day, there was compromise made, and it worked. So I think it's just finding that balance between being able to put your 4-year-old down and keeping our city vibrant. So I'm willing to do the work and keep moving forward with it. And I appreciate all of the work that our police have done on this, as well as Councilmember McCarthy. And like I said, I just think it's important if we can get out there in person. It's valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember Shimoni?
Okay, Mayor, quick follow-up, you know, with the talk about Wheeler Park, you know, what just crossed my mind is just that it's a little bit different. I just want us to keep that in mind. You know, weekend festivals kind of issues, rather than businesses that are open 7 days a week, open till 2 a.m. every night. Obviously, weekends being the higher traffic nights, there might be more contention. And, to Councilmember McCarthy's point about, like, there might just be a difference in what that level needs to be between the residents and the business owners. But to Councilmember Sweet's point, I think that public output and engagement will be very valuable, and we'll get there, right? But I just wanted to make that point that I do see a very clear difference between, Wheeler Park and the adjacent residents and, a bar, right, an established business. Just wanted to add that to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And with if somebody could let me know, with the Wheeler Park, did a formal committee like what Councilmember McCarthy is suggesting occur? Or I know a lot of people got brought to the table, but
I can answer that, Mayor.
Yes, please.
No, there was not a formal committee. To be honest with you, the process kind of broke down. And there was a woman by the name of Jenny Blue who got some of her neighbors together, and she reached out to the event organizers. And in all honesty, she gets credit. I don't get credit for it. But the point is that a conversation, in life and on council and in politics, if every side will sit down and say, okay, I'm going to listen to the other side with an open mind. And that's what they did. It was actually a very small group of probably, I don't remember the details, maybe 3 or 4 people. And if everyone can go in with an open mind, then maybe we can make progress. I'm suggesting that maybe I could work together with Mr. Clifton and maybe come up with a proposal of how we would do this, and with input from anybody that's interested, and then bring that back to council. And that shouldn't take very long in a council meeting to kind of say, hey, that makes sense. Or no, we need more representation from here or there or whatever. But it has to be balanced, it has to be credible, and it has to be composed of people that are willing to say, yes, I will have an open mind on both sides, on every side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the explanation. I'm just wondering if this had been working so well more at the grassroots type level and organizing with the community, if this needs to be a formal type of committee that we're putting a lot of resources into. That's my only question. I'm not against the idea. I think we need to have a core group that also has the decibel readings. I think that's a great idea, so that everyone can really calibrate themselves to the calibration of the decibels that can act as a core group. So I'm not against the idea, just raising that as, hey, is this something maybe that can be done more at a community level that then can still provide that input and be a little bit more flexible.
So if the city manager and or any of his staff would like to maybe get together with me or whoever else, or without me, and make a proposal on how we do this, I'm willing to participate in that genesis. Or if the city manager or some of his staff would like to do it without my involvement, maybe I'm prejudiced, but come up with a fair process, fine. I'm willing to help, or I'm willing to step out of the way, whatever makes sense, because it has to be credible. So, Greg Clifton, do you want to think about that, or do you want to answer it now? Maybe you want to think about it next week. I don't know.
May I respond, Mayor?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. I would like to consult with the leadership team and get some ideas as to next steps, and then I think we can bring them back. To the part of your question, Council Member, that addressed your personal involvement in this, I don't think that is necessarily a bad idea. I mean, Council acts as policymakers in this, and this is indeed policy, and having Council be invested in the process from time to time, from my perspective, is not detrimental. It's engagement, and so we can make that happen. I would like to maybe circle back to council with this. Since I'm chatting too, I want to take the opportunity and correct something I misstated earlier. We did have an ordinance in front of council back in September. It was not during a work session. It was evident then, as I think it is evident tonight that council is not quite ready for the ordinance without a little bit more information and without a lot more public vetting. And we're hearing that loud and clear. So thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Shimoni? Or do we already get to you? I just see your C in the box here, so maybe that's a older one. All right, well, I'm hearing pretty strong consensus that we do want to move forward with the new noise ordinance. We want to approach this in a communal manner to get all sides to the table, to do this in a way that's not going to cause more harm than good, and ensure that we are sticking with the public process with this, with the development of this noise ordinance. And that leadership will be meeting to discuss next steps. I will also add not just a committee of a central group, we also should be having town halls with this. So whether virtual in the, in February, or potentially, hopefully, when we can get a little bit more in person, that we're really, having this. I think it would be a great idea to have a town hall at the Murdoch Center in March, something to that effect, and we'll continue to have the community outreach. And then also, I think all of us members of council will be really great for us to get on the ground like Councilmember McCarthy and Councilmember Sweet have, to really understand what the decibels are and how that affects us. And also I would like to also delve a little more thoroughly into the DBA, DBC, and maybe if it's really the base that's the problem from businesses, then we'll get into the details, but it would just be good for us to all be as informed as possible and bring all the people to the table. So, Councilmember Shimoni?
Yeah, really quick. I appreciate your summary and I agree with all the points you made. My only other comment is what I brought up earlier, and I don't think other council members spoke to it, so we might not have support for it, but immediate education and communication with local businesses that are maybe through the DBA. Maybe Heidi and her team can work on a quick graphic that talks about being a good neighbor, and we can just do it via email. We'll even print anything off and just share it with the DBA, post it to social media, and just, I don't know, immediately start taking steps to try to encourage better behavior and neighborhood behavior. Just a thought, that might just be the lowest hanging fruit item that we can move forward with immediately, Mayor, and just something worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the suggestion. To me, I think the people who are, the people know that they're making noise, who are the business owners and the cars and so forth. So I think an education campaign at this point may not be that beneficial and may be not the best use of staff resources. I think bringing people to the table to talk to each other and tell the stories would be much more effective to change behavior than a pamphlet and an email. So that's where I'm thinking on that front. All right. Well, with that, it is 5:50. We've been at it for 2 hours and 50 minutes. So this would be a good time for a break. Let's do 19 minutes. So it's at this point 6:10. We will reconvene.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting. I think we might be voting on going into executive session right after the break. I just thought it might be nice to warn the public about that. I don't mean to step on that at all. I just thought it might be a nice courtesy if that's what we are doing.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. It has been, so the public knows it has been suggested that we do have a executive session to discuss the Lone Tree Overpass real quick, get pulse on legal considerations. But that will necessarily have to be a vote by council to go to an executive session, so it's not necessarily a guarantee we will immediately do that upon coming back. So we will be
duly noticed.
And City Attorney has a comment here too.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make sure for the public's information that that suggestion is actually at my behest as the city attorney. I've recommended that the council go into executive session with respect to the Lone Tree Overpass and its funding, just for a brief bit of legal advice. And that's what you were talking about, Councilmember Aslan and Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Well, with that, let's take 18 minutes, get back here at 6:10, and then expectedly be in executive session for a little bit before we get to the meat of the discussion for Lone Tree. All right. Thank you much. I'll see you here soon.
We are streaming.
All right. Thank you for the slight interruption, but we are on agenda item number... Oh, now I just lost it. 10 regarding the Lone Tree Overpass. City staff, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Stacy, does Jason have rights to share his screen? Jason Karloftis?
He should, Christine.
Okay.
I
So
don't
thank you,
currently,
Mayor.
Christine and Stacy.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Christine Cameron. I'm a project manager with City Capital Improvements, and we're looking forward to discussing the Lone Tree Overpass with you this evening. We'll be presenting the Butler and Lone Tree intersection alternatives tonight and ask for your direction for this project. I'll go through the introduction and touch on a few items and then hand it over to Jason Karloftis, our project design lead with WSP, and his team to review the approach to the design, the sustainability discussion, and the intersection refinements. In addition to city staff, we have Julie Lee from our Transportation Commission, Nate Reisner and George Williams from ADOT should be available for questions this evening. And Jason will be joined by his traffic and roadway leads, Joe Vaskovic, Scott Beck, and Frank Fry. And we also have Chris Kane from Ames Construction, our contractor. So Jason, if you advance a few slides, please. Okay. So I've been getting questions about the public involvement effort, so I wanted to briefly summarize that tonight. The first item is the Lone Tree Corridor. And this public involvement effort focused on concept development of the entire corridor from John Wesley Powell to Route 66 and evaluated alternatives for that alignment. The public meetings were held in November of 2004. It's been quite a while. And February, April, and September of 2005. Comments that were recorded include pros and cons of rerouting traffic through town, concerns of how it interfaced with Kinsey School, Bow and Arrow, and Brandon Homes neighborhoods, routing roadway through green space, concerns of the impact of future development this corridor would drive, and the public wanted to see safe pedestrian crossings, bike and ped safety along the corridor, improve connectivity, and also they wanted to see congestion relief from Milton Road and the ability to bypass that Milton corridor and get up to Route 66 on a different route. So the Lone Tree Overpass study was presented to the public in 2009, and that concentrated on taking the corridor study and further refining it in the area between Butler and Route 66 to provide an overpass for the railroad and the future Rio de Flag. And open houses were held on September of 2009 and February of 2010. And comments included a lot of the same as I listed with the corridor effort. Property impacts came up a little bit more with the overpass. There was an exercise that ranked the top 5 community priorities from 1 to 5, being how the project will improve traffic, property impacts and acquisition, access to and from adjacent neighborhoods, funding, and timing of construction. So these studies are posted on our LoneTreeOverpass.org website for public viewing. In 2018, we had public outreach for the 419-420 bond proposition. Metro Plan and city staff conducted over 60 public meetings and presentations to prepare for the vote in November of 2018, and both were approved by the voters. And so now we're in the final design stage of the Lone Tree Overpass. And from February of last year into the summer, we worked on coordination with ADOT, BNSF, the Army Corps, started refining the design that was provided from the 2010 study, integrating the active transportation master plan elements, started looking at utility relocations, and began the property acquisition process. We went to Transportation Commission in August, which was the combined special meeting with sustainability, bike, PED advisory committees. We had a general public meeting in September. We had about 35 to 40 participants. That was a virtual meeting. We've also attended other committee meetings since this summer, including beautification and public arts, parks and recreation. And this project has been a frequent topic of conversation at, I think, most of the bike and ped advisory committees. We've had one-on-one meetings with property owners on property acquisition and other project-related items. And we presented at the council meeting on October 19th to show our preliminary design. So since then, we've worked on design options and then went back to the Transportation Commission a few weeks ago, which was another joint special meeting with Bike Advisory, Pet Advisory, Sustainability Commission, and Inclusion and Adaptive Living Commission. And most of the comments during our outreach since August and comments received, into the city have been to make the project more bike and ped safe and friendly, make the intersection smaller, stress the need to build better bike and ped facilities that prioritize multimodal travel, safety, need for increased transit for those that can't walk or bike. We heard comments that we should slow the project down, discuss and apply current community values, take the carbon neutrality plan into consideration more. And we also received comments that expressed frustration that the project is not being delivered yet. They want traffic accommodated and don't agree with the smaller intersection, enforcing congestion and driver frustration, and people wondering why we're changing the approach to what was already approved by the voters. We do have future public meetings planned for project updates, input for design, beautification elements, and the economic impact study. So we have, since last spring, we've been working with transportation staff to integrate goals of for the active transportation master plan. So the goals have separated and protected bike and pedestrian facilities on both sides of the corridor, in keeping with the draft ATMP. So on the west side, we are replacing the current foots with a 10-foot dual direction bike path separated from the roadway. And we also have a separate 6-foot pedestrian path. And on the east side of the corridor, we have a 6-foot bike lane for northbound travel that replaces the on-street bike lane. And there will be a separate 6-foot pedestrian path on that east side also. These facilities will run the length of the project area from Sawmill to Route 66, within the intersection of Butler. So far, we have included, fully protected intersection elements with separated bike and ped facilities and areas, again, in keeping with the ATMP. And Jason's going to go over those more in detail. And I wanted to highlight that these are improvements that were not included in the original scope and concept of the project from 2010, but we have integrated them, even though they're still in draft form. And so for the economic impact study, that's not included in our presentation tonight. We've got a lot to talk about, and we figure we would concentrate on the intersections. We are finishing that up with some community conversations on gentrification. And we need to see what the direction is tonight from council, because the traffic modeling is a main component of the study development. So changes in the intersection will drive revisions to that if the traffic modeling needs to be revisited. So as far as council direction, there's a lot of information to work through on this, we know. But with council and community conversations and interest, it's important to present our approach and data for your consideration and your decision making. So of course we will take any comments you have, but the primary request for direction tonight is the intersection footprint and the lane configuration. And the second big decision for us is if council wants to direct a pause in the project delivery. And we've heard several goals here from council and the public Pause for redesign, pause for community character and values discussion, rescoping the project, reevaluating 419 and 420 funding, pause for the carbon neutrality plan work to catch up. So we would need to know what council's wishes are for that. So those are the two big items we would like to gain some direction and resolution on tonight. And we are prepared to take that direction from council and proceed as needed. So we're going to jump into the presentation. I'll hand this off to Jason Karloftis. We thank you for your patience. And, we've put the page numbers on our slides. So if you're taking notes, we can find our way back to the slides if needed during discussion. And Mayor, if you need to interrupt, please do, but we will keep it running otherwise. So thanks again, and I will hand this over to Jason.
Yes, thank you, Christine. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us tonight to be back in front of everybody this evening to present some updates from our last meeting back in October for the Lone Tree Overpass project. Let me get back to the slide real quick. Do appreciate the time this evening, as mentioned. One thing I did want to start out with real quick is I realized, thinking back through all of the presentations that Christine mentioned, is that we've never really introduced ourselves, our team, and our team experience. I know when we pursued this contract with the city, it is a qualifications-based selection. So we just spent a lot of time selling ourselves to the selection panel who ultimately did select to us, but we've never really presented our history and our qualifications to the Transportation Commission, to the public, and to you, Mayor and Council. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time just sort of introducing our team and how we pursued this project. So we do have our project manager from Ames Construction as well, Chris Kane. He's online. When WSB and Ames Construction first started even talking about pursuing this project, we knew it was a complicated project. We have a lot of complicated issues crossing the Army Corps' Rail to Flag project, crossing BNSF, which requires significant regrading and realignment of their tracks. How do you maintain those rails while also trying to lower the rails 10, 15 feet and shifting them at the same time? We also knew we had a major stakeholder in ADOT with the Route 66 intersection. But all throughout this pursuit, we've been involved with the 4th Street overpass design with BNSF previously for the city of Flagstaff. We've been involved with some local projects with the Rail to Flags. We knew what the Army Corps' concerns with BNSF with that project. We do ultimately, though, this project, with Southside Neighborhood Plan, the 4th Street Corridor Study, the Milton Corridor Study, that what we're talking about tonight, the use of multimodal aspects by PED users and bicycle users, would be a really critical project. So right when we started first meeting with Ames, this has always been one of our major emphases on this project right from the very beginning. When we presented to the city, we had our summary of qualifications, our SOQ that we submitted, then we later had interviews with the city where we emphasized heavily throughout the SOQ and interview process that we considered pedestrians and multimodal users and bicyclists as one of the key features that was going to go on as part of this project. So it's always been front of mind for our team. So just to give you some of the background, myself, I have 20 years industry experience, 13 years as a project manager. Some of my project history where I've learned some of this multimodal concerns and impacts is just a brief summary of my project history. Colorado, I worked on the Eagle light rail project. If anyone's ever flown out to Denver and taken the light rail train from the airport into the city and then the extensions to the northwest or to the south, that was a project I'm very proud of. It's a way to move visitors in Denver around without having to rent a car to drive around the city. I know when I go there, I love using that train system. We had to incorporate bicycle users, PED users, students, local users, park and ride systems that are heavily prevalent. So it was really a true multimodal project that I'm very proud of. Local in the state system, do a lot of work for Pima County. I've worked for traffic calming projects for arterial roads that cut through neighborhoods. How do you slow down traffic to really discourage people speeding through neighborhoods where you might have kids playing in the front yard and you don't want traffic speeding through the neighborhoods? I've worked on the Pima County bicycle loop, the Huckleberry Loop, which is very similar to the Foots Trail in Flagstaff. Tucson, if anyone's been down there, knows that we have our own rail system bisecting our city with Union Pacific Railroad. Done 2 projects, the 4th Avenue Underpass and the Downtown Links project, where we really focused on how do you get crossings through that rail system and how do you make them pedestrian friendly and try to reconnect communities that have been cut off by the UPRR rail system. Downtown Link's currently getting under construction. That was an extension of Barraza Aviation as a downtown bypass. Very similar to this project, where we had a lot of these same discussions. Is it a 2-lane road? Is it a 4-lane road? Is it a 6-lane road? We are going through a warehouse district near downtown, and 2 historic neighborhoods were potentially being cut off with where this route was going through, just north of the UPRR tracks. So we had a lot of discussions. How do you maintain connectivity for these communities across this project? Do you provide deck plazas where they can cross the roadway and still maintain community contact? Do you provide trail systems to where they can maintain access to the bike facilities and bike trails for the system? So it's a lot of project history where we've had these considerations. Frank Fry's on. He's our roadway lead, and Joe Vasquez, our traffic lead. They've done a lot of safe routes to schools projects where you're trying to figure out how do residential communities get their children safely to school. A lot of these are streetscape projects where, you know, you're sending kids along roadway arterials, minor collector roads, and you want to get them safely from point A to point B. So how do you do that where they feel safe and it is safe for them to cross? It can involve just streetscape. It can involve pedestrian activated crossings, toucans and hawks, where highly visible pedestrian activated crossings. You know, Joe's also worked on a Cambio Grande streetscape project. They did for one of our local historic neighborhoods in Tucson. This was a highly recognized project with the American Public Works Association locally as a sustainability project. It was really, how do we recapture our streets as a neighborhood to make the street a destination street for our local neighborhood? We can, you know, turn it into a place where our residents and our neighbors want to be on the street and really recapture the use of the street for our local neighbors, where we can all join together and be together as a community. Scott Beck, you know, he's worked for both local and public agencies. You know, recently he was working for ADOT as well. And he's got a background with a Grant Road Corridor study down in Tucson, where they did context-sensitive design processes, where they really focus on how do you balance arterial roadway crossings with pedestrian and neighborhood focuses. He also worked on the Tucson Modern Streetcar. If anyone's been down to Tucson, it's a great project that really is a transit focus on how do you move people around downtown Tucson, with focus on integrating safety for bicycles across tracks, and how do you get pedestrian platforms to work with a system that's also safe for movements of vehicles around downtown with bicycles and pedestrian access. At ADOT, he was the statewide traffic safety manager, and he worked in the governor's traffic fatality reduction task force and worked with law enforcement on the strategic highway safety plan. So safety and pedestrian and multimodal access has always been in the forefront of our minds on this project, and that's really the background we're trying to bring to this. And we're not just relying on our past project history. When we presented to the city, I mentioned on this project pursuit, you know, we're always trying to bring in new data and new ways to focus. You'll hear me talk about NACTO later on. It's the latest guide they have, is Don't Give Up on the Intersection. And it's really the latest guide that's being led by city transportation officials, is how do we get intersections to feel safe for all levels of users? You increase the level of feeling of safeness and the actual safety of users, you encourage more families, you encourage more young folks, you encourage users of all levels to use these intersections, and you get people out of their cars and moving onto the streets. If they don't feel safe, they're not going to use these facilities that we're trying to provide with this project. So this is a big goal for us on this project. So I hope that explains a little bit about where our background's coming from. And I realize I haven't done that before, so I appreciate the time of providing that to everyone here. Approach to analysis. I know after presenting the Transportation Commission, we got a couple questions. Just wanted to provide this. When we first presented back in August to Transportation Commission, we had a lot of the data you're going to see tonight, and the response we got back was it was a little bit overwhelming. So we really scaled back. And we first presented to you back in the fall. We really focused mainly on the safety issues, the intersection design, the NACTO elements. And then after we presented, we asked, well, have you guys considered safety? Have you considered delay times? Have you considered how long it takes to cross the intersection? So as we've been developing this updated slideshow, you know, we've been adding more and more data back in. So we have a lot of data that we're providing. It's really data that's geared towards responding to specific feedback we've received. I do realize that I have 8 months of engineering services. I'm trying to squeeze into an hour and 15-minute presentation. So I am going to try to be as clear and concise as I can be. I'm going to try to explain all the acronyms I can and provide background data and being open and honest with all the data we're providing. If I do miss something, I apologize in advance. I'm happy to try to go back and explain whatever I can and what our foundational data process is. Our goal tonight is not to direct anyone to a preferred alternative. We don't have a preferred alternative. We're here to provide the data for evaluation and provide for an open and honest discussion. That's our goal as engineers, is here's what the data is telling us. Here's where different changes to the intersection. Here's how we would expect it using the data we have. Here's how it'll impact the intersection. That's what our goal is. We had a question at Transportation Commission we had a very broad question, is how do we trust the data? Civil engineering is not a hard science. It's not we take 2 particles of hydrogen, mix it with oxygen and get water. We're not that kind of science. We are an empirical engineering science. I have a structural engineering background. I can tell you we could take the same concrete mix design we use for bridges and concrete. We could do a strength break test 1,000 times and we will get 1,000 different answers. So we use empirical data. We take all those breaks, we aggregate the data, and we take a bell curve approach, a probability approach, and we set our designs to the 90th percentile or 95th percentile or whatever we as an industry, through research and data driven, and our colleges do a lot of this research, we set a level of safety that we as a society have determined is the appropriate level of safety, and that's what we design to. That's how engineering works. We're not a hard data, we're an empirical data driven profession. Traffic engineering is very similar. We don't use anecdotal data. If something works in city A, it doesn't mean it's going to work in city B. We aggregate data. State transportation officials and city transportation officials talk. They share data. They share lessons learned. We develop manuals at the city level, county level, state level, and federal level. We aggregate data. We evaluate studies against each other. What data might be more applicable to another? We then, as traffic engineers, will take this data. We try to apply it to a local level. We try to apply demographic factors, local factors to adjust and make the data that we have at national and state levels and make it more applicable to our communities. And that's how we operate. So the data I'm going to be sharing tonight, we are taking it from other sources, from regional sources. There might be some state level sources, there might be some federal sources. A lot of the data is going to be trying to calibrate to our local geographic area of Flagstaff. I'm going to try to explain where we've calibrated the data so you know where that's coming from. But again, I have 8 months of engineering that I'm trying to break down into an hour and 15-minute presentation. So I'm going to try to be as clear and concise with that as I can. But I wanted to give everyone that background of how we operate as engineers. And with that, I just want to go a quick overview. Christine did a great overview, but I just want to, we've been so focused on intersections the last 4 months. I just sort of want to step back and relook at what this project provides. Christine mentioned that, we do have a lot of bike and ped facilities on this project. So I went back and summarized, what do we have? We have 1.8 miles of new bicycle lane miles. So what is that based on? So we have around 0.6 miles of new project. So that's Route 66 down to Sawmill. We have 2 northbound bicycle lanes, one on the east and west side, and 1 southbound lane. So 3 basically bicycle lanes. So 0.6 times 3 is the 1.8. That's how I got to that number. We have 1.2 miles of new pedestrian sidewalk. We got a new sidewalk on each side. And they are separated. So bicyclists and pedestrians will be separated on each side of the roadway, so they're not conflicting with each other. We have 0.6 miles of the new modified Foots Trail connection between Route 66 and Sawmill. And what we're saying is modified is because the cyclists and pedestrians are separated. This is part of the direction we were given as our design criteria early on in this phase of the project. We are also reconstructing the Foots Trail on the north side of the project along Route 66. So you'll have a grade crossing along Route 66 and a grade separated crossing underneath Lone Tree, closer to the BNSF right away. So you have it uninterrupted underneath Lone Tree. You don't have to cross the intersection to go east-west. And then we have protected bike and pedestrian facilities along the full length of Lone Tree Road. This is part of the ATMP program. When we're north of Butler, we do have a physical barrier when we're on the bridge. This is the cross section of our roadway section. When we're north of Butler on the elevated section, we have barriers between the roadway and the bicyclists. You can see we have pedestrian fencing when we're on elevated to protect the pedestrians as well. When it comes to the roadway, we have 0.3 miles of new roadway between Butler and Route 66. We have 0.3 miles of roadway widening between Butler and Sawmill. So this comes out to 1.8 new roadway lane miles. So when we get into induced demand later on, we measure induced demand based on lane miles. So we have 4 lanes in each direction north of Butler, and we have 2 new lanes south of Butler. So you do the math, you get to 1.8 miles. So we basically have an equal amount of new roadway lane miles as we do new bicycle lane miles. So we have really tried to balance our multimodal, access to roadway access on this project. We have 1 brand new intersection at Lone Tree and Route 66, and we have 3 newly rebuilt intersections at Butler Avenue, Sawmill Road, and Franklin Avenue with Lone Tree. This is our proposed section south of Butler Avenue too. So we do have separated bicycles. We don't have the barrier south of Butler along Lone Tree, but we are separated with a 5-foot buffer zone. And we do have our 6-foot sidewalks on each side as well. So we are still separating the cyclists and the pedestrians. Again, this is per the ATMP. It is designated as a grade separate or a offset separated, or I think it's horizontal separated bicycle facility south of Butler per the ATMP. So with that, hopefully that gives a little bit of a full project overview. Let me catch up on my notes real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and, for streaming purposes, get my video off. Would like to go into sustainability. I know this has been a big focus of our communication over the last couple of months and a lot of our discussions. So what I'd like to talk about with sustainability, I know you guys had a presentation last week that focused a lot on vehicle miles traveled, travel demand management, and induced demand. This is going to hit on a lot of the same topics that sustainability and Seth presented last week. This is going to be a lot more project focused. So they were very high level. I'm going to try to bring it down to a project level visualization and how we can respond at the project level to these same issues. So talked just in general about VMT, our approach to VMT in public works and how planning level versus project level, how we can try to balance the VMT demands as a public agency. And then how we at the project level try to do an alternative look, recognizing Flagstaff's carbon neutrality plan using a greenhouse gas analysis. And I'll try to dig into that greenhouse gas analysis because I know there were questions from our presentation of the Transportation Commission after we presented. So VMT goals. So City of Flagstaff does have a goal to reduce vehicle miles traveled to 2019 VMT. And if you hear me use VMT, it's vehicle miles traveled, to reduce it to 2019 VMT levels. So what is VMT? So VMT is the average daily traffic, so the average number of vehicles every day in the network that we analyze, times the total miles traveled for each individual car. So we analyze all of Flagstaff at a network level, count the number of cars that are traveling and how far each individual car goes, and you sum it up, and that's your daily vehicle miles traveled. Now, whether it's daily or yearly, you can scale it to whatever time frame you want. But as traffic engineers, we usually work in a daily count. So that's how we're going to be reporting VMT throughout this presentation. VMT is generally analyzed using regional network traffic models because you are trying to capture VMT from a network model, and you need to capture where a vehicle starts their trip and ends their trip. So you really need to look at it as in a macro level. You need to sort of be zoomed way out and try to capture where someone starts and where someone stops. These regional network traffic models are built using roadway links. The inputs to these traffic models are generally the capacity, so the number of lanes in each link. There's inputs for population demographics, which then determine the amount of drivers based on the population models. There's trip centers tied to land use. So if you have a hospital or if you have a mall area or you have a big shopping center, you know, you can input how much trips those land uses are expected to generate. You can also have your regional areas that generate so many houses per area, and so those are your starts, and your commercial areas might be your ends, and you have trips between those two. So then you get your distances traveled. Intersections themselves, since we're here talking a lot about intersections, are typically not a direct driver. Usually at these macro levels, you're so zoomed out, you're not really worried about how many lanes or right turn lanes or left turn lanes you're getting through from link to link. You're really worried about how many lanes are going from intersection to intersection, where you start and where you're stopping. These models, you know, to input every single individual intersection lane, left turn lanes, right turn lanes, and then getting the model to run would be fairly cumbersome. You can imagine the computing power that would be. So typically it's not a direct input to these large regional network traffic models. It can be an indirect impact to these traffic models if you do have a known intersection breakdown and you know you can't put enough volume through an intersection. You can calibrate your model to, hey, it's telling us we need X amount of traffic through this intersection. We can't get it through this intersection, so this traffic has to go elsewhere. And that'll become important a little bit later on. So that's why I'm trying to emphasize that right now. You may be asking, why is he mentioning this? But that's going to come important later on. So I just want to be open that it's usually not a direct input, but it can be an indirect input. So regional tools available for measuring VMT. So we did use MetroPlan's regional model. This was the model that MetroPlan's been using. I do know they are updating currently. Their model rebranding is onward. It is not ready for us, and it was not ready when we started this project just about a year ago now. So we did not have that available for us. So this model that we used at the start of this project was developed before the formal adoption of the sustainability goals. We did have 3 scenarios we looked at. The 2019 no build scenario. So this is Lone Tree is not built. It's what do the traffic patterns look like based on this model in 2019. We looked at the 2026 build, which means Lone Tree is included, and no build scenario, which means Lone Tree is not included. And then we had a 2040 build and no build scenario. 2040 horizon year, that's a traffic term for, we usually do a projection out to see, you assume a project's going to be around for a long time, so you want to see how it's going to behave at some term in the future, the horizon year, to see if the project's built properly for a future scenario. So just to give you an idea, the 2019 model, here's the number of dwelling units assumed in that model for Flagstaff and the amount in thousands of square feet of commercial square footage. By 2026, we assumed about a 0.7% year-over-year growth, so fairly moderate year-over-year growth between 2019 and 2026, and then a slight increase in growth from 2026 to 2040, about 1.3%. So that's just sort of showing what's driving the growth in traffic. So any traffic number growth between the 2019, 26, 40 growth is really being driven by the increase in residential units and the increase in commercial areas. So you're increasing the number of drivers and you're increasing the number of trips because you have more commercial activity. So that's really what's going to drive the numbers that you're about to see. So this is a historic approach to traffic impact analysis. I know last week you guys had a lot of talk that we need to have a new approach of how we look at traffic impact analysis. Our TIA, our traffic impact analysis, we do follow, because ADOT is a major stakeholder, we do follow their process. This is their process. We can have a talk and discussion of how we want to approach the city's process, whether, you know, if the city has a plan to not have the 1.3% traffic growth, if we don't want to assume there's a straight line growth of vehicles tied to dwelling units, you know, that's something we can talk about. but this does sort of follow ADOT's process and historical process to TIAs. So that's the approach we followed initially with the TIA. So we did use, like I said, MetroPlan's model, but we did provide updates. Those were one of the first things we got into when we first started the project was, hey, we have a model. We know there's been updates since the last update. I believe I saw Dave Wessel online, but we knew there were changes already that, so we want to incorporate that. Because when we started this project, we did the traffic impact analysis. We wanted to have an accurate model. I already mentioned land use changes can affect the TDM, the VMT. And so we did spend time updating the regional model in, working in conjunction with MetroPlan. So we did incorporate land use changes. The hospital's moving, so we did incorporate that change in land use. There were some zoning changes that were identified, so we did incorporate that. So that's going to change some trip origin and destinations. We did incorporate into the 24 model all funded capital infrastructure. So this is something that's in the city's current infrastructure plan that is funded to be built by 2040. This does not include the Lone Tree I-40 traffic interchange. So that is one project that is not included. We did also, at a later stage, at the request of, I believe it was the council, may have been sustainability group, we did evaluate a 2-lane and a 4-lane scenario review for greenhouse gas analysis, just to see what the impact would be if Lone Tree was reduced from a 4-lane road to a 2-lane road with impacts to greenhouse gas analyses. So this was provided at the last mayor and council presentation, but we'll get into that a little bit later. And originally, just want to point out, she mentioned there's some previous analyses. My understanding is that those previous analyses did evaluate Lone Tree itself also for a 2-lane, 4-lane, and 6-lane analysis during the 2006-2010 projects, and it was determined during those projects that the 4-lane, based on those analysis, was the preferred option, but that any scenario that was analyzed, 2-lane, 4-lane, or 6-lane, would basically be running at capacity. So Lone Tree is shown in these models to be a roadway project that will take whatever traffic we can give it based on capacity. One thing that's not on here, but I'd like to point out, is we did take another step with this model to really try to make sure it was appropriate for this project. Is we used a program called Streetlight. This is a program that uses cell phone data to try to calibrate the model. So this is anonymous data. It doesn't have users tied to it or anything, but it's a program we can use to try to track trip origin and destination. And we were able to bring that into the model for the zone we're looking at, which is specifically around Lone Tree Overpass. It wasn't applied to the whole region, but really calibrate the data. Is what our regional model showing where people are starting at point A and getting to point D or point B, using the routes the model's predicting, is that accurate from real world behavior? Streetlight we brought in, we can actually see how people really drive through this area. We can see some of the cut through traffic we've heard comments about. We can see when people want to cut from Milton over to, other areas with backup and try to track that through our model and really calibrate it. So again, that goes back to, we have the data, we have these models that provide this data based on empirical information, and we tried to find another way to really calibrate it to what we're seeing in real life. So it was us trying to refine the data to something that was more usable and more applicable to this project. The results from this model did provide regional VMT. And the big thing I want to pull away from this, so 2019 didn't have a build model. We did see by the 2026 year, again, as I explained, we had about a 0.7% year-over-year growth. So what you're seeing from 2019 to 2026, the 2.56 VMT to 2.6 million VMT, that's really going to be a number of drivers growth more than anything else. It could also be some pickup from some land use changes if people are driving longer to get to the hospital or get into commercial centers. That could be pickup on just trip changes. So if you go to a no build, Lone Tree is not the impact growth that you're seeing. But you have about a 2% projected from MetroPlan's model between 2019 and 2026. If you add in Lone Tree Overpass, the model actually showed a slight reduction between the build and no build model. We don't consider this a true indication of the model saying you're going to get a reduction in VMT with this project. This is more probably just a model rounding error. I mean, you're talking less than 1/10 of 1% change between the two models. What we take away from this data is really Lone Tree is not going to be a direct driver of VMT growth between the build and no build options. You do see by 2040 that you do have a slight increase in VMT, and this is again if you're assuming that 1.7% year-over-year growth. You again don't see a change. You do see an increase. You're about 20,000 on a 3.4 million, but you know you're talking 1/10 or 0.2% change between the build and no build option. So we're not seeing a big driver again from the model that we ran from the build causing additional travel. And I'll get into a little bit about why we believe we're seeing that, and then I'll talk about induced demand as well in a little bit. Actually, I'll talk about induced demand right here. So the effects of induced demand weren't a specific input into those models. We got a lot of feedback from the last council meeting specifically about induced demand. We've seen a lot of input from the community about induced demand. We recognize that this was not an input into the model. You know, we're taking the same number of drivers, we're pushing through the same number of drivers of the model with and without the project. So all we took away after looking at this and all we're trying to state from this data is the project does not cause people to drive a further distance with or without the project. So we did want to go back. Let's go back and talk internally as a project team. What are the induced demand impacts and how can we incorporate it into our numbers? And Seth did a really good job explaining this last week. Really appreciate the presentation sustainability gave and Seth gave last week. You know, induced demand really is, and Seth talked a lot about it. You know, it's the biggest driver from what I've talked to our experts. We do have economic groups and sustainability groups and other offices, and we've been talking a lot about internally from our experiences. Scott Beck has also been talking a lot with our Caltrans folks, with our California experiences. And Seth mentioned on one of his slides and talked verbally is urban sprawl is probably one of the biggest, largest components and largest drivers of induced demand. You build a freeway or you build a major arterial out to a new subdivision, or you know, Tucson, we deal with sleeper or bedroom communities, and you have to build the arterial road between the city and the bedroom communities. That's going to be your biggest driver of induced demand. You know, you're encouraging people to move way out to the suburbs and then drive to the urban areas to get to their place of work. You know, that's going to be your biggest project. I believe Seth he mentioned specifically highways on one of his slides, looking back through his presentation last week. That's not to say that we're not going to experience any induced demand. There is other components at work. If we improve network capacity through the downtown area, we're still going to have some impact of encouraging people to move out of the downtown area. If I can get to downtown Flagstaff, what takes me 30 minutes now, for instance, and we improve network capacity and I can now get there in 15 minutes, maybe I'll buy that house that's 15 minutes further out. You know, that's a very realistic and believable scenario. You know, I'm used to driving 30 minutes, so I'll take that house a little bit further out. So there's a secondary effect even with an urban central network improvement. There's also a component where you might have additional trips. Let's say you're at home and you want to go to Home Depot to make a home repair. It's 4:30 p.m. and you're thinking to yourself, I don't want to go right now because it's rush hour. So I'll just go tomorrow when I'm out going to the grocery store and have to go to that market anyways. You improve network capacity and people are moving better. And instead of a 30-minute trip, it's a 10-minute trip. You might take that additional trip to Home Depot. So now you're increasing VMT again, just because you're improving network capacity. So there are these secondary and tertiary components to induced demand. So, you know, after talking internally, 100% on board that this is going to be a portion of some impact to the project. So we looked around, we really searched high and low as how can we put this into a number? Again, we're empirical data, so we did our best as engineers. Where can we find empirical data? Who studied this? Who can provide us data? So our research led us to the RMI group. They have a shift calculator that calculates induced demand. Why we like this calculator, it's really based on a lot of good empirical data. It breaks up by regional statistics. So you can see here with the input, they break their data up specifically to Coconino County. It has demographic data. Another thing is it splits up the data between highway impacts versus arterial impacts. So we can break out what's a highway impact that California and Caltrans may be experiencing versus an arterial impact, that a city might experience. This is free to use. It's publicly available on the website. There's FAQ here. I encourage everyone who wants to look more about how this is used, go look it out. It's simple to use, provides a lot of good data. And another thing it does, it provides an estimate of emissions impacts. So we're like, great, this provides us, some additional information on carbon neutrality. So it's got a methodology section as well. So it's pretty opaque in how they're doing it. So we really enjoyed using it, learning more about it and how it's doing it. So we did input the data. We used 2 miles of new roadway lanes going to the front of the project. You can't go down tenths of a mile, so we rounded up to 2. And it projected based on demographics, again, taking national data and trying to then refine it to local conditions. It projected 1 to 2 million vehicle miles traveled per year. Again, this is the per year data, and everything else we've given you is per day. So you break it down to per day, it's about 3,000 to 6,000 vehicle miles traveled per day due to this project. Yearly equivalent of adding 200 passenger cars or light trucks to the network over a year is the equivalent emissions, or 80,000 gallons of gas. So now we have good data we can use, and we can say, okay, so how does that compare to our daily VMT? We go back, we were at 2.6 million. As projecting, we're adding that conservatively 6,000 VMT per day. So we're about a 0.2% increase. So we go back, does that make sense? So we go back to the other part of Seth's presentation where he's talking about travel demand management. And then we'll get that, and I'll go ahead and jump here. And I know Jeff Bauman talked a little about this project is really a street connectivity project. We're providing a grid improvement in the downtown network area. Milton's the primary corridor that's being used right now. We're providing a secondary corridor. We're providing a new overpass over BNSF where people aren't going to have to wait every time a train comes through downtown Flagstaff. So are we really going to drive people coming in from the suburbs? Yes, we are. I mean, this is showing we're probably going to encourage some people to drive in from the suburbs more often. But our no build and build options are showing it's not going to be as big a driver as if we were adding a new freeway or a new major arterial to the suburbs. And so we feel confident that, even if we're doubled or tripled, we think this approach is a viable approach using the best data we have available. And I know the city's talking about developing their own calculator. We would love to revisit this when the city does develop that calculator and seeing what the city's data comes up with. I'm really interested to see when that comes out and see if they come to the same conclusion or not. Really excited to see that and see what those results are. So then just stepping back in, how can VMT goals be incorporated in transportation projects? Seth covered a lot of this. Scott Beck, like I said, has worked both on the agency and the consultant side. He's reached out to a lot of our Denver folks and our Caltrans folks, counterparts who are working with the same issue with the VMT goals and transportation demand modeling. The general response we've gotten, and I think Seth touched on this a little bit, is other agencies really offset at the project level, the VMT at the project level, by offsetting VMT elsewhere. So it's really a planning level decision. Any new transportation project that adds lane miles is going to increase VMT in some way through induced demand. The scale, the size, it's a determination. We have some tools to make an evaluation. We can't give an exact number. But to really offset that, you have to look elsewhere to do the offset. So how do you do those offsets? You can reduce lane reductions on other street networks. Are you pulling traffic from one street to another street because you're doing network improvements? Again, this is the street connectivity we just talked about, and we'll get more into that. Can you increase public transportation to get people out of their vehicles? Can you improve carpool and rideshare? Again, get people out of their vehicles and use less vehicles in the network. Can you increase bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure? So if you tie these programs together, and this is what Caltrans local agencies are doing, if you tie some of these projects together, can you offset VMT from other projects? So you can still do local public roadway projects as almost a bridge while you're doing these other transportation demand projects. So you're almost bridging until you get to your goal project of providing these items and getting that shift that we keep talking about of getting to the goal of getting less vehicles on the network. So at the project level, after planning, it is difficult to directly reduce VMT, but there are indirect impacts. We can also still evaluate the greenhouse gas impacts, which we did do as part of this project. So we can still have a secondary look at the city's carbon neutrality plan. How does this project directly tie to the carbon neutrality plan? So the secondary, I went to the slide a little bit earlier, but transportation demand management, Seth, this is directly from the presentation last week. So options to reduce VMT regionally, I highlighted the areas that this project addresses. Again, street connectivity, we're providing that grid network that Jeff Bauman talked about last week. We're providing a second north-south roadway over BNSF. We're providing a second alternative for when there's we're over congested on Milton or there's an accident on Milton, there's a second route. If there's a train coming through town, people are, have an alternative to San Francisco and Beaver to go north-south. So I know some of the traffic that currently cuts through Lone Tree north on the Colorado over to Brennan and cutting through Southside neighborhood. This gives them a more true north-south route to get to Route 66 where they're not cutting through the Southside neighborhood to get over to a north-south route. So that's an improvement. We're providing pedestrian improvements with our sidewalks and our Foots Trail connectivity. We're connecting the east-west Foots Trail on Route 66 all the way down Lone Tree to Sawmill. There's future plans to connect other trail systems to this project too. So it's really a major component of the Foots Trail system in Flagstaff's long-term trail plan. We're providing bike facilities on both sides of the roadway. We're hoping to have an intersection that's, NACTO compliant. We'll get into that a little bit. That's really going to promote users that feeling of safety that they're going to be encouraged to use this. One thing I didn't really get into also as we get into this, there's other ways in our projects that we've dealt with before. And one reason we brought Wheat Design Group on as one of our as our landscape design architect is, we're currently only at the 30% level, but a lot of what we've done on my project history down in Tucson is we've really tried to make our streetscapes inviting to the public. And that's something, I mentioned Joe's project. How do we make the sides of our streets more inviting to encourage people out to the streets? And that's something we was tremendous in doing on the 4th Street Underpass project and the Downtown Links project. So the 4th Street Underpass connects, again, if you're familiar with Tucson, Congress, and 4th Street, they're two Congress is the main downtown Tucson street with a lot of restaurants and bars, and then 4th Street's an arts district with restaurants and bars, and then the 4th Street Underpass really connects those. When there's festivals, you can get thousands of people crossing underneath this underpass. So how do you make some underpass that was once dark and scary and you didn't feel safe going through that intersection? How do you make it open and inviting? And we worked with the city to get pocket parks where people could congregate and rest with friends, and then an open, lit, colorful intersection that people feel safe to go through and really connect the two different districts, make it real feel like one community going through this intersection. So those are all offsets we're trying to bring to this project. At network level, again, going back to VMT, you guys saw these numbers before. Just want to point out some things is we are seeing a significant reduction once LTO, so the black numbers are with Lone Tree, red numbers are without Lone Tree. So we do see again a high average daily traffic of almost 38,000 vehicles that would be planning on opening day. These are 2026 numbers of using Lone Tree. Where are these vehicles coming from? They're coming from Milton, Beaver, and San Francisco, and we're seeing almost a 70% reduction in traffic on Beaver and San Francisco. That's what our models are telling us to expect. And this is based on a 4-lane roadway. So that's a 70% drop. 2040. So you think, okay, if we have the growth, we aren't able to achieve our goal of 0 VMT growth, and we do have continuing increase, we get up to 46,000 on Lone Tree. What happens with Beaver and San Francisco? We still see it does go up from 2,000 to 4,000, but without Lone Tree, we're expecting 10,000 vehicles. We're still at almost 50% from 2026 levels on these two streets. So why am I pointing that out? It just shows, going back to the traffic demand management, is there's opportunities to maybe recapture these streets for other purposes. You're significantly pulling traffic from these two routes because you're no longer having to stop at BNSF for trains. You have dedicated corridors. You have a natural corridor where you stay on Milton or you stay on Lone Tree for grade separations with BNSF. Can we recapture these corridors, make them more bike and ped friendly? Maybe look at reducing the traffic lanes here and recapturing these as more, business friendly, multimodal friendly crossings. There's other ways we can offset some of the VMTs. And if we do reduce lanes here, it's natural. If you're reducing lane mile, then you go back to the induced demand from this project, it's offset by a reduction in induced demand on these two streets. So there are ways at a planning level, again, at a city policy level, that we can look at reducing VMT. And just to point out too, one thing we do see, we do have 2019 bike counts. Numbers aren't here, but just to provide for information, we counted about 650 bikes at Route 66 in Blackbird. And I tried to find intersections that are near the project. And we had about 200 bicyclists counted. This is over a 14-hour count during fall of 2019. We had 200 bicyclists counted at Butler and Sawmill and at Butler and San Francisco. So we do see with a dedicated foots trail, because we do have significant bike activity up along Route 66, less bike activity along Butler, that if we do have a good foots trail, good bike facilities, and we do fix the intersection, make this bike friendly, make it feel safe, we see that there's a good possibility, a great chance to really get bike and ped improvements at this corridor. I mean, really connecting these two corridors, Butler and Route 66, and making it feel safe. We see there's a really good chance to increase bike activity and pedestrian activity along this corridor. So I just want to provide those for a scope. Greenhouse gas, again, we shared this in the fall. We looked at a 2-lane and a 4-lane, so I have this data. I'm looking at just the 2026 build year. I do mention the 2040, but this is really just sort of to show what happens opening year. And we really want to focus on if the city achieves the 0 VMT, assume this is a bridge project to get you to those goals, and those goals are achieved. What can we look at? Then we'll also discuss if we don't achieve those 0 VMT goals, what happens. So I'll have that data. But this was presented. We did meet with sustainability. I believe it was pre-council, and sort of explained through our modeling process to get here. The way we came up with this model is we used the traffic models that we just explained, and we looked at fuel consumption emissions based on volume and congestion. So this is based on Metro Plan's regional model, and it may seem a little bit counterintuitive. How can a roadway that induced demand just told me we're adding vehicles to the network, we're increasing gallons of gas used to the network, equivalent to 200 vehicles. How can a project like that reduce greenhouse gases? What we're seeing at the network level, again, we're looking at the macro level, is with the current level of congestion, with a no build option, traffic's moving very, very slow. Vehicles, were primarily combustion engines, are not efficient from 0 to 20 miles per hour. So when we have congestion, they're not running efficiently. They're burning more fuel than they have to. Efficiency improves between 20 and 30, and they're most efficient between 30 and 40 miles per hour typically. Lone Tree, one of the biggest benefits is it does improve the metrics of how vehicles get through the network. It improves speeds. It reduces delays at intersections. So the other part is without Lone Tree, you get more idling time at the intersection. You get more idling time whenever a train passes through the network. Providing a grade separation and providing Lone Tree, which improves network mobility, gets better speeds and less idling time at intersections and at the train tracks. All of this combines that overall, on a per car metric, you're getting less greenhouse gas emissions. Now the question came up after last meeting is, well, did you account for start-stop technology and improvements and movements to hybrid technology? We did. So we use federally published emissions data, fuel efficiency data. And as that data advances, the fuel efficiency data improves year to year. So we do see a less of an impact as fuel efficiency improves year over year over year. So opening year, these are the numbers we came up with. This is what we presented previously. We modified this data for the induced demand impacts. So you can see in this, induced demand for a 2-lane Lone Tree, this was modified. Instead of 1.8 lane miles, it was reduced for induced demand to 1 lane mile. So there's not as big of a delta between 2-lane as 4-lane. But even with induced demand from that RMI calculator, we're still showing about 206,000 gallons of savings per year. So that's a reduction in GHG per year with Lone Tree in the 2026 build year. CO2 emissions overall, a reduction of about 1860 in tons. For the 2-lane scenario, we still have savings of about 82,740, so less savings overall in opening year. And then, as I mentioned, we have fuel efficiency improvements over time. We also assumed in our models that we had traffic growth, so the speed reductions and idling time. Speed reductions go down and idling time goes up over time because in our models we do have growth. We don't assume a 0 VMT in our models. So originally we had our 4-lane scenario. By 2040, that's when this becomes from a net savings to a net loss. So by 2040, the Lone Tree Overpass would start showing some gains in GHG with increased traffic. The 2-lane starts out a lower volume, lower savings overall, but the effects last a little bit longer till about 2047 is when it starts producing more greenhouse gases. So long-term growth, if the city's goals aren't achieved and we get that 1.7% growth year over year, it does tend to go away by these horizon years based on our analysis. Also, as a comment that we received, just to be open and honest, these evaluations do not include greenhouse gas emissions caused by construction. We have not modeled that. I don't have that data. It is something we can model, our sustainability group can model, but we have not modeled it at this point. So if that is something the city would like us to model, we can. At that point, we weren't ready yet from a construction standpoint with schedule and quantities to be able to provide that yet. We weren't detailed enough in quantities or construction schedule to do that. But I think at this point we are ready if the city would like to see what that value is. So key takeaways from this slide. So 2026 VMT is approximately the same as 2019. So when we enter our intersection analysis, we did use the 2026 VMT because that's what we had data for the build and no build. If the city does achieve the 2019 VMT goal, it's only about a 2% change. So we felt it was appropriate to still use the 2026 VMT numbers for intersection analyses. 2040 does show an increase, but again, that's driven by regional growth. We didn't account for the city achieving or not achieving its 0 VMT growth models. We just follow the standard process of what we historically have done for TIAs and follows ADOT's process. So this is what local agencies typically do is we have a horizon year and that's what we followed. Lone Tree Overpass project, based on the information we are able to find, so RMI and based on our models, we're anticipating has a minimal growth on VMT due to induced demand. So regional growth had a 2% growth between 2019 and 2026. We're projecting only about a 0.2% growth based on RMI due to induced demand. So this is not to say there isn't an induced demand impact, and Lone Tree will be filled the day it opens. But what our numbers are showing, the overall impact from induced demand itself is, about 1% of the overall regional growth. So it's a small component of the growth. And we did try to incorporate where we could with the greenhouse gas emissions. There are offsets that are difficult to quantify that reduce the impacts of this induced demand, so we didn't include it. So the numbers for induced demand can be considered conservative. We didn't try to apply numbers. I know the TDM slide for Metro Plan had like 30% for connectivity, 4% for pedestrians, and I think it was like 6 or 7% for bikes. We did not apply numbers to that because we don't have hard data to tell us it's a reduction in VMT or reduction in induced demand of X amount of miles. We did not apply those factors, but we do know it does have some offset. So it is there, not included in our analysis, but there is an offset that we weren't able to include. And we did show the 4-lane and the 2-lane based on our analysis. Again, that comes from our economics and sustainability folks. They do these types of analyses when we go after grant projects. They do them for NEPA evaluations. When we have federal projects, they do them for EIS evaluations, economic impact statements for federal projects. They use proven approaches that are done for these projects. That's what we use for this greenhouse gas evaluation. We're happy to share the data behind it. We did explain our approach in a previous meeting with, I believe it was Sustainability Group. Happy to share that again. But both do reduce greenhouse gas emissions overall, so we feel it is compatible with the carbon neutrality plan in the short term. Long term, that does go away if the overall growth in VMT and ADT and miles isn't reduced. So that's a 1.7% year over year after the opening year of 2026. But it will last through 2040 and 2047 for the 2-lane. So that is sustainability. So I know that was a lot, so I'm gonna take a breath real quick, drink some water. I don't know if there's any quick questions or I can keep moving forward.
I think we're good to keep on moving forward. Thanks.
Okay, appreciate that, Mayor. All right, so intersections. Oh, the slide should have been updated. So when we went to Transportation Commission, we did refine 4 intersection alternatives. After Transportation Commission, we were asked to specifically look at a 5th intersection. We actually had the data at Transportation Commission, but we didn't specifically have a graphic to go with it. So we have added that graphic. So we actually have 5 intersection alternatives to present to you tonight. We're going to have a lot of data to throw at you guys. I'm going to try to go in depth to the first alternative, and then as we go through alternatives 2 through 5, I'm going to try to just point out the differences. I'm hoping for sake of time that works for everybody. I'm going to really try to identify pedestrian, cyclist, and user impacts. Then we'll identify driver impacts. Then we'll identify cost impacts. There's also a section on safety as we get towards the end, and how what data we can use to evaluate safety impacts at the end. So just, again, project overview. We have Lone Tree Road coming up through Route 66. I mentioned Sawmill and Franklin Avenue, our 2 intersections getting rebuilt. We are going to do a warrant analysis to figure out which of these 2 intersections should be signalized or stop controlled. So we have not applied any intersection analysis yet for treatments or turning movements to these 2 intersections. Route 66 is an ADOT facility. So we have not done, we've done some preliminary analysis in our traffic impact analysis for this intersection. We also, when we last presented, showed some renderings for this intersection. But tonight we are going to focus on Butler and Lone Tree. The same things we are presenting here can be applied to any of these intersections. We're really trying to focus on the concepts and trying to get a direction. We are at 30% design more or less right now. As Christine mentioned, our goal at the end of this phase of the project is really to get a footprint. Some of these options will have right-of-way impacts. If anyone has dealt with any right-of-way issues in the last year and a half, right-of-way is difficult right now. So getting a footprint established for the project for schedule is very, very important. I think that's why she emphasized getting that footprint and getting that established tonight would be a tremendous goal for us. A lot of the final design elements, we can tweak stuff going through to final design, but knowing number of lanes we want to get through, how big the intersection is going to be, and what parcels are going to be impacted. That's really the goal we'd like to walk away with soon to move forward on the project. So that's sort of where we're at, what we're looking for, and that's the information we're going to try to provide to help sort of that decision move forward. So we have 5 intersections. You're going to see these symbols, try to help everybody orient yourself to the alternatives. I'm going to go over briefly all 5, and then we'll sort of go to each one more in depth. The wording, I know some people had some concerns of how I worded stuff. Again, I'm not trying to lead anyone to any decision points with these names. I just had to come up with a name to try to identify them with verbiage. So I'm not trying to lead anyone, but I will try to describe what I mean by this. So typical approach, alternative 1. This is if we were doing a typical transportation project for a local agency. How would this intersection look? This is a vehicle-oriented approach. You have standard right turn bays at all your intersections. You got your single lefts, northbound, eastbound, and double lefts, westbound and southbound. Driven by traffic data. It does have protected intersections, but it's really sort of a basic intersection if we're just looking at a standard approach to the intersection. So there are safety improvements. There's not really any of the enhanced features we're going to talk about. Full build out. We really tried to take into account some of the feedback we got from mayor and council. We heard feedback from that session that median refuge islands may be preferable. Also, we heard shrink the islands or shrink the crossing distances. So we use channelized rights, and we'll explain what that means, but it's basically the dedicated rights with this pork chop island that shrinks the crossing distance through the main leg. And I'll get into that a little bit about how that helps the crossing as we get into that intersection. So by full build out, we put the channelized rights at the intersections where it made sense from a right-of-way perspective. Obviously, on the southeast corner, we don't want to take this bank. So that's if we apply that concept to as many corners as we can, this is the intersection, what it looks like. Single left turns, that was one of the directives we took from last meeting, is what if we look at single left turns at every intersection? We still applied the channelized right concept to shrink the intersection even further, and then brought in the median refuge islands at all 4 legs. So that's the big differentiator for alternative 3. Balanced, I think this is the one I heard feedback that was concerned that I was trying to sell this one. Again, that's not the point. It was me trying to say we're taking elements from all the previous 3 and really trying to balance the concepts from a more typical approach with a more proactive approach of balancing crossing distances and improvements. And we'll get into a little bit more, but it's sort of a traditional approach on Butler with a pork chop where it doesn't impact right away. That's basically what we came out with. So you're trying to balance some costs with some traditional approaches mixed with some enhanced approaches. So that's what I meant by balanced. It's not intended to again lead direction or say it's our preferred alternative, because it's not. And then we had from Transportation Commission, we did talk a little bit about a traditional intersection, but we did visualize this, and we have some additional graphics. But this is what we're calling a traditional intersection, an intersection the feedback received would be more expected in the Flagstaff community. We have shared right through lanes at all 4 legs and a single left at all 4 legs. So this is sort of the smallest intersection we can get through here. We did eliminate the right turn lane along Lone Tree and then made Lone Tree as small as possible. So we just have the single left and then shared rights at all 4 legs. So those are the 5 that we'll be presenting tonight. These intersections are going to be analyzed for the PM peak hour. We had a lot of feedback asking why we do peak hour. So we added this slide, thinking it would really help understand why we do that approach. So this is the standard modeling approach for intersections, but we realize that if you're not a traffic engineer, you may think we're designing the worst hour for the worst day of the year, and we're really designing for an intersection that's, you know, it's happens one time of the year, and the rest of the year it's, you know, 50% better. That's not the case. So we're designing for an average day of the year. Again, average daily traffic. So it's not like your worst day where you got the first snow day of the year. We got everybody from Phoenix coming up and just bombarding the city of Flagstaff. That's not the day. It's the average day. You know, we get our traffic metrics, and you take the average day of traffic. And then we do the heaviest peak hour. So this is an average, you know, traffic spread throughout the day. And this is Flagstaff specific. And then we design for this point right here, basically. So 8.1% more or less of the average daily traffic is what we're designing our intersections for. But you can see throughout most of the day, you're above 7% traffic. You do have a dip between 7 and 10, down to around 6.2 or 6.3% of traffic. But from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., you're about 8% or 90% of the PM peak hour. So City of Flagstaff really from 7 to 6 is really about 90% of the traffic volume of what we're going to be designing for. So even though we're designing for this peak, you're experiencing similar volumes throughout the rest of the day. So hopefully that clarifies our approach, but it's not a huge increase of what you would normally expect. So we're trying to get traffic to function between, this is what, 3 and 6 p.m. Yeah, so 3 and 6 p.m. we're trying to get to function well during these hours, but you're not getting a major drop off throughout the rest of the day. Outside these hours, you do have significant drop off of traffic, but hopefully that makes sense of what we're doing and how throughout the rest of the day the intersection might function. Our approach to multimodal safety, you've heard me reference a lot the NACTO standards. So this is the National Association of City Transportation Officials. So this is a manual that was developed by, you know, city transportation officials. It's a best practices guideline. It is the most current standard pushed out by this group, and their book is called Don't Give Up at the Intersection. And it's really geared to designing intersections for all abilities. So we heard a lot of feedback at Transportation Commission. I'm an experienced user. I feel safe doing this, and we completely understand that. There are users of all ranges of safety and comfort using these intersections. But NACTO and this guide is really geared towards providing everybody who might use this intersection that feeling of safety. So that's really what we've geared a lot of these features to. So when you hear protected intersections, this is what we're referring to as the straight out of this guide. It's staging areas, separating bicyclists and pedestrians. So each user, bicyclist can stay on the bicycle. Pedestrians don't feel like they're in conflict with the bicyclists. You're offsetting staging areas in front of the stop bar. So vehicles have a clear distance to see pedestrian users and bicyclists staging, getting ready to cross. You have turning movements, whereas vehicles come around, it slows them down sufficiently to where they have room, one, to stop around this curve, and they're not gaining enough speed where they can't control their speed as they're coming in around the intersection. And then the use of the off-system bicycle facilities. We did hear, you know, I like to stay on the street as a bicyclist. We are following the ATMP as part of this project. It does designate Lone Tree and the Foots Trail system as being an off-system bicycle path. So that is what we're following as the ATMP for this project. Butler is also designated as an off-system bicycle facility, but we are understanding the city is putting in the curb with barricade system. So that is considered a sort of an off-system. And we are, for some of these intersections, we will pull off the cyclists like you see here from the intersection to help with the staging area. So this is the guideline we're really gearing towards. We are also modifying it with our past experiences to make sure everyone can get through the intersection safely and have that feeling of safety too. So it's not so much providing safe, because we always design safe intersections as engineers to the best of our abilities, but it's also providing the feeling of safety, because that encourages the use of these intersections. So alternative one. So this is our typical approach. This is what we as traffic engineers would probably do on a standard design. So we have double left turn lanes, southbound, westbound. We have normal right. We have single lefts, eastbound and northbound. And we got channelized rights at every leg. Or we have normal turn bays, I'm sorry, no channelized rights. Separated bike lanes along Lone Tree. And then Butler, we keep the on-street bicycle facilities. We do have raised medians that can be considered refuge islands on the west leg and south leg. And then we just have a striped medians. These do not qualify as refuge islands on the east leg and north leg. This is pretty typical coming over here. We did want to show that at Windsor, it's a right in, right out. It's to discourage left turn traffic, as we do need these bays as left turn queues. Same with Gable, they lose their left turn, or they don't have left turn access now because this median is existing. And then Lumber would remain with their access as it currently is. So that's alternative one. This is a rendering we've enhanced with the poles and signal poles as requested from the last meeting, and then refined the rendering a little bit. So this is looking northeast. We did add buildings to sort of help orient yourself. You can see Lone Tree in the back with the bridge back here. You can see the green sidewalks. These are the channelized bike crossings. The intent of these is to separate pedestrians and cyclists. The cyclists don't have to get off their bike to cross because they are not conflicting with the pedestrians. We also have the ladder paint, which is a high visibility crosswalk, and we'll get into that a little bit later, but this is considered high visibility and it has shown to increase safety of pedestrians using the facility. So we have the protected bicycle crossings just on the east and west sides to match up with the off-street bicycle facilities. And then we have the on-street bicycle facilities along Butler. There are no right-of-way impacts anticipated, except for the potential of this parcel, just because some driveway access, we're still working through some of that. Again, we're at 30% design, but we are working through some of that issues, but there's no anticipated parcel takes or right-of-way takes. So approach by approach. So looking west, we have our right, typical right turn bay, 2 through movements, single left turn lane on the eastbound approach. And then we got our 2 through lanes coming from the opposite approach. Again, we have our dedicated bicycle lane and our high visibility crosswalk for pedestrians. East approach, very similar. We got our on-street bicycle lanes. Looking east, our westbound approach, very similar. Got our standard right turn bays, dedicated bicycle lanes each side, 2 through movements, 2 left turn lanes, and then 2 corresponding through movements coming from the other direction. And you can sort of see from the plan view what these correspond to. So we did look at pedestrian crossing lengths and walking times. So the east leg is the longest, this distance, 91 feet, slightly longer than the west leg. The west leg does have a refuge island as well. We did analyze a walking time based on a walking speed of 2.4 miles per hour. We'll get into it, but this is from the MUTCD, the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices, and FHWA. And we have riding time of 5 seconds. And the west leg is very similar. And these are considered protected cyclist crossings because we are separating the 2. Going to the other 2 approaches, we have again the right turn bay, 2 throughs, two lefts, and so this is the southbound approach looking north, and then the two through movements. We do have a median here, but it's not considered wide enough to be a refuge island, so we don't consider this a refuge island. We have a high visibility crosswalk, but we don't have a dedicated bike lane. The bikes crossing here are on the street, so they can cross in the street. Looking south of the northbound direction, we have a standard right turn bay, two through movements, single left. We do have a refuge median island, and then two corresponding through movements. You can see the bike lanes off system on each side. So this would be the foots trail, the bike system, and the sidewalk. Crossing, similar, 91 feet. Takes about 26 seconds to cross, 5 seconds for a bicycle. This summarizes the data we just showed. The longest crossing distance is 91 feet. Takes 26 seconds per the MUTCD. Available green time is 33.7 seconds. So you can see the available green time is longer than the crossing time. So all pedestrians should be able to cross in the available corresponding green time successfully. We did look at FHWA's manual, and they do have a slower speed for older pedestrians or challenged pedestrians who may need longer time to cross. And we did, with that slower speed, have 32.5 seconds. And we'll get into other options for people who need additional time later on. But even with this additional crossing time, we're still under the available green time. So let me bring up our rendering of this. And this is a 3D rendering view of this intersection. So again, this is looking north. And again, you can see the right, two throughs, two left, southbound direction, two throughs northbound, high visibility crosswalk. This building's protected, and I'm pointing that out because other intersections may impact that or will impact that. We got a right through channelized, two through movements westbound, two lefts westbound, two through movements, no channel or no median at all in this crossing. No impacts to this, any alternative to this bank. South and northbound, we got a right turn lane, two throughs, a single left, and two corresponding through movements. There's your foots trail. Standard right turn lane, no impacts to this property. I'm going to mention that because there are other concepts that do impact this property some. We'll get there when we get there. Two through movements, single left eastbound, and then two corresponding through movements. We do have a refuge island. And then again, we have the protected intersection concept for staging areas for the pedestrians and the bicyclists at all four corners. There will be another potential right-of-way impact for this parcel that we'll discuss a little bit later as well. So just want to highlight that there's no impact to this parcel with this concept. So just coming back around to the north, that's our 360-degree view. Let me pull that back down. So from a traffic perspective, I'm going to focus, we're providing 2026 and 2040 data, but I'm going to focus on the 2026 opening year. Total vehicle delay through the intersection. So we model these intersections using two programs. We have Synchro, which models just the intersection. So we feed it with the volume data and the lane configurations, and it pushes out some of this information, level of service, vehicle delay. And it's really a micro simulation of the intersection because it's just the intersection. And we also use a program called SimTraffic, which it's not a full regional model, but it is a network model. So we have this intersection and a couple intersections in each direction. So you get a mini network, and what this allows, it actually feeds cars into this mini network, and it can back up and show how cars go through each intersection. It can set your timing between each intersection to sort of balance how the whole mini network works together and sort of produce some of these some of this data that you're about to see. So that's where we're getting the fuels used and the total delay numbers used. So from a vehicle perspective, not a pedestrian's level perspective, we're showing an overall level of service D. This is how traffic engineers rate the performance of their intersections. It goes A through F, so D is considered acceptable by most agencies. We have an average vehicle delay through the intersection of 46.9 seconds. So going back, if you remember, the green time was 33.7. It's hard for us to say how long you're going to be sitting in an intersection, but if you assume you have a green time of 33.7 seconds, you're likely going to be sitting there through one red cycle at the peak hour, and you're probably going to get through the next cycle. So you're probably going to be staying there no longer than one signal cycle. Through the network, total of all vehicles going through there, we're probably getting about 1,600 vehicles in an hour through this intersection. You have about 58 vehicle delay hours total for all users. And for all users, 57 gallons used. So again, we looked at the network level of greenhouse gases. Now we're going to try to look at an intersection level just to see if the macro and the micro match up from a greenhouse gas perspective. So we wanted to look at it at the macro level. We want to look at it at the micro level, see if the numbers make sense, and see if they're compatible with each other. We want to make sure we're double checking and back checking each other. So for a queuing perspective, so again, some traffic looks at it from a network, so we can look at this intersection, compare it with the Route 66 intersection, come back, we looked all the way back to Milton, and then some other signalized intersections along the routes. So the PM peak hour for 2026, we would expect the queues at the worst peak hour to back up about 600 feet in the eastbound direction. That's our worst queue, so back out to O'Leary Street, beyond Brannan Street southbound, a little bit past Windsor Street on the westbound direction, and not quite to Churchill on the northbound direction. So overall, this intersection is performing pretty well from a traffic perspective. We also wanted to overlay, we got a lot of feedback that the intersections felt big. So we took a comparison to what does this look like compared to other big intersections. So we picked Route 66 and 4th Street. So you're seeing the visual graphic of 66 and 4th Street, and the brown lines that you're seeing is the proposed intersection for Lone Tree and Butler. So you can see visually, we're a little bit smaller than 4th Street and Route 66. The distances on the eastbound leg are probably very similar. You can see curb to curb, we're fairly close. We have slightly smaller lanes, but we have the bike lane we included on this leg. Eastbound, we're slightly smaller, and then north and south legs were a little bit narrower. So just comparative purposes, we're not drastically smaller, but we are smaller than that compared. If anyone's familiar with 4th Street and Route 66, that's sort of a visual comparison. We also luckily are a little bit more squared. So from a feeling perspective, it'll feel a little bit smaller, especially with this north leg. With it turning, it just feels a lot more open because of the radius that happened at this corner. So that alone saves a lot of the feeling of it being a little bit of a narrower intersection. We also have refuge islands available on 2 of the legs that weren't available on this intersection. So that provides a safe feeling for some crossers. And we'll get into that when we get to the safety section. So option 2, full build out. Again, this is just us trying to maximize improvements where we could. So we have gone to separated bike lanes on all 4 corners. We've gone to channelized rights on 2 corners. And you may be asking, what does channelized rights help do? It really helps shrink the crossing distance in the main intersection. Pedestrians and bicyclists do have to make a secondary crossing movement. We will cover this in more detail a little bit later. This secondary crossing movement can happen while you're in the red phase or in the previous green phase. So this crossing can happen, and then you can stage here, and then when you get the permission to cross through signalization, this distance becomes a lot shorter. So you remember from the previous alternative, we were about 91 feet for distance. We've gone down on the east leg to 70 feet. We're 70 feet on the west leg too. We're still a little bit wide on the north and south at 83 and 86 feet. But we have narrowed the feeling of this intersection. We also have protected bicycle crossings at all 4 legs, and enhanced visibility crosswalks at all 4 legs. And I will get into this. I know there's been a lot of feedback on channelized right turn lanes. These are not slip lanes. We will talk about traffic control options for these, but these are have been designed in a specific way to take into account continuous right movements. They are not intended to be continuous right movements. So we'll get into that a little bit later. So I know if you're thinking about those, want to know more about them, we will get into that. Like I said, we do have grade separation at all four corners as well. So we are taking cyclists off the street for this consideration, or for this option. So from visualization standpoint, again, we have the channelization, southwest and northeast corners, protected crossings, all four corners, enhanced crosswalks, all four corners. You'll notice this building in the northeast corner is gone. This channelization does require acquisition and demolition of this building. There's also an impact to the property on the southwest corner, driveway access that I mentioned earlier. It's not a property take, it's a access issue. So I'll get into that a little bit. Actually, I can get into it now. So you can see here where we're going to be taking driveway access with a concept like this. And again, this is schematic design. Some of this stuff can be worked out during final design. But if driveway access is taken, we would have to look for a secondary approach to driveway access for this parcel. We're not touching the building, we're just touching parking lot. One concept we've talking internally is providing access off of Eldon over here on the west side. So they get access off of Eldon, and then most likely have to do rebuild of some of the parking lot over here for lost lots. Similarly with this parcel, there is currently driveway access. We'd have to look at the geometry for this condition and compatibility of driveways with pulling the bicyclists off of this corner the way we are. So there's a potential impact to this parcel. This property owner, this parcel and this parcel are the same owner now, according to our right-of-way acquisition expert. So we are still investigating this, but again, at the schematic level, we don't have a full answer, but this could be a potential parcel impact. But this does become a definite impact with this concept. So facing west, again, we have a channelized right. You can cross this channelized right independent of what the phasing is in the main intersection. And we'll again get into that later. You have two through movements, a single left, and two opposing through movements. So you're only crossing 5 lanes of traffic, and you do have a median refuge. Looking east, so this is westbound traffic. Again, channelized right, 2 through movements, 2 left, and 2 opposing through. So you have 6 lanes of traffic you'd have to cross here. Max distance is 70 feet with a crossing time of approximately 20 seconds. North, you have a more standard right turn lane, 2 through movements, and 2 southbound left turns. And then you do have 2 opposing through movements, and then you have your channelized right that would merge with those through movements. Looking south, you have a standard northbound right, 2 northbound throughs, northbound left, and 2 opposing through movements. And again, that northbound or channelized right coming in and merging with the opposing through movements. All intersections have the protected bicyclist crossing and the enhanced crosswalk for pedestrians. This is considered a protected intersection with staging areas both on the median island or the pork chop island and ahead of the channelized right. Longest distance to cross is 86 feet, 24.6% crossing time. So 86 is the controlling crossing time. This intersection has available green of 32 seconds. So again, there's enough available crossing green time for a pedestrian to cross. Using the reduced speed, it takes 30.7 seconds. So again, still enough available green time, and we will get into a little bit later additional options for slower crossers. So bringing up the 360 view, just sort of give idea. So this is that driveway access parcel back here. You can see there's an existing driveway back here, and with this bike, how they enter into it, there's potential driveway conflict with that movement. Coming through here, you can see the lane configuration. You can see how that channelized right behaves with the opposing throughs. That building is now gone. Coming back looking east, you can see how the channelized right works with the traffic lane configuration. Again, that building is still protected. It will not be impacted by any proposed alternatives. Looking northbound, you can see the lane configuration. We got a 4+2. And then coming around, we will have an impact potentially to this parking lot. We can reconfigure it over to Eldon. And with this pork chop, we got a 3+2 configuration, a 5-lane configuration with a median refuge island. So that's sort of the 360 view of that intersection. Hopefully I'm not going too fast for everybody, but a lot of these concepts are similar, just trying to provide different options. Performance from a traffic perspective, very similar, level service D, average vehicle delay 47.8, and we'll summarize all this data at the end as well. So don't feel like you have to write all this down. We do have a summary table at the end. 2026 vehicle delay, 59 hours, 58.2 gallons used. Q delays, very similar, back up on the eastbound direction, not quite to O'Leary, northbound, not quite to Churchill, westbound, just about to Windsor, and then southbound just past Brandon. Then we get into the comparison. You can see that the core of the intersection is significantly smaller than what we looked at if you consider the pork chop as the core intersection, which we consider again because this is a permissive crossing at any time during the phase. So that's the big change. So I am going to, a lot of these concepts are the same, so I'm going to try to go through these a little bit quicker, just sort of highlight the differences on 3 and 4, and then 5 I'll slow back down. So single left, the biggest difference is we are losing the double lefts on the southbound and westbound, replacing them with a single left and a median refuge island. This is in direct response to some feedback from the previous council meeting. We do have the option with a single left with no median island too. That's option 5. So single left turn lanes at all 4 directions, separated bike lanes on Lone Tree overpass, and at Butler, so all 4 corners are again protected intersections with bike facilities off of the roadway, raised medians, refuge islands at all 4 approaches, and then channelized rights at both corners. Same right-of-way impacts, impacting this parcel, this building, and this parcel, and potentially this driveway. So very similar. Again, the big change is adding this median refuge island and this median refuge island. Not much difference otherwise from option 2. So again, looking west, there's your additional refuge island. This data doesn't change from the previous concept. And then looking north, the southbound, you got your wide median refuge island replacing that left turn lane. Again, the distances don't change because we just replaced the southbound left with a median refuge island. These numbers, again, are all the same. And we did, again, if you didn't catch this or I didn't point out earlier, it doesn't include time to the channelization island because we are assuming that is a permissive crossing at any time. I'll go through a quick 360 so you can see how that looks. This is again facing north. You can see you have a 4+2 configuration. Looking north, building's gone. Looking west, you got a 3+2. Building saved. Got a 4+2 looking south, so that's the northbound direction. We do have the parking lot driveway impact to this parcel. You got a 3+2 again going east. Driveway impact similar to alternative 2, and you're back north. So again, the big changes were the median islands. Option 3 from a performance, this is a change from alternative 2. So overall level of service for vehicles drops from a level of service D to a level of service E. Vehicle delay goes up from about 49 seconds, I believe it was, to 73 seconds. Vehicle delay goes from up about 58 or 59 hours total to 92 hours. And gas emissions, I believe we're in the 57. The summary table will have it. By those 57 gallons up to 91.8. So we do have an increase in vehicle delay. So you get the more idling time that I mentioned earlier. You're going to get more gas emissions from vehicles idling at the time. Going back to the available green time again, we have 32 seconds and we have a vehicle delay of 73 seconds. You're most likely going to be sitting at this intersection for 2 full cycles is sort of what that's sort of implying. So instead of sitting there through 1 full cycle, there's a high chance probability you're going to sit there through 2 full signal cycles to get through that intersection. Again, we can't specifically model how many times each car is going to sit through a full cycle, but just going by average vehicle delay and average green time, you can make that assumption. Not a hard data, it's just looking at those 2 numbers. Queue length is really where this impact is felt. So going eastbound, backup is now moved from O'Leary Street all the way back past San Francisco. Northbound goes from Churchill down past Franklin. Westbound isn't greatly impacted. It's now past Windsor Lane. And then Lone Tree does show backup all the way back up to Route 66. I do know we received some comments back. Won't these vehicles just find alternative routes? We did not go, but we did. The way these queue lengths are modeled is using the sim traffic. So that's sort of the mini network model. So with that mini network model, cars are able to try to find alternate routes within the mini model. We did not go back to the big network model of all of looking at the entire network of Flagstaff. So that would be the next step. If we wanted to pursue this, we could go back to the network level and try to see if that network and push vehicles to other networks. Most likely, if we're passing past San Francisco, there's a good chance people may take San Francisco and again increase traffic on San Francisco or on Beaver and go up to Route 66. Coming southbound, depending if they're coming from the east or the west, they may instead go to Ponderosa or may continue on Milton and restore some of the traffic on Milton that was being pulled to Lone Tree. So that is a possibility. We didn't go past the sim traffic stage. So that is a next level we could look at if this is desirable to push back. So full disclosure, we didn't go back to the Metro Plan model to evaluate that next level. We didn't have the time to do that, and we just haven't done that level of analysis. We'd have to force traffic from one network to another network, but it could be done. Looking at comparison, again, very similar to alternative 2. And then 4, again, balance intersection. This is our concept to sort of balance some of these give and takes of the previous 3 intersections. So it's getting rid of that channelized right to save this property and this parcel. Also saves the impacts on this parcel, and then we adjusted this corner and how the channelization is occurring to try to save this parking lot. So it's just showing how we can modify the concepts from the previous 3 alternatives to sort of, during a final design, if we needed to sort of do some give and takes for the project. That's really what the goal of this alternative was. You can see intersection widths get increased back to 91 feet, similar to alternative 1, both in the southbound and westbound. Really, all you're gaining is shortening the 2 legs, or the leg on the west side along Foots Trail, and then the south leg gets shortened a little bit to 84 feet on the south. So this would really encourage potential users to cross the south leg and then join the Foots Trail system if they're coming to this commercial building. So it may encourage users to use this movement more than stand on the east side. Other than that, not a lot of difference. This building should have been put back in. So imagine this building's backing, so there is no impact to that parcel. But the only real big difference is this channelization is only on the southwest corner, not on the northeast corner. Crossing distance goes back up to 91 feet. That's our controlling distance. Same with the north leg. You can see here we're back to 2, 4, 5, 7 lake crossing. This median again is not wide enough to be a refuge island. So controlling distance is 91 feet, 26 seconds. We're still below the available green time. slow down for pedestrians. We do show a crossing time of 32.5 seconds. You know, if this were the preferred intersection, we could adjust green time to achieve that crossing. There's an alternative approach we'll discuss, as I've mentioned, for slower crossers that we'll get to in a little bit. So here is alternative 4. So you can see what it looks like with a 360. So you got 5 lanes on the north side, or 7 on the north leg, 7 on the east leg, 6 on the south leg, then 5 on the north leg because you're channelizing the right. Swinging back to northeast corner, the building's back and being saved. You're also eliminating the impacts. Went too far to that parcel and to the parcel over here, the driveway over here. By keeping cyclists are also kept on this concept on Butler instead of, and they are kept off network on Lone Tree, like with all 4 options. How does this perform? We're back up to level service D with a delay of 47 seconds. Total vehicle delay of 59 hours, emissions of 56, so very similar to options 1 and 2. And queue lengths are very similar to options 1 and 2. And you can see the intersection width is very similar to alternative 1, a little bit smaller on this west leg and south leg, just because we're taking advantage of that channelized right. All of that channelized right does mainly take up a lot of this curb length, but it does feel a little bit smaller on this southwest or south and west legs. But it's sort of a compromise between a full build out and that typical approach that we talked about. So after Transportation Commission, we discussed a little bit at Transportation Commission, but we wanted to visualize what a traditional intersection, something you might see, a typical intersection. We had 2 arterials crossing within the city of Flagstaff. So it's a shared right through concept, single lefts all the way around. Longest crossing is 77 feet on the west and east approaches. Basically, we're keeping Butler as it is, just limiting the right turn lane to skinny up the intersection. And then we made a 5-lane roadway for Lone Tree north and south. We do have separated bike lanes along Lone Tree east and west, and then keeping the bike lanes on Butler east and west. So Butler's gonna look very similar to what it looks like today, and then Lone Tree is gonna be just 5 lanes, 2 lanes each direction with a left turn lane. There are protected refuge medians east and west with this concept. There are none north and south. I don't have the renderings for this concept because we developed this a little bit late in the process, but we do have the similar data. So longest crossing 77 feet, takes 22 seconds. We have an available green time of 45 seconds. We have a little bit longer through movements because we have less available left turn lane based on our modeling. This was the most efficient intersection. And then for slower pedestrians, we have a 27.5 second crossing time. So it fits well within the available green time. This link doesn't actually work. I just didn't delete that, so my apologies for that. We do not have a 360 view of this intersection. Performance, we only have the 2026 model for this intersection. It is a level of service F. Average vehicle delay is 117 seconds. Total vehicle delay is up to 145 hours, and total gas emissions are 100 gallons. Queues are, there's my queues. Slides got flipped, apologies. Queues are very similar to option 3, where we're past San Francisco on the eastbound direction. We're actually spilling into Route 66 in the southbound direction. And again, this is from Sim Traffic, which is sort of that middle model between the micro and macro. Westbound, we're well past Windsor, and then northbound, we're past Franklin. We did evaluate for this condition what happens with the level of service for Route 66 and Lone Tree. This, again, Route 66 is an ADOT facility. Our TIA that we did submit in draft form was for alternatives similar to 1, 2, and 4 to our original draft TIA. 2026 intersection for Lone Tree and Route 66 was operating at a level of service D. ADOT's TGP, so their guidelines, their sorry, let me grab some water. Their traffic guidelines and processes require new intersections with their facilities to operate at a level of service D or better, or to match the level of service of the intersection. So at level of service D, we were meeting that with the TIA with alternatives similar to 1, 2, and 4. With this type of backup, level of service is dropping in 2026 to level of service E, just because the delays are not allowing the queue movements for westbound left and eastbound right to enter Lone Tree because of the queue backup. So there are concerns that with this concept and this queuing, that the TIA will indicate that the facilities for Route 66, the ADOT facilities, will not be compatible with their guidelines. So this concept would require further evaluation for us to pursue further to see if we can reroute traffic through MetroPlan's model elsewhere in the model. Again, the most likely candidates are back to Milton, back to Beaver, and back to San Francisco. Those are the most likely candidates to retake traffic. We have not done that evaluation at this point. We also did the traditional intersection, but did put back in the double lefts, southbound and westbound, just to see what happened with queues. Still shared the through rights, the combo through rights, just to eliminate so there's no channelized rights, there's no dedicated right turn lanes. Wanted to see what that did, just as sort of a modified approach, and you can see the reduction in queue lengths compared to the single left turn lanes. So this is a similar concept, just brings back the doubles. And again, we just did that for our evaluation purposes, just to give another option. So this is sort of a modified alternative 5. And there's the overlay because it got switched. So this is the smallest intersection concept overall. And it does provide refuge islands, like I said, on the east-west approaches. That's all 5 alternatives. Another thing we were asked to talk about from Transportation Commission coming out of there is, can you put numbers to safety features? So we did go back, we looked at multiple publications. We have 2 we can really rely on: FHWA Office of Safety, and then the CMF Clearinghouse. So CMF is the Crash Modification Factor Clearinghouse. So we have 2 publication data. How these operate is they do studies for multiple agencies. These studies are submitted, they're evaluated by officials, and the studies are rated, and they're ranked by applicability by agencies. And then they come up with these data. So the data don't match specifically, but we want to provide both data so we can provide as much data to this group as possible. So on-street bicycle lanes, just having bicycle lanes instead of cyclists being in a shoulder, but being in a dedicated bicycle lane can reduce. And again, these are up tos. It's not going to guarantee these reductions. These are all up tos because it really depends on demographics, depends on where you're located. A whole bunch of factors additionally go into this, but you can have up to a 57% reduction on urban 4-lane undivided collectors. CMF up to 49%. These are the most common bicycle facility in use in the US are dedicated bike lanes. It does create a dedicated lane to separate bicycles and automobiles, and it increases predictability of where the cyclists are going to be located. So that's where the benefit comes from. Separated bicycle paths, like what we're using on Lone Tree, has a further cross reduction of up to 25%. It fully separates the bicycle users from the vehicular roadway, and we are following the ATMP concept for Lone Tree with the concept. So ATMP does provide corridors for vertical and horizontal. Lone Tree Road and Butler are both dedicated for vertical separated facilities within the project area. So we are meeting the ATMP project goals with this project. Raised medians for pedestrians. A median with a marked crosswalk and can reduce pedestrian crashes up to 46%, and a refuge island up to 56%. The CMF Clearinghouse says up to 77%. So again, it's not the same numbers. They use different data sources, so it's a little bit variability, but it gives you a sense of the value of what these provide. So how does the median refuge island do that? It provides a refuge for users and promotes a feeling of safety. It gives you a place to stop in a safe place and maybe check over your right shoulder for oncoming left turn traffic, or maybe to let you visually check in a safe spot again for an oncoming right turn traffic to, again, clear your way halfway through and visually clear your path. Raised medians also show that it controls the left turn movement a little bit better. So vehicles who are making that left turn onto the approach have to slow down and make a more accurate turn. They're not cutting the stripe lines to come around, so they have to make a cleaner left turn movement. So that it's also part of the safety feature. Leading pedestrian intervals. So this is where you get pedestrians out into the intersection ahead of vehicles. Has about a 13% safety value with FHWA and 10 to 19% by CMF. How does it do this? Does it enhance visibility? You get pedestrians into the crosswalk ahead of vehicles so that they're visually seen by the drivers. They're in there first, so and the driver's also not guessing, are they going, are they not going? So it just lets them get out there and makes the intention known. So it has been shown to reduce pedestrian vehicle collisions as much as 60% at treated intersections overall by some studies. High visibility crosswalks, you heard me talking a lot about this. So traditionally, it's just two parallel white lines. We were shown the ladder crosswalks up to about a 40% increase in safety and a crash reduction up to 19% to 40%. It's just, they're easier to see by drivers. It's a visual cue that, hey, there's a crossing here. You guys need to slow down and be aware. A lot easier to see even in this picture. This stands out a lot more than this picture, especially as you're driving. It's just a lot easier to see, especially in wet conditions, snowy conditions, icy conditions. A lot easier to see these crosswalks. Colored bike lanes at signalized intersections. Bicyclists, if they're not getting off the bicyclists, they're going to be moving across these crosswalks a lot faster. So it visually signals to drivers, hey, this might be a special use crosswalk for cyclists. Be extra aware, extra cautious that there's an intended use for this, and be aware a cyclist may be coming. So it's an enhanced warning. You know, it is signaling to the driver who may be using this crosswalk. It also helps separate the cyclist from the pedestrian, so it also prevents pedestrian and cyclist crossings. Turn lane features, so dual left lanes. There is a safety benefit at times for dual left turn lanes. Typically with a dual left turn lane, we do have protected only phasing, so we only let dual left turn lanes occur in their protected signal phase. So this protects the permissive lefts. We don't generally have dual left permissive lefts. So they're making that left turn movement only when they have the green arrow, so that does help protect some of the side crashes when you have a left turner going on with oncoming traffic in the opposite lane. And then channelized right turns, you've heard us use the term a lot. They do show a crash reduction up to 2% to 19% per the CMF. This is a vehicular crash prediction for right turns because the intent is if you design it right, you slow them down. They're intended and they're controlled by signals or stop signs or yield signs. And they're not designed as your typical right turn lane or slip lane you hear a lot of the term. They're designed to be integrated with pedestrian facilities. So it has shown to reduce pedestrian crash prediction 70 to 80% lower than traditional right turn lanes. So a traditional turn bay versus a channelizer turn bay, you might get up to 70 to 80% lower crash rates. And pedestrians have shown historically not to have difficulty crossing these channelized right turn lanes. So getting more into channelized right turn lanes. So what are the benefits? It reduces the crossing for the main road. We talked a lot about the core intersection. This lets you cross one lane of traffic and get to a shorter crossing distance for the main crossing. You can see here on the right, you know, there's a lot of geometric guidance given, and it's really just try to slow down cars. We have a definite stop here. It's not like a slip lane where you're going to go at a continuous speed, pull in, and then merge. You know, this is a stop or yield for oncoming traffic. So you're not coming through at a continuous speed and going. There's multiple controls. There's a highly identified crosswalk, high visibility crosswalk for pedestrians. There's different deflection angles that you use to, again, control the vehicle. Cars are better aligned to be perpendicular with the crosswalk. So there's multiple controls intended to enhance the safety of the pedestrian in relation to the vehicle. It can be, and we acknowledge that there's a difficulty for visually impaired to detect the oncoming traffic. So that is one thing we're aware of when we design to. But we do want to emphasize this is not intended to be a free flow right turn lane or a slip lane. There are multiple ways to signalize a channelized right turn lane. You can do a yield control, so as cars are coming through, they would yield to pedestrians and then yield again to oncoming traffic. This allows pedestrians to cross this lane at any time. They're not forced to wait for a signal allowing them to cross. So it's got a minimal delay for pedestrians, but it can be a challenge again for visually impaired. You may need additional PED warning signs or controls to allow them to know when it's safe to cross. You can have a stop crossing where cars have to come to a stop regardless of when pedestrians are waiting and queued to cross. It's an additional safety feature for pedestrians. It does cause potentially some backup. If there's a car here and they're not sure where to stop in relation to the crosswalk, you could have some backup. But it is an option that you can do with this channelized right. You can also signalize it, and you control a stop bar here, and you only allow cars to queue, and you could time it with the signal. So that way the right's only allowed when there's a red stop for the through traffic. The way this works, though, is pedestrians cannot cross for this condition unless there's a red for vehicles. So this is safest for visually impaired, but it also does create an additional delay that wasn't necessarily incorporated to our crossing times, because this now becomes a potential two-stage crossing. You have to cross this stage before you cross to the next stage. You could be here for 2 cycles if you go for a signalized crossing, potentially. Example of channelized rights, Boulder, Colorado. We're trying to set up a meeting, I believe it's sometime next week, with City of Flagstaff and Boulder, Colorado. They use channelized rights a lot for these types of pedestrian facilities. You can see a picture right here of Pearl Street and 28th Street. They have it at all 4 corners. They got raised crosswalks. You can see a raised crosswalk right here. So again, it's a signal and a speed deterrent, so people don't speed through here. Gives 2 visual cues and a physical cue that you need to slow down and yield to pedestrians. This is a yield control. They yield control most of their channelized rights. It's their standard practice. Again, we're going to talk to them next week and get more feedback from them. Is what are your lessons learned? How has it been implemented? What have you guys seen from a safety and implementation practice? We're excited to talk to them and learn more about their experiences. And other safety features we can talk about, and this is more final design, so we haven't incorporated it into our intersection layouts, but again, advanced signals. You can actually have signal heads that are specific for bikes and for pedestrians going forward. And then you can have extended crossing time. So I hinted we talk about this. So if you do have users who need extended crossing times, there's a hold down to extend crossing. So if you have a user that needs to have longer time to cross, they can hold down the button. It activates that this person needs extended green time to cross, and it'll work with the signal timing to give them additional green time. So extended push to cross. So that's something we could work into the intersection if we're concerned about crossing times. Then the leading PED phase, it works with advanced signals. And again, that gets them out into the intersection and advance the right turn lanes. This only works if you have a dedicated right turn lane. This would not be something you would work or you would use with the shared through right turn concept. It just doesn't work with that concept. You need a dedicated right turn lane. But that's it goes hand in hand with the advanced signals. So takeaways. So all the intersection alternatives have sufficient green time or can be made to have sufficient green time to allow pedestrians to cross even for the slower crossers. The intersection footprints are smaller than the comparable 4th Street and Route 66 in Flagstaff. Some are smaller than the others. They're also smaller than the Ponderosa with Butler and Route 66. All intersection alternatives have protected pedestrian cyclist crossings along Lone Tree Road and foots across Butler Avenue. I should also say that they all incorporate the protected intersection concepts in general. They just treat the bicycle lanes a little bit differently. That's really the only difference. Channelized right islands and refuge islands can decrease the crossing distances for pedestrians and help improve safety. It gives them a staging area and reduces their crossing distances. Channelized rights can be control with stop or yield control or even signalization. So there are multiple ways we can discuss as we move forward with design how the city prefers to control the use of channelized rights, and we can continue to talk and explore and reach out to other agencies that are using these. And there is significant increase in vehicle delays and queue lengths and single left intersection alternatives. And again, just to reiterate, we have taken that to the sim traffic, the mini network model level. We could look to push back again to the larger network model, but the mini network model is what's indicating these queue lengths. And it does have, two of the alternatives do have impacts on ADOT's facility, which is something we would have to work through with those alternatives. Here's a summary slide I've been promising. So protected, separated bicycle facility. So we have the comparisons 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So separated facilities, north-south leg on all 5, and then all legs on 2 and 3. So for 1, 4, and 5, we keep the bike lanes on Butler. They are protected because the city is going to install the curb lanes and barricades, so they are considered protected. But when we say separated, we mean off the roadway. That's what we mean by that term. Pedestrian crossing length time. Obviously, the shortest is the traditional, the skinniest. This looks bigger just because the scale of the pictures zoomed in a little bit tighter, just to help understand the laneage. It is the smallest intersection though. But even the largest, we're going from 22 seconds to 26 seconds. From a gallons used perspective, again, this comes from our sim traffic, which is our mini model. You can see 1, 2, and 4 behave very similar, and we have an increase with alternatives 3 and 5, and that's mainly from the delay of vehicles getting through the intersection. You're sitting longer at the intersection, waiting more cycles get through the intersection, and that takes more gallons to get gallons of fuel as you're sitting there waiting as a direct function of the vehicle delays. Delays, again, very similar for 1, 3, and 1, 2, and 4. And they increase for 3 and 5. The big difference between 3 and 5 is you have an additional lowering of or increase in delays due to the shared through right concept. Right-of-way impacts, you have them on alternatives 2 and 3, and then you have a lesser impact on alternative 4. You have no impacts on 1 and 5. And then we did have costs built out for 1 through 4, and then alternative 5 will be similar to alternative 1. It will be less expensive. We don't have a hard number, but it will be less expensive, most likely, than alternative 1, but on the same level. These numbers do not include right-of-way costs. We did talk to our right-of-way acquisition expert, and for each parcel, he was anywhere from the partial takes, anywhere from $250,000 to $500,000, and these are again schematic level because we're talking mainly driveway. Does not include parking lot improvements for the southwest corner, and then the northeast parcel, he was anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million of additional right-of-way costs, just to give you a sense of scale. But those are just predictions. The market's been very hard to determine, so those were just his feel based on what other parcels are going through right now. So we don't have hard data for those, so we didn't include them, but that's the best data I have. From a safety perspective, we were asked to rate safety. We did talk a lot internally with Christine and Jeff. All these intersections we consider safe. We did build in safety features. They all have the protected intersection concept. And we as engineers would not build an unsafe intersection. We went through the different safety features. We're providing enhanced crosswalks, protected intersection corners, bicycle crossings where appropriate for all these intersections. So it's really hard to rate from a safety perspective intersection to intersection, but we would as engineers provide every safety feature that's appropriate. Obviously, if we don't have a median refuge island, we can't build in the safety feature of that median refuge island. It doesn't work with the intersection, but rating them doesn't make sense from an engineering perspective. Whatever choice is made by the team and by the council, we would make that intersection as safe as possible. So that rating did not was not made as part of this summary slide. But we would give the city a safe intersection. And with that ends my summary or my presentation. I would like to turn it over to the Madam Chair of the Transportation Commission to summarize our presentation to them. So Julie Lead, if you are ready, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Mayor DZ, members of council. I have 3 slides. We'll go through it quickly because many of you were in attendance at that Transportation Commission meeting, the marathon meeting held less than 2 weeks ago. And we had, it was a great meeting because we had opportunities for commission members, committee members, members of the public, members from organizations, agencies, and be able to have a dialogue, to have a conversation with the WSP design team and with city staff, be able to ask questions and to work through some of these things. So Transportation Commission led that meeting. We had our Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee members in attendance, as well as Sustainability Commission, the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living. Metro Plan was in attendance. They were able to answer a couple of questions that we had about modeling. We had Flag Biking Organization, Friends of Flagstaff's Future, representatives from these organizations, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Southside Community Association, as well as members of the public. And thank you to our city council members for sitting through that as well and listening, and city staff. Next slide, please. So here is a quick summary that I put together of kind of our major discussion items from the time that we spent together. We want to see this project to move forward. That's what I heard from the committees, the commissions, and members of the public. Some asked for us to slow down, to do more engagement. There's requests to consider the character of the intersection, the project's impact to the Southside community, while also addressing cut-through traffic, which is not desirable to the Southside community. We had a great discussion on level of service analysis assumptions, peak hour, VMT, impact on greenhouse gas emissions, and induced demand. I should have included induced demand in that list too. And I'm putting all of those together because those are very difficult topics and discussions, and trying to reconcile many of those things. So we had a candid conversation about these, an open dialogue, and WSP, the design team, was able to answer a lot of those questions in a very open way. We did not come away as commission or committee members with a preferred intersection layout identified. In fact, we've had a couple of previous committee meetings where there were, committee members were leaning towards that channelized right that Jason presented. And through the course of the Transportation Commission meeting a couple of weeks ago, perhaps that's more of a traditional intersection that's favored. What that's telling us is that we still have a little bit of work to do to try to communicate those design ideas and strategies to be able to reach a recommendation. We need to look to the AMTP or ATMP, excuse me, for intersection strategies such as bike boxes and advanced signalization. That came from some members of our Bicycle Advisory Committee. And then as we've seen tonight, this was the big one, wanted to show an option with the reduced lane configuration. And in general, what that was talked about was that 5-lane configuration. But really the theme of this is inducing demand for bike riders and pedestrians. All right, next slide, please. Right, so these are the key comments from the Transportation Commissioners. There's a request to evaluate intersection safety, to bring community character to the intersection design. By community character, I got some more information, some specifics on community character to share. This is landscaping, this is art, this is surface treatments. These are the special touches that speak to the area that this intersection is located. There is great excitement about the possibilities of Beaver and San Francisco streets and what these can become with walking, biking, gathering spaces, and business for our community. We need to, as far as the greenhouse gases, the climate neutrality plan, we need to invest in transit to meet the goals of the CMP. And You know, how do we create Mountain Line as the Cadillac of transit? And then finally, the Transportation Commission has the responsibility of being the oversight commission for the transportation tax expenditures. So there is an obligation to voters to deliver a project that meets the expectations that were presented in Propositions 419 and 420. And I will be here listening in for any questions related to Transportation Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Is this the end of all of the presentations, or, oh, we have closing comments.
You've got one more slide. Hang in there. I'll be speedy. Yep. Thanks, Julie. So I wanted to go over a couple more closing comments here. For consideration of other community projects, you know, council is aware that the Lone Tree Overpass is adjacent to and involved with other community projects. Specifically the Rio de Flag. There's a lot of concern that we need to keep the Rio moving and not jeopardize the schedule or the $52 million that the Army Corps has in federal funding right now. You know, the overpass is a project that benefits BNSF. It provides them a grade separated crossing of their tracks and reduces traffic conflict at the at-grade crossings. And the overpass has funding to help the Rio with property acquisition and rail relocation. So it removes a lot of the financial burden off the Rio that it just doesn't have to spend. The overpass has been a really attractive add to the overall downtown mile project, and we would like to keep that in play as much as possible. So regardless of what happens with the intersection design, the best scenario for Lone Tree and the Rio would be to proceed with design of the overall project where we can, as council directs, proceed with property acquisition, proceed with BNSF and Army Corps design and coordination and financial agreements we're trying to draft with them. This equates to continuing to spend money from 419 and 420. So I wanted to be transparent about that, and I can provide more detail to that if needed. You know, this is an important consideration, and if things need to change in how we are spending money going forward, we need to know that, you know, as soon as possible. We need to engage our stakeholders, you know, in that discussion also. For the schedule, this depends on what we hear tonight. The original schedule presented to the voters in 2018 conveyed that the project would be complete in 2026. We had anticipated to move forward with design in November last year and have been working back through these intersection alternatives. So, you know, we're a couple of months behind where we thought we'd be, and we'll see what council says about direction and where we go from here for the schedule. And then the project cost estimate. This is something that Chris Kane from Ames Construction and Jason WSP have been working on. I wanted to run through the numbers at kind of a high level tonight. Just to remind council and the audience that we've got $73 million in 420 funding, and that is for the area of Butler north to Route 66 for the overpass area. And then we also have 3.5 million in 419 proposition funding, and this covers Lone Tree corridor improvements from Butler all the way south to Pine Knoll, I think is where that limit was designated. And so we haven't determined a proportional share from just Butler to Sawmill, which is our portion of the corridor. We're working on the overall cost estimate right now with the contractor to help determine that. You know, it's about a quarter of the total length, but we have more intersections, more signals, and more expense up in the northern reach. You know, we're seeing that real estate acquisition and relocation is now estimated at 2 to 3 times the original estimate. That probably comes to no surprise to anyone that lives in the community. The BNSF relocation cost is looking like close to twice our original estimate, and construction materials, of course, have gone up maybe 20 to 30% over the last year or so. So our current cost estimate is coming in at about 90 to 100 million for the whole project from Route 66 all the way down to Sawmill, which is about 20% over our original cost estimate. You know, we still have work to do on the estimate as design is refined, and we hopefully reduce some contingencies and unknowns that we've been conservative with so far. So Chris Kane is doing a lot of work on this, and we hope to bring you better numbers that are more in line with the budget. So that is the end of the presentation. Council direction and conversation is next, and thanks for your time. I'll turn this back over to you, Mayor, for discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Christine, and I really appreciate the presentation, Jason and Julie, for your input. It was very well articulated. You all have thought out a lot of things, provide a lot of metrics, and we really appreciate the thoroughness of the work that is provided. With that, though, I want to start with the public comments before we take it to council discussion. So if you'd like to queue that up, City Clerk and Deputy City Clerk, that would be awesome.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to go ahead and start with Emily Wren. Emily, you can go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments now.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yep, please proceed.
Great. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor Deasy and council members. My name is Emily Wren. I'm a resident of Flagstaff and a wildlife biologist. I strongly support a design for the Lone Tree Overpass that prioritizes and protects pedestrians and bicycles. But I want to speak to you today more specifically about the Gunnison's prairie dogs that live along Route 66, the bike path, railroad tracks, and the Rio de Flag corridor, where the Lone Tree Overpass will be constructed. Unfortunately, much of our beloved city has been built on top of prairie dog colonies, and that trend does not seem to be slowing down. Prairie dogs are a keystone species in the habitats where they live, so they play an important ecological role. The Gunnison's prairie dog, which is the species we have here in northern Arizona, has declined over 95% across their range in the last century due to poisoning, shooting, disease, habitat conversion, and urbanization. They are considered a species of greatest conservation need in the state of Arizona. Gunnison's prairie dogs are also specifically mentioned in the Flagstaff Regional Plan 2030 in a section on the natural environment. The Environmental Planning and Conservation Goal 6 and Goal 10 can both be applied to the Lone Tree Overpass project and the prairie dogs that live there. There are considerations for development that directly relate to Flagstaff's prairie dogs in the regional plan, but they are regularly ignored in projects that are being approved. Bulldozing over active prairie dog colonies for development and infrastructure is a cruel and inhumane death to potentially hundreds of individual prairie dogs that may inhabit their colonies. There are more humane options for translocating prairie dogs and family groups to be released in more remote wildland areas. But to be successful, it must be done in the months of July and August, when the prairie dogs are not hibernating and their pups are old enough to be moved. It takes advanced planning and should be considered early in the design process and timeline for construction projects. The prairie dogs that may be directly impacted and harmed by the construction work of the Lone Tree Overpass should be considered now in the design and development. The prairie dogs should also be considered in the landscaping plans for after the overpass is complete, so that prairie dogs may be allowed to return to the green spaces that are appropriate for them, or properly excluded from the areas where they are no longer desired. With that, I would be grateful for the City Council to take into consideration our prairie dog neighbors in the design of the overpass project. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily, and really appreciate you bringing that up. It's not a factor we consider well enough as we design and move forward with construction projects. So I appreciate your commentary and bringing that up. Next commenter, please. Next participant.
Mayor, we have Kyle. Kyle, you can go ahead and start your comments now.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Mayor Deasy, Vice Mayor Daggett, Council, thank you for your time today. My name is Kyle Nitschke, and I'm the organizing director of the Arizona Students Association. Here in Flagstaff, our chapter has registered thousands of new voters, and we do our best to represent students at the local, state, and federal level on behalf of their interests. The Lone Tree Overpass and Butler-Lone Tree intersection is a major crossing for NAU students. Its close proximity to student-focused housing complexes such as the Grove and the Commons makes it an important intersection for NAU students heading to and from downtown Flagstaff. When I was a student at NAU, I lived at the Grove for 2 years and would regularly bike to work downtown in the mornings and would use the left-hand turn lane heading north on Lone Tree to merge onto the bike lane on Butler Avenue. My friends and I would also regularly find ourselves walking to and from downtown using the Lone Tree to Butler intersection. The Students Association is very excited for the voter-approved overpass and another connection and safe route to downtown Flagstaff, but we're concerned that not all the design options prioritize pedestrian and bicycle-focused infrastructure. Channelized right-hand turn lanes are inherently dangerous to pedestrians and bikers. When a driver is making a right-hand turn, they're looking left at oncoming traffic and not paying attention to what's directly in front of them. In the case of a channelized right-hand turn, that could be a pedestrian or biker. ASA also got to spend some time at the intersection with Councilmembers Shimoni and Sweet yesterday, and we just really want to push Council to focus on pedestrian and bike safety and improving a design for the intersection. Flagstaff can only become a walkable, bikeable paradise if we build infrastructure that prioritizes walking and biking. So let's continue to encourage NAU students in the community to walk and bike by building an intersection overpass that will promote future density and sustainable travel options. We fully expect Council to make a decision that adequately addresses all these community concerns. So thank you so much for your time, and good luck with the discussion and decision tonight.
Thank you, Kyle. Much appreciated. Next public participant.
Just one moment, Mayor, sorry.
No problem.
All right, our next speaker is Sydney Shavat. Sydney, you can go ahead and unmute and start your comments now.
Awesome. Hello, my name is Sydney Shavat. I'm an NAU graduate student and researcher. I want to start by saying thank you to those who have worked on this project. It's evident that a lot of work has been put into it. With that being said, I do have some concerns regarding the overpass at Lone Tree and Butler. Last night, council members Adam Shimoni and Miranda Sweet held an informational meeting regarding this overpass, and it was held at the intersection itself. We discussed the 5 options and then made the trek across the 6 lanes of the Lone Tree and Butler intersection. As the walk line signs lit up, our group of around 15 people began to walk across the intersection. However, not just 1 or 2 cars, but 5 or 6 cars drove by, turning left on the opposite side. They didn't stop, and we couldn't attempt to cross. Only after the 6 cars passed did we cross, so we had to waste 5 or 10 seconds of our time to cross it, and the cars finally did stop. We had to rush across the street with the remaining time we had, and our group was comprised of mainly able-bodied individuals. But how safe or plausible would it have been for people who are disabled, elderly, or children? This is a safety hazard for many groups of people, including the ones I've listed already. But as Kyle just mentioned, students are also in danger. Thousands of students live at the intersection or near the intersection and have to cross it every day to get to school. And increasing the lanes will only pose a threat to public safety. And along with this, there are no environmental impact statements regarding this project. The goal of the overpass is to alleviate traffic from other parts of Flagstaff, but according to projections, traffic will only be alleviated until 2040. This leaves only 14 years of alleviated traffic, as the project is projected to be complete in 2026. So is 14 years of alleviated traffic worth the safety of Flagstaff citizens and the environment? The best way to alleviate traffic in Flagstaff is to make the streets safer for bicycling or walking, as well as more stops for public transit. I'm asking you to consider option 5 of the Lone Tree and Butler overpass, and I believe that this will be the safest option for Flagstaff residents and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. Next public participant.
Mayor, our next commenter is Tyler Denham. Tyler, you can go ahead and start.
Hey, council members. First off, shout out to everyone who made it to right now. It's been a long trip since 3 o'clock. I'm speaking today as a private citizen and a resident of the Southside neighborhood, just 2 blocks from the Lone Tree and Butler intersection, in fact. I'm calling today to make a few comments about the Lone Tree Overpass project. First, I hope that when deciding on a design for the Lone Tree and Butler intersection, you incorporate pedestrian and cyclist safety as much as possible. I walk and bike through that intersection several times every week, and I want to be safe while doing so. Second, I want to sign on to Friends of Flagstaff Future's concerns about overbuilding of the intersection. I'm not affiliated with Friends of Flagstaff's Future, but I read their write-up on it, and I found their argument that the larger designs conflict with the city's carbon neutrality plan and active transportation master plan very convincing. I actually think Michelle James is in the chat, and if she hasn't already spoken, she'll probably make that case much more eloquently than I ever could. Third, and this is more of a question, with regards to the sizing of the intersection, I'm curious if maintenance costs between the smaller and larger designs have been taken into account. A larger intersection is more expensive to maintain, and Arizona is already billions behind on maintenance for its existing road capacity, according to a 2020 report from the American Society of Civil Engineers. I can easily envision a scenario a decade or two from now where the city struggles to get a degraded roadway fixed as federal and state budgets for road maintenance are increasingly stressed and costs are pushed off onto local municipalities. It doesn't seem financially prudent to make the larger maintenance commitments given the upcoming budget crunch with regards to road maintenance. So I'm curious if that's been considered or if it will be considered in the future. Fourth, about the Route 66 and Lone Tree intersection, and specifically, I heard that ADOT is trying to limit the city's input into the design. This is a little bit of hearsay. I don't have a clue about the legalities of it, but I really hope you're able to weigh in on the design. The intersection is next to the heart of the city, will impact all of us residents, and you council members are who we elected to voice our concerns and interest in these kinds of situations. Fifth and finally, I got 20 seconds, make it quick. A comment about the modeling used in the design of the intersection. I really appreciate the speaker's explanation of the factors they took into account in their modeling. I have no doubt they incorporated the best data available. However, as someone who does a lot of system modeling in my job, I just want to caution you about the limits of this kind of complex modeling. The result often depends on the assumption. That's time, sorry.
Thank you, Tyler. Next public commenter.
Mayor, our next commenter is Deb Harris. Deb, you can go ahead and unmute and start your comments.
Okay, am I unmuted?
You are, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor DC, Vice Mayor, and council members. Boy, was this a long one tonight. And we all kind of kept you all company. So we have shared in your misery in terms of the length, but we're not talking about, this is not an important topic because it really is. And it is critical to Southside to have a voice in what happens. One of the things that I'm hearing from residents, and they've asked me to speak on this specifically, is to talk about the Rio project. Some people are concerned that the Rio project will be stopped or will be held up because of this project and our indecision about 5 lanes, 7 lanes, whatever. And so we want to make sure that council hears loud and clear that this is an important project. The overpass is important, but not at the expense of stopping the Rio or slowing that project down. We have to continue with that. They also wanted me to make sure that I talked about the Eldon Street corridor. That was mentioned in one of the presentations, and I can't remember which one, but they wanted me to make sure that I spoke to that. And they wanted me to say that Southside is already experiencing issues or concerns or traffic with the overpass going in, and they don't want any more traffic coming through the neighborhood. And they feel that if we do anything with the Eldon Street, make it into a corridor or whatever, that it's going to pull more traffic into the neighborhood. And so they've asked that the council really think about that with whatever decision that they make in terms of the design. And then finally, the last thing is that we want to talk more about public transportation. We want to make sure that that weighs into the equation. We keep talking about pedestrians and bicyclers, but we haven't talked about public transportation. And I think that that is a key part of helping this design move forward. So thank you very much and good luck with your deliberation.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Next public commenter.
Mayor, our next public comment is from Enoch. Enoch, you can go ahead and unmute and start your comments.
Hello, council members. My name is Enoch Costa, and I live right down the street from the Lone Tree and Butler intersection in the South Side neighborhood. As someone who walks and bikes in the area often, I urge you to adopt all the pedestrian and cyclist safety features that are proposed in the staff presentation. Also, as far as sizing of the intersection goes, I hope you adopt the smaller 5-lane design. Any design larger than that feels divisive to me, as it will create a larger physical barrier between the mostly residential area to the west of Lone Tree and the shopping and trails to the east of Lone Tree. The South Side community at the moment is very walkable, and an intersection that's oversized would negatively impact that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Enoch. Next public participant.
Mayor, our next commenter is Michelle James. Michelle, you can go ahead and unmute and start your comments.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Michelle James. I'm the Executive Director of Friends of Flagstaff's Future. Thank you for the more detailed and focused presentation this evening. I found that very helpful. As I have spoken at last several council meetings, you're aware that F-Cubed has some significant concerns regarding the designs of the intersection of Lone Tree and Butler. I outlined these concerns in a detailed letter emailed to you yesterday. Tonight, I'm going to keep it short and just summarize our concerns in five bullet points. 1, the goals of the Flagstaff Carbon Neutrality Plan must be considered in the design of the Lone Tree Overpass and its intersections. The Flagstaff Regional Plan, the guiding document for managing the city, was recently amended to incorporate this plan. Thus, it cannot and should not be ignored. Number 2, the final design of the intersection at Butler should include data-proven metrics indicating that the selected design provides safe crossings for pedestrians and bicyclists. 3, not all necessary metrics have been evaluated for the 5 alternatives presented. The metrics that are still needed to accurately evaluate intersection alternatives include refined VMT numbers, safety of all users, accessibility, economic vitality, maintenance costs, and the effects of an increasing number of connected multimodal trails. 4, some inaccurate metrics have been provided based on a long discredited falsehood not substantiated by scientific evidence. This is that greenhouse gas emissions do not decrease when vehicles move faster along a road and through an intersection. Greenhouse gas emissions are directly tied to vehicle miles traveled, not speed. In fact, speed in urban settings tends to increase carbon emissions. 5, additional outreach to the Flagstaff community as a whole, and specifically with the South Side community, is needed. F-Cube urges Council to delay the selection of a design for the intersection at Butler until we have additional data related to how the design alternatives impact the values of importance to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. Next public participant.
Our next participant is David Hayward. David, you can go ahead and unmute and provide your comments.
Mayor, Council, thank you so much for being here. It's coming up on 10 o'clock, and I do, and I think a lot of us here really appreciate your service to the community. My only comment here is in regards to slowing this process down. I have never heard someone tell me that city government, our bureaucracy, or our political process moves too quickly. I'm sure that's not a common refrain you hear from your constituents. City government gets things done way too fast, and I just can't keep up. You have 5 options in front of you today. Those are options that, as we've seen, have been beat to death, if we will, by the experts. Please just pick one and get this project done. We've been asking to have this overpass completed for the last 21 years. The project was initially brought forward just after the turn of the century, and we're still working on it. It strikes me that the narrative has been pushed into a lot of extraneous concerns that while those are well guided, they are not pertinent to the simple construction of a road. We're just asking you to put a bridge across the railroad between 2 of our major intersections, and help with some of our traffic problems. So I please just urge you, just make a decision tonight. Tell staff that all of their hard work is not for naught, and move forward with this project promptly. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And Councilmember Aslan has a question for you.
Hi, David. Are you still there? Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, do you mind if I ask you some questions about property?
Please go ahead.
I just wanted to be sure I was okay to do that. So some of the designs involve a building that may or may not survive or require demolition according to slip lanes or right channel lanes. Can you tell us? Can you talk about that for a moment? Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah. So I think the most important point, right, is if you were able to go back to the slide that had the 5 different options on it, and you have the estimated cost at the bottom of it, that I believe it was options number 2 and 3 were the ones that include the channelized right intersections. Those are the ones that impact my property.
Corner.
Yeah, on the northeast corner. I liked the $1 million number that your consultant put out more than the $500,000 number, for obvious reasons. But obviously, if we plan on redeveloping that corner, we want it to be part of, a new high density, close to downtown, walkable, bikeable development for for downtown Flagstaff. But obviously that building might not be there, but the way in which real estate acquisition, and you'll have to have your staff correct me if I'm wrong, works is that they are required to pay the appraised value, and as they said, that could be between $500,000 and $1 million, and so that $2.1 million number goes up to 2.6 or $3.1 million if you include that.
Okay, thank you, David. I was trying to be careful with my questioning. I didn't want to pressure you into saying something in public comment that you weren't comfortable with, but it seems to me that you're comfortable talking about some of this stuff. I guess the heart of my question is
it's all based in law, so it's you guys get to set appraisal, and then we take it, or we take it. That's
sure.
That's how it works.
Where I'm going with my specific question is that building of any particular importance to you, or if a slip lane needs to go in there, and that building has to be demolished, is that a critical consideration for you as the property owner, or not?
No, it's not. I think the traffic engineer stated earlier it's channelized right and a slip lane are not the same thing. And that's an important distinction. But if that building gets demolished, it's much more important to me that we have an intersection that works, that would connect both sides of that street effectively for pedestrians and bicyclists. And I want to make it clear that that is definitely something that is a concern to me. I just don't want to see this process slow down while we talk about things that are not really options, while we have realistic options on the table right in front of us.
Okay, well, thank you. That clarifies for me and hopefully for others that the existence of that building is not a key consideration. If you had said that it would be problematic for that building to go away, I think it would create a different conversation, but it seems like all options are on the table, and that's not really a deep consideration. What I'm hearing you say is that the doing this with proper expediency and getting the safety features correct is far more important to you as the property owner than the fate of that building.
Indeed.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next public participant.
Mayor, we have Marilyn Weissman. Marilyn, you can go ahead and unmute and start your comments now.
Hi, Mayor Deasy, Vice Mayor Daggett, and City Council. I'd like to start by thanking the Council, the City Manager, and the Sustainability Department for bringing the discussion of transformative transportation solutions to last week's Council meeting. I found it very informative. I'm here tonight to ask the City Council to apply the transformative transportation solutions and keep the size of the intersection of Butler and Lone Tree to a modest size, more like the traditional intersection alternative 5 shown in the presentation. Butler is not Route 66. I drive it as an alternative to Route 66, and it's not the same kind of major road that is typical of ADOT or Phoenix for that matter. These types of roads and their intersections are hazardous and unfriendly to bicyclists and pedestrians and serve a different purpose. Our carbon neutrality plan applies the philosophy of transforming our transportation paradigm. We should be putting this plan into effect when we consider all transportation projects. This plan, which has City Council approval, means making a fundamental shift in the way we think about our road systems and how we get around. The plan states that, quote, the emphasis of our transportation planning must pivot from congestion mitigation to mobility improvement to improve the way community members move around town outside of their cars. The large intersection designs for this project would have the intent of mitigating traffic and wait times, but they actually invite more cars to be on the road. This idea of induced demand is something we learned about in last week's meeting. The assumption of the consultant is that cars on the road will grow at the same pace they have always grown as population grows. If we are seriously working to be carbon neutral by 2030, we should not be planning with that assumption. Obviously, the design of this one project will not prevent us from continuing to apply our carbon neutrality plan, but we need to begin to take bold steps in the face of demands for car supremacy and start putting this transportation paradigm shift into effect now. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Next public participant.
Mayor, our next commenter is Sat Best. Sat, you can go ahead and unmute and give your comments now.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. It is spinning a little bit, as I'm sure most heads are with all this information. My first impression of this intersection is that it's huge, and I'd like to suggest a more flexible approach to the traffic infrastructure in the area. We're at an interesting time in the history of our town. We want to provide for future traffic needs, but we also support plans to mitigate climate change, reduce climate impact, increase pedestrian bike traffic, increase the use of public transportation, and protect neighborhood tranquility. The intersection seems to be designed for significantly increased traffic sometime in the future, but our plans look forward to a day when traffic is actually reduced. Will Flagstaff become the next Copenhagen of the West, with pedestrians and bike riders on streets all through the winter? Will improved public transportation and citizens' carbon concerns lead to a reduction in personal vehicle traffic? Or on the other hand, will electric vehicles become the norm? And with a reduced carbon impact, perhaps walkers and bikers will take to their electric vehicle, their Tesla, rather than brave the cold, and we might see more traffic. I think at this point we don't have answers to these questions, so I propose a more flexible alternative. Install the underground infrastructure, the utilities and so forth necessary for the biggest option, modified as necessary and as possible to make it as multimodal as possible, and then install one of the smaller options designed to fit current traffic needs. This would give future leaders the flexibility to relatively easily adjust the intersection to traffic of all types as it develops over the years. So that's, I don't know the practicality of this, but a flexible option, if possible, I think would be a good idea. I would also say in general that my wife and I do a fair amount of biking on the streets. And our rule of thumb is we just don't operate our bikes at street level when the speed limit is over 25 miles an hour. So I really encourage whatever we do, we try to get bikes off the street level. And I thank you very much for what you've done on Butler to mitigate the danger. I hope that works. I hope it isn't all knocked to pieces by snowplows and cars, but I think it's a step in the right direction, and I thank you for that. Have a lovely evening, and thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Much appreciated. Next, public participant.
Mayor, I had a question for the commenter.
Oh, my apologies. Councilmember Aslan, Sat, if you're still there.
I am.
Excellent. Councilmember
No
Aslan.
worries. Yeah, thank you. So Sat, I actually, maybe this is more of a comment. I really find your recommendation to be very interesting. And what I'd like to do is maybe not ask now, but during discussion, maybe someone can prepare a response to the question of how feasible is that flexible approach. We haven't talked a lot about that sort of concept. So I'd be curious to hear a little bit more. And I realize staff might be spitballing on this a little bit, but I think it would be great to introduce that into the conversation a little. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, flexibility is great if it can be done.
Thanks,
you. And good evening.
Yeah, thank you, Seth. And thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Next public participant.
Mayor, our next commenter is Anthony Quintilli. Anthony, you can go ahead and unmute now and offer your comments.
Hi, I'm Anthony Quintilli. I'm speaking on behalf of Flagstaff Biking Organization this evening. There's a few takeaways I want to add from previous meetings I've attended on this. 2026 is only 4 years away. It's not some distant future. And I acknowledge that this is anecdotal, but I don't think I've ever been stuck in a backup as long as those being predicted for the 5-lane version of this intersection, which is supposed to alleviate this issue to some degree, right? This intersection should help alleviate that, but we don't have that problem currently, and I can't see having that problem in only 4 years. So I once again point out that something is awry with the modeling. Flagstaff's a funny shaped town. It's hard to do computer modeling on traffic flow patterns in a town like this. A lot of our concerns are really specific to the designs. I'll give a few quick examples. The channelized right turn is extremely cumbersome for bikes. You'll note that the slide for Boulder, Colorado showed a through bike lane with an adjacent channelized right-hand turn. The way they're currently designed, bikes would have to make all kinds of weird left and right-hand turns and intermingle with pedestrian traffic. It's very cumbersome. there was no mention of a channelized, the benefits to bicycles for channelized right-hand turns in the safety part of the presentation either. Bike ped tunnels are not being considered. I think they're highly applicable in this situation, especially if the choice is to go forward with one of these giant intersections. There's other significant details that are not clear and could be need to be more specifically discussed. And I'd be happy to participate in that and bring some others to the conversation on those details. Some of these designs could be salvaged by addressing certain details or applying elements from one design to another, and that's not. I just don't feel like any of these are done cooking. They're not finished, and there's still a lot of issues with any given one of them. The biggest issue is the scale and the elements of this design create unanalyzed cultural induced demand by prioritizing vehicle accommodation while merely nodding to bicycle and pedestrian. You could do all the math you want, but if you make it easy to drive and hard to ride bikes, people are going to drive. So in summary, we'd like to see the smaller size 5-lane option and to refine the bike infrastructure in that option so that it actually makes sense and there's not holes and missing pieces to how bikes will actually flow through these intersections. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next public commenter.
Mayor, that was our last public commenter.
All right, thank you much. Well, then we are turning it back to council for questions and comments. I do have a few of my own, obviously, but opening up the floor to others. Vice Mayor, followed by Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about the channelized lanes. We've heard two speakers this evening say that they are less safe, and but in the presentation, it was presented that they were safer. So I'm wondering if we could have that addressed again.
Yeah, so yeah, the speaker who specifically spoke about the channelized rights was making a comment that, you know, the safety concern was the drivers looking over their left shoulder, not necessarily looking at the cyclists. The channelized right, the key benefit, maybe I didn't explain, I probably didn't explain this well. The pedestrian right turn movement conflict occurs ahead of the right turn oncoming traffic movement. So it's at two different locations in the intersection. So right turns using this movement, they're coming perpendicular to the crossing. This is where that conflict comes. So you have the yield stop or signal control at this location. They're not worried about the oncoming traffic at this point. They're worried only about the pedestrian at this point. Once they're past this conflict, they now advance to here. Now they're worried about the oncoming traffic. So it splits up the pedestrian and the oncoming traffic phases into two different occurrences. If I go back to, let me find another slide where it doesn't have a more, or has a more traditional. So it, in versus if this is a right turn lane and ignore the advanced signalization. So this, if the right turn's making a traditional right turn bay movement, this is where the conflict occurs. He's looking left. Crosswalk is crossing. He's not turning right until he's making his movement. That's where traditional turning lane. And if you had a right turn lane that was more, you know, you're not advancing this type of channelized right and the separating the two movements, that's where that conflict can occur. So when we look at the safety data, and I'm trying to find that slide. I forget what slide it was on. Channelized right. That's why the crash data reduction shows a 2% to 19% from the CMF clearinghouse. There is some conflicting data, so there's a prediction reduction of 70 to 80% from one data source and a 2 to 19% reduction in another data source. But that prediction again comes from because you're splitting up the operations of a driver. This movement, they're focused on the pedestrian. The secondary movement, they're focused on the traffic. Scott, I don't know if you have anything to add to that. I know you served on the state safety board and stuff, so I don't know if you have anything more to add. Now you dug into this research in these slides a lot as well.
Yeah, I guess the only other thing I'd point out is in a lot of urban areas, you'll see channelized right turn lanes that have their own what I'll call accepting lane. So they will be turning into a dedicated lane. If we're talking the eastbound right turn on Butler, turning towards onto South Lone Tree, there's not a dedicated lane for them to go into. So their speeds are going to be a lot slower. They're going to, like Jason said, they're going to have to make a second stop to find a gap for them to turn into on Lone Tree. So this isn't going to be a high speed channelized right turn lane that people may have experienced elsewhere.
Thank you.
Just a clarifying question of that. So the 9 to 12% you're showing always matters that we're looking at what the comparison group is with that. So this would be a traditional right turn lane compared to a channeled right turn lane, right? That's the comparison group?
Correct. I believe that's correct. Is that correct, Scott? It's a traditional right turn lane compared to a channelized right turn lane.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so that's not a comparison group of a channelized right turn lane versus no right turn lane at all.
Well, it'd be
Correct.
similar from a shared through right versus a right turn. Anytime you're making a right turn lane, if you're not allowing rights at all, then there is no conflict.
Okay, well, I just wanted the quick clarification. With that, I'll turn it to Councilmember Sweet and then Councilmember Eflin.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. I know we're trying to decide on the right type of intersection. My questions are maybe a little more broad than that. Have we done any outreach to the local businesses on South San Francisco and South Beaver? Do they know that this is a significant change to the amount of traffic going in front of their business? And I just worry a little bit that maybe they aren't prepared and know that that change is coming. And I'm excited for the change, and I'm guessing they will be as well, but it will change some business models. So I'm just wondering if we've done outreach with that.
We as the project team have not done any direct outreach. Those slides we did show earlier were the same slides we showed back in October. This information has been out there. We have incorporated that data as well into our preliminary EIS data. Christine or Jeff, I don't know if the city itself has done any outreach through your groups that you're aware of.
Hi, this is Christine Cameron. No, we haven't yet, but that economic impact statement analysis is due to be finished here probably in the next month or so. We are doing some outreach with the Southside community members and their views on gentrification. And then that study does go out to that group on San Francisco and Beaver. And so we are getting there. We just haven't been there yet.
Great, thank you. I look forward to following that progress. Another question, we don't always know what's going to pique the interest of our community. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to allow for more time and community input on our capital projects before going to the design process. And I'm referencing this project, but I'm also talking about future projects. Is this something that we can talk about and look further into as becoming a process?
So this is Christine again. Rick, Vera, can you take this one? I think this might be a little bit closer to your expertise.
Yeah, thank you, Christine. I appreciate that. And Mayor, good evening. Vice Mayor, members of council, I'm Rick Barrett, City Engineer. The answer is yes, Councilmember Sweet. I'd like to believe we put a lot of effort into these projects before we get it in front of council to design. They're a part of our budget process on an annual basis. These projects appear in our 5-year programs typically. Of course, I'd like to start with, let's first understand the process that we use today. And if we can make that better, we'd be more than willing to consider that. Whatever works for council, that's the direction we're trying to receive. So I appreciate that input.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My last question, referencing one of the speakers, did we look into bike ped tunnels, and is there a reason, maybe besides cost, as to why we didn't go that route?
I'll speak just briefly. We did talk when we were talking about the Boulder experiences. They have a very similar intersection with a ped bike tunnel. That project, we were able to get some project data, and it was on the order of, I believe, $16 to $20 million just for one intersection with a ped tunnel. This particular tunnel also has some utility issues that would go with that. You'd have to relocate significant utility infrastructure underground. So we have not tied too much effort into looking at that with that price tag. We have also talked briefly about overhead structures, bike bridges. That could also be something to look at. We have, longitudinal space to get up and down and over the intersection. That'd be a significant reduction in cost, a lot cheaper to get done versus an underground tunnel. So that obviously is an option if the city wants to proceed there. We have not priced that out though. But that's probably a more viable from a cost perspective option versus an underground tunnel.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank everybody who's worked on all of these project alternatives. It's really evident how much work has gone into all of this, and it shows your level of responsiveness to what the community is asking for and feels that they need. Very, very much appreciate that. At the same time, I personally feel like the guy who made the mistake going into Bed Bath & Beyond to buy a spatula, and 3 hours later comes out not understanding what a spatula is anymore and questioning their ability to flip an egg. That was really meant as a joke, not a critique. I do appreciate having all of these additional alternatives to deliberate on, even if it does create a little bit of anxiety. And so I did kind of want to, Councilmember Sweet and I are kind of channeling the same thoughts. I was hoping someone could remind us and the public why we're not seriously considering pedestrian underpasses as well as a roundabout formation. We've got roundabouts and we've got pedestrian underpasses going in other places in the city right now. So it seems to me that these are viable techniques that our community has embraced and that council has embraced for other intersections. I'd like a little bit more clarity on why those aren't seriously being considered here, why some of those ideas weren't included as alternatives for this presentation. I realize that cost is probably the biggest motivating factor there. And anyway, the idea of pedestrian infrastructure, overpass infrastructure, is also interesting to me. And I do feel like I'd like a little bit more clarity on how viable some of these alternatives may be, perhaps with additional funding leveraged, before I get into the back and forth on, the ranked choice voting, so to speak, on how to layer these 5 options that we do have in front of us.
So I'll start with the roundabout option. I know we did get a comment after Transportation Commission that specifically referenced the roundabout in Sedona, the 179 roundabout. Hopefully everyone's been down there, is familiar with that. That's a 2-lane roundabout. It's got about 1/3 of the traffic that we're predicting at this intersection. as a 2-lane roundabout. And it in its peak hour backs up about a half mile. So if we're sending about
I'm thinking more of. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
your
that's all right.
flow there. I'm thinking more of the roundabouts that we see now in Chino Valley and Prescott on 89A, and also there's one in Cameron, or there's a couple in Cameron that are 4-lane roundabouts. They take a little bit of getting used to, but they seem to work really well.
Yeah, so I'll take a first shot then. So volume-wise, and Joe, I will turn it over to you. So I'm going to give you a prep for this one. But with this volume, we did look. So we did address this a little bit in the fall session. But for a 2-lane and 3-lane, we're at sort of the max volume of traffic going through this intersection for even a 2-lane for a 2-lane roundabout, and we'd have to size out the intersection where we'd be taking out basically all 4 corners. So we're not just impacting the northeast corner, we're impacting the bank on the southeast, we're impacting all the properties on the northwest corner, we're taking additional parcels, on the southwest. We have pretty balanced flows on all 4 corners, and we're gonna just push through so much volume through those roundabouts that we are going to be creating queues, and we're going to be backing up intersections along Butler Avenue to the next signalized intersections, most likely. So when we see the roundabout guides that we get from our federal standards, we're really pushing the upper boundary limits of what they recommend for roundabout volumes.
Okay.
I'm not as familiar with 3-lane and 4 lanes in roundabouts, so this is where I'm going to pass it to Joe Vaskovic. He's in a lot more roundabouts than I have. So Joe, do you have any thoughts about 3-lane and 4-lane other than they get bigger and bigger footprints?
Yes, they do get bigger and bigger footprints, and then you have to consider how traffic's going to exit the roundabout. If you have 3 lanes, you're going to have to make sure that you account for merging and that you're aware of the proper lane assignments as you're leaving the roundabout. Also, when you get a roundabout, multi-lane roundabout, 2-lane approaches, you really have to consider the pedestrian and bike access there. And at Butler and Lone Tree with the Foots Trail, that's additional consideration. We had gone through one multi-lane roundabout design and for ADOT where we had multiple lanes, and according to the new ADA guidelines that will be maybe coming out, PROAG, another acronym there, they're considering active signalization for pedestrian crossings at multi-lane roundabouts. So if we had that situation at Lone Tree and Butler, you'd have a roundabout with potential for signalization that would create further delays and complications. So we did look at the roundabout when we looked at general intersection concepts earlier on, and that was discounted mostly for the volumes and for the pedestrian and bike considerations.
Okay. Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate you revisiting that a little bit. I know that some constituents are talking about it. I'm a big fan of roundabouts myself. I don't mean to back us up too far into the past with this conversation, but thank you for giving some thought and consideration to that, or at least sharing with us the history of the thought that went into that. I guess I would say that I would be interested in seeing an alternative and a cost analysis of either roundabout and or overhead pedestrian infrastructure built into this. I'm one voice on council. I'm not looking to delay things by asking for that, but if we need a little bit more time in order for those ideas to be presented, I would be okay with that. But of course, that would only occur if there are 3 others on council that agree with me, and I don't know that there are. I did want to ask one further question. commenter Set brought up an interesting concept of a phased approach or a flexible approach on this, where we build for maximum flexibility in terms of our planning and infrastructure, but we start with something smaller and we could make changes to it over time. Can someone speak to that sort of philosophy?
Yeah, so that concept sort of goes in line with how we drew this alternative 3. I mentioned we replaced the left turn, the dual left, with a median. So the concept that when we drew this was, let's see if this works and leave the option if the dual lefts are needed. Someone made the comment like, will this really back up worse than it is today, or will people reroute? So this would give the option, well, if it does, this median could always be modified for a double left. I'm still hearing a very strong preference for alternative 5. So how do you combine alternative 3 with alternative 5? That would probably end up being, you would design the Foots Trail out similar to the other intersections. So you'd have the Foots Trail out like way outside the intersection. Then you could build an interim curb line, but Foots Trail and the sidewalk is built out for an ultimate. And then if this doesn't work, you can go out and do a future outside widening. And you would widen to the outside and then allow for a traffic shift both directions. We would have to consider how, because you do want to shadow your through lanes north and south. So we'd have to sort of think about it. What you'd end up probably when you widen, you would end up putting a median back in the south. So you'd start with 5. You start with 5, build Foots Trail and the sidewalk similar to 4 or 3 or any of the other alternatives. Set your interim curb similar to 5 with a final ultimate design with a curb line similar to one of the other options. So that would be a possibility. You do have the risk, though, you'd be out there within a couple of years going back to construction. Your bridge we built the ultimate, and whether you stripe or you curb, you probably want to stripe on the bridge. That way you're not doing concrete work on a newly built bridge, but you could stripe it. I don't know if you guys ever been down to Phoenix or Tucson. They do that a lot with double lefts, is they'll design for a double left, but stripe the second left until it's really needed. It's quite a common practice down in the Tucson, Pima County area. So there are options to do that. And that's definitely something we could work through and consider that concept. But I would, if that's the approach the council wants to go, I would try to consider something where the big thing is, where do you build the corners? Because if the goal is to have 5 with a narrow intersection, you want to set the curb as narrow as possible. But then when you're going to widen it, you're going to be throwing away a lot of work.
Right.
So you're going to be rebuilding a lot of it. So there is a potential for a lot of throwaway. And you want to try to come up with a concept that minimizes that throwaway. You don't want to set the curb line way out here and stripe it, because you're still crossing the same distance. You know what I mean? I don't know if I explained that well. I hope I did.
No, I do. And thank you for just thinking out loud with us for just a moment. I just think it was an interesting concept that deserved a little bit more consideration. So here's kind of what I'm thinking. I definitely want to prioritize a smaller intersection, something that looks smaller but also is actually smaller. I know there's a difference between those two things, and I think if we can make an intersection be perceived as smaller, that's great. But actually having the smaller intersection would be nice too. I'm kind of thinking closely about this alternative 5 concept. I'm a little bit concerned with how much traffic backs up with 5A, I guess it would be called, but 5B with more turn lanes seems very interesting to me. And again, I'm just sort of sharing my real-time thinking here. I'm fine with right channels, especially given the conversation that we just had, which was induced by the Vice Mayor's question. It seems to me that we could make those safe. They might not be the most convenient way for a cyclist to go through an intersection, but I also just sort of have this instinct that having all these right channels is kind of like a highly disguised roundabout, which again, I'm not stuck on, and I don't mean to get prescriptive. I'm just sharing my thinking with you. So I'm eager to hear from others to see where this is all going, and just tally up some of these things. I definitely have the sense that we're going to have differences of opinion on our favorites, and we might end up with a ranked choice sort of scenario later this evening, in what we come down to. But that's some of the thinking and the ways I'm going to weight my thinking as we continue through this conversation. Thank you, and I apologize for the Bed Bath & Beyond joke. I just meant to say that sometimes when you ask, for more choices, it ends up creating a great deal of anxiety. But in this case, I'm very grateful for all the work that has gone into this and that we have so many choices to consider.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember Shimoni?
All right. Good evening. Good night. Good morning. I don't even know what time it is anymore. I'm still turned around and tired. But I want to thank the team that has been working on this. Jason, thank you specifically, and the Ames staff, WSP staff, city staff, leadership, the community leaders, members of council, transportation commission members, other commission members, committee members. This has been such a process, and all the public that's been involved dating back 14 or so years. Wow, here we are, and what a long meeting and discussion this has already been. But I'm grateful for all the work and time that's been put into this. Times are changing, right? And a lot has changed in the last 12, 5, 3, 1 years. A lot is changing, and I think that we're wrestling with those changes, and I'm excited about that. And change is good, right? This Lone Tree intersection, this is a huge intersection today, and it's planned to be one of the biggest in the town. Yesterday, Councilmember Sweet and I hosted a walk-along, a site visit with the community, and as some of the public commenters mentioned, we almost witnessed multiple people getting hit, including a big group of 15 of us. We literally watched cars zoom past us as we had the green light. And that dangerous is sketchy. I'm sorry. I challenge anyone to go there and just watch it during peak flow. It is sketch, and it is scary to think about navigating that through the lens of a child, an individual with a disability, or someone who is elderly. And that needs to be at the front of our priorities and our mindset. Especially given how many folks rely on that intersection to be able to cross, thinking about students, thinking about, youth in the neighborhood. So Prop 420 was narrowly supported by voters, and voters voted for a connection point with a goal to also alleviate congestion. I find there to be inherent flaws with the goals and the challenges around alleviating congestion to begin with, but I'll leave it there. And, our goals and our values and the priorities and trade-offs all need to be discussed, put on the table with the public, and brought together so that we can really move forward, which I think we're going to be able to from today, because there's been a lot of public engagement leading up to this. There's been talk about ADOT and concerns about ADOT in Route 66. And Jason, you mentioned Phoenix and Tucson and these massive intersections that exist down there. And my mind goes to that bumper sticker. Don't Phoenix flag, right? The Flagstaff is special. We don't want to be like Phoenix. We don't want to be like Tucson. Nothing against those two places, no disrespect, but we need to do what we need to do. And I know that ADOT is willing to work with us, from firsthand conversations myself. They need a TIA from the city for that 5-lane option. And then we can continue to mitigate and work through the obstacles that will exist. But I have full faith in you, our team, to work with ADOT, and I will be there with you. I've asked to join you all in those conversations to ensure that we do everything we can to make this project work for Flagstaff. Not Phoenix, not Tucson, but Flagstaff. So I want to talk about modeling. You know, the modeling is really what's driving this all. And I'm very glad that Dave Wessel with MetroPlan is on the line, because Dave, I'm going to have a few questions for you about modeling. But before I do, I'm going to say a couple things. You know, models aren't science, and often we treat them like science. And Jason, you know, towards the beginning of the conversation tonight, you said we want to have an accurate model. But, you know, my question for you, Jason, really quick is, how do we have an accurate model while we assume 46,500 vehicles will be traveling in 2040? I guess in that there's going to be a 70% drop off from San Fran and Beaver. Like, how confident are we in those points alone? Can we? I mean, do we have a crystal ball? Can we really speak to that clearly? And Jason, I'd love for you to weigh in and then mix questions into my comments here. But like, I love for us to have an accurate model too, but I just don't have that same assurance that it's going to be as accurate as we're predicting it to be. Jason, any thoughts?
Yeah, so you know, the further out horizon year we get, we lose accuracy. But 2026, we tried to gain as much accuracy as possible. Like I said, we brought in streetlight data. That was our calibration model. That's something we brought in that was new to the city, that we really tried to gain accuracy with our models. We worked really closely with Dave and MetroPlan and really setting up those models, bringing the new land use data, bringing the hospital shift, and bringing those data. But yes, as you project forward, you're making assumptions in land use growth. You're making assumptions in population growth. You're making assumptions in driver behavior, demographic growth. So the further out you project, and that's why we really focused on the 2026 year on this presentation, because that's the most accurate data we have. So that's the most you know, that's the best data we can give you. As we go to 2040, I'm not a traffic engineer, so I'm going to invite Scott back to chime in a little bit as well. But you do degrade some of your accuracy as you go forward. So Scott, I don't know if you have anything to add to that from your experience.
No, I think you hit kind of the key topics. Is, you know, obviously the further out you go in terms of years, you know, population projections obviously change. Driver mode choice may change. You know, especially if Flagstaff makes larger investments or changes in public transit or you know, other other background information. But yeah, I mean, the regional model is kind of the kind of industry standard on how we approach this. The only other option there is to do is to make assumptions, you know, the other direction, and I'm not sure how much more accurate that would be either. So I mean, the model is the best tool that we have.
Scott and Jason, you know, I really appreciate your comments, and I think I heard you speak at the Transportation Commission about modeling, and you really had a humble set of comments that you gave in regards to the limitations of the modeling, and I was extremely grateful to hear that humble approach, because sometimes I feel like the model is treated like science, and it's just not. And so I wanted to make that point. And I wonder, can the model better accommodate for human behavior? Because when I look at some of these backups, you know, I can't help but think that the congestion will induce diversion to other avenues. And, you know, as much as we want to pull 70% off San Fran and Beaver, people might end up going on San Fran or Beaver or still taking Milton. Am I correct in that logic?
Well, that's the what I was talking about. So for alternative 3 and alternative 5, we've only taken it back up to sort of that mid-network model with some traffic. We haven't taken it back to a MetroPlan model if we want to look at the whole network level. So we haven't taken it all the way back upstream. There is a level we could go back to MetroPlan. We could go back to updating the high level model, redirect some traffic, see what that does. So we've gone downstream Now we've had an intersection that doesn't quite work with the volumes the model's telling us it's going through there. We have to go back upstream, come back downstream again. So there's an iterative process, and based on the time frame we were looking at for this presentation, we haven't been able to do it. It's a very iterative process that we work as for traffic engineers, and we haven't been able to make it all the way back up and back down. So we've done the best we can do with that middle level model, the sim traffic. That's where we're at right now.
Jason, that's helpful, and I really appreciate that honesty. I know that option 5 was a last minute add, and I'm hoping that council gives clear direction today to go forward with option 5. I think that's what we're hearing loud and clear from the community. And I would love for you to go back upstream and look at that greater network modeling with MetroPlan, with David Wessel, and come back to us, because I think at the end of the day, if we adjust and really look at this holistically, I think it won't be an F. I really have faith that will be the case, but I mean, we'll see, right? Time will tell. But you need direction from us to do that. Because I do believe that links can be set up within the model that will help alleviate some of this projected flow coming through these corridors. So more scenarios could be explored, and I think should be explored. So, Mr. David Wessel, are you on the line? Are you still awake?
Mayor? Oh, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, the answer to the first question is yes, I'm still on the line. I'm not sure what the answer to the second question was about being awake or not. But I hear Mileback answering, so I'm going to let him kick off and then I'll pick it up.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Shimoni, Dave Wessel. Please, you are the expert in this area. Please, glad you're here, and please field it.
Okay. Thank you, Miles, and Councilmember Shimoni, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. David Wessel, planning manager for MetroPlan. MetroPlan runs the regional transportation model. It's been discussed tonight. We've been running it for 20 some years. In terms of its accuracy, I'm fairly pleased with its accuracy. It did a good job of predicting, for instance, the impacts of the 4th Street Railroad overpass. It is a quirky town, but it is relatively small and a relatively simple network. And so the ability to accurately model it is good. And then the extra work that WSP has gone through bringing in the streetlight data has just improved that. As far as stepping back and looking at kind of the larger network impacts, there are perhaps a couple options going forward. As Jason mentioned, we have a new model in development. We should have a 2045 projection closer to the end of this month, where we could run these various scenarios. It is as proud as I am of the existing model. This new model is even better calibrated and would have more confidence in its results. Alternatively, we can work with the existing model. As I said, and Jason has said, WSP has done a lot of work in improving its calibration, and run those scenarios and look at the results at a regional level. We can examine the volumes, similar to some that were shown earlier this evening on those streets, Beaver, San Francisco, Milton, and Ponderosa Parkway. I'll just make a comment about Milton and Ponderosa Parkway. I think people will diverge there, if the traffic patterns become predictable enough that, hey, this time of day, I know Lone Tree congests, so I'm going to stay on Milton. Otherwise, both those facilities, I think, are too far away for people to actually see and say, oh, I can see ahead. Things are not looking good. I'm going to diverge here. So there's some limitations to how much traffic will diverge. So I'll stop there and see if that addresses your question.
Thank you, David. And I actually have some specific questions I want to ask you to dive into.
Okay.
Can you speak a little bit about the model's limitations to start off?
So the model limitations, I'll start with that out year. When you go out to 2040, you're trying to do your best to project where development will take place and what kind of development will take place. We use the regional plan in terms of planned types of development. We use projects in the pipeline and then expert judgment to project forward. We use in terms of control total population numbers. We use state demographer projections and then use those to develop employment estimates, working with economic development agencies and city staff to make our best guess as to what type of industries are needed. So that's probably the biggest limitation in terms of the uncertainty and inaccuracy. For instance, you heard, the adjustments that needed to be made for the hospital relocation. These things happen. As far as some of the other limitations, certainly not modeling intersections with does create some inherent inaccuracies. But I will say that we have actually calibrated the model for some of the larger intersections, and it does fairly well in terms of estimating turn movements. It's just like a sampling, a survey sample. The more cars you have going through, the better chance you have of getting within close proximity of what's actually going on. And again, we have a simple network. There's not a lot of options for people going from point A to point B. There's not too many intersections they have a choice to go through, and you kind of know where they're going to turn. So, it's almost hard for the model to get it wrong in some ways, because those options are so few for getting across town.
Dave, if I can ask another question, what assumptions are being made in the modeling process?
In the what process again?
Just in the model in general, what assumptions are made?
So, there's a lot of inputs that go into the model. You can call them assumptions, but they're all based on data as well as we have it. So when we look at, there's 4 steps in the model. You start with trip generation. And so you look at how many trips does a typical household make. We have, 6 different housing types with trip rates based on the Institute of Traffic Engineers. We have, roughly 50 different non-residential uses, again, with the trip rates from ITE for each of those. So there, you can call those assumptions, but they're all based on field studies. Those field studies, a criticism for some models is that those are based on suburban models, and we're looking at an urban model. We've done a lot of work to bring in pedestrian and bicycle and transit factors. And when we calibrate for transit, in terms of overall ridership, we're almost dead on when we look at movements between districts that we've created we're still fairly accurate. And when we consider that transit is about 2% of all person trips, and we're achieving that level of accuracy, we're doing very well. We look at how the density of intersections are factored, the number of crosswalks are factored in, whether we have bike lanes, all those are factored in, and obviously we have a greater concentration of transit, bike, and ped facilities in the downtown. And what we find when we introduce those factors is greater accuracy, both for vehicle flows. We don't have a lot of pedestrian and bicycle counts, but when we do our trip diary survey and we look at mode share within the core area of the downtown, the rest of the city, and the rest of the region, the model captures that fairly well. So we're pretty comfortable with that. So, and again, what are the assumptions that go beyond that? You know, we look at curves for, you know, transit ridership response to, you know, walking distance from transit stops, transit ridership response to frequency levels. There's a gravity model that's involved in the current model that basically says, you know, the bigger the attraction and the closer the production, the more likely you're to go to that destination than you are to something that's smaller and further away. That's again, you know, fairly well calibrated, you know, across the industry, and you know, you hate to say that, you know, the results of the model, you know, prove all of your assumptions, but you know, we put a lot of time and effort into checking all of those inputs, checking all those assumptions, and we do get a fairly well calibrated model. As a point, you know, root mean squared error, the industry standard is somewhere around 35%, and we're down around 20%, which is, and the lower you get, the harder it is to get there. So 20% puts us at one of the better models in the nation in terms of calibration.
David, thank you. And I'm putting people to sleep with my comments and questions here. So I want to get through the rest of my comments. I appreciate your time and your expertise and you responding and being with us this evening. So I do believe the model needs to be challenged, and I'm glad that we're working on a toolkit in the model 2.0, because I think times are changing and things are changing. And to assume 46,000 per day is a big assumption that I struggle with, but I definitely look forward to hearing how future conversations go with Jason and the team in regards to that bigger looking upstream, if council gives direction for option 5 this evening. Thank you, David. Moving on to the rest of my comments, if that's okay. I'm going to try to hustle through these. So I'll just make it really quick. Eldon Street corridor, I believe, needs to be bike and ped only, and I'd like to see us do more outreach with the Southside neighborhood specifically and get their input on this project, since they're going to be having the most, I would argue, one of the more significant impacts by this project. The evaluation metrics, I think we need to improve upon, council. So if whatever model, whatever design we choose, again, I'm hoping for the traditional number 5. I really want us to expand upon our evaluation metrics, and we can even bring in the company that MetroPlan is working with. I think it's Fear and Peers Consulting, and that's the gentleman who presented to us last week, Dr. Contreras, Seth Contreras, and they're working together with MetroPlan currently. So maybe we can pull them in to help us with some of the evaluation criteria for WSP's work, and they can address things like conflict points, speeds, public health, equity, safety, environmental impacts, expanded travel mode choices, community character, costs, and weighing. These are all points that I know you all understand very well at WSP and MetroPlan and FEAR and peers. And so I'm not going to get into the details there on each one, but I empower you to look beyond just levels of service for cars and queuing lengths in the criteria, and I'm hoping council you support that idea. I think there needs to be some significant safety improvements looked over here, and Jason, I'm so glad you're with the team with all of your experience, but Jason, I really hope you see the same things that stand out to me in regards to safety struggles. You know, like on Butler, the bike path needs to be off the lane, off the road. Something that I think this community is embracing is that a thin strip of paint separating cars in 40-mile-an-hour cars at time and cyclists is not acceptable for our community any longer. And so I love to see us put that separated infrastructure in on that Butler corridor. And I know that you all have worked on a model that shows that. So I would love to see council support that idea and for that safety consideration to be part of the plan. And then I'm also concerned about the right-hand turn lanes, like the driveways going into the sawmill section and the other areas past the intersection. I really want us to evaluate all the different contentious points between bike ped and a car. I think that all needs to be evaluated. And the channelized right turn lanes, I think as we've heard from public commenters and others, I think they're inherently dangerous. And I have extreme concern about us moving forward with a project that has channelized rights. I think we just need to take that out of the plans and go with that traditional approach and create those sharp curves that, Jason, you spoke about with the NACTO design of best practices for safety. Let's have that sharp turn, really low speed, and while also minimizing the amount of walking distance a pedestrian or a cyclist needs to go through. You know, I've heard the whole channelized right configuration called a Alice in Wonderland maze in trying to navigate through that. And we need to keep things simple for our elderly, for our children, and really look through those lenses of those populations who are most vulnerable. Light prioritization, I'm glad that that's being accommodated here. And the only thing I would add to that, Jason and team, is that we look at expanding the length of a light if a cyclist is approaching. So making sure that we're aware of when cyclists are approaching, allowing that light to stay green longer to allow that cyclist through. Or if a bus is coming up and we know that the bus is running late, I've heard this from Mountain Line leadership, that could be helpful to allow that bus to get through the intersection. And so that's a priority to me personally, council, and I hope you agree with that as well. In regards to the direction being asked for tonight, what I would like us to direct staff to do, council, is to basically implement those evaluation metrics I spoke to, and then meet with the different community groups, maybe host a town hall or two to kind of get more feedback, and then with the 5-lane in mind, and then go back through our committees and our commissions, just like we did, I think, hopefully ending in a 3 to 4 month time period before it comes back to council again with another 3 to 5 options, but revolving around 5 lanes. I think that will give the community the ability to really choose an option and have clear direction for us, council. And I think it'll help the whole process, because as we all saw at the commission meetings and such, people were freaking out about the size and they couldn't see past that, right? So we need to address size first, and then let's talk about design, right? So that's what I think we need to do. And that moving forward, the 5-lane option is the least in cost. It doesn't require additional right-of-way, and then the maintenance is the cheapest. I believe it is by far the safest. I know Jason said that these were all safe. And I'm very proud that the team made each option as safe as they could, given the different moving pieces. But I think at the end of the day, I think we can all agree that the less lanes and the simpler design in option 5 is by far the safest option and the most convenient and efficient for the bike and pedestrian and the most vulnerable users. Let's see, I think I am done with my comments. So hopefully that made sense, Mayor and Council and Jason. Jason, do you have any comments or questions for me in regards to what I'm thinking about here? Or does this make sense?
No, yeah, there's one thing I could clarify just because I was writing furiously notes. I do appreciate your commentary. For Butler itself, was the request to take the bike lanes off of Butler and put them like we do along Lone Tree and get them off the roadway?
Double
Just to clarify.
puts.
Okay.
Puts trail on
Just want to
both sides.
clarify. I wrote that down correctly, so appreciate you clarifying.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you. And then just to evaluate those different right turns, all those contentious points between bike ped and vehicle movement needs to be really evaluated and done right. This is going to set the tone for every other project we do. And I really want to make sure we do it right. So I don't mind us taking a little bit extra time to make sure that we do it right. Anything else, Jason, or was that the only real thing?
No, I've taken your notes and I appreciate the input and feedback. Thank you.
And I'm one member of council, so I really look forward to hearing what the rest of the council thinks, Mayor. And I'm really hopeful that we're going to go with option 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Before I get to Councilmember Sweet, I did see Christine Cameron raise her hand if you had something to add in.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This will be quick. So, Councilmember Shimoni, there's a first preliminary step to your plan that we can insert, and that is to, WSP is going to need to refine the design on option number 5, run back through, the larger scale modeling, and then we need to get to ADOT and speak with them about what we're seeing. I would rather have that done first before we get out to the public and tell them, that something is possible or not. And we do have ADOT in the room tonight if they would like to speak to any of the requirements, that they have. But yeah, I would suggest that we do a little background work first to check feasibility before we promise anything to the public.
I fully support that, Christine, and thank you for that added point. And my understanding is that ADOT needs a TIA from us for a 5-lane intersection. And at that point, we can talk about mitigations. But if there's an ADOT rep that wants to speak to that, please.
Yeah, and sorry about that. Councilmember Shimoni, they have a TIA now, and it will need to be amended. It would be our next step too. So, and I see Nate is on. Thanks, Nate.
Yes, thank you, Christine. Thank you, Councilman Shimoni. Like Christine said, if anything changes in the design, we'll need a revision to the TIA. Currently, we only have a draft. Some things to consider when talking about the intersection type that you're wanting to go with. Our TGPs, as Jason said earlier, we require every movement at an intersection to be analyzed, and we only allow a level service of D or greater for any new intersection for every movement to that intersection. Anything worse than that has to be mitigated. So that's something that you guys will want to take into consideration when deciding what intersection type for Butler here you want to go with, because Butler is going to directly affect the Lone Tree 66 intersection.
I think I understood what you said, Nate, and I appreciate you being with us so late, by the way, and your leadership with ADOT. And yeah, I look forward to working through those mitigations and seeing how our intersection, given the lack of time and energy put into the modeling and figuring out what level of service it really is going to be. But I like to think we'll be able to find solutions and work with you and ADOT in making this work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. So, gosh, what a great conversation, and just thank you for everyone being here tonight and being involved in the process. Doing the site visit yesterday with Councilmember Shimoni and some community members was crucial for me to go out and see in person what we are talking about. And I'm just wondering, throwing this out there, we have a site visit for council slated for February 9th. And I don't know about my colleagues, but I would be interested in maybe picking the top couple of choices as a council body tonight and talking further with them at that site visit. One of my options would be the modified option 5. I like where council member Aslan was going with some of his questions with that. And I think being out there, looking at it, asking our questions in person while on site would be very helpful. I don't know time-wise and in the timeline if that's feasible. I don't want to delay this project all that long, but I think having that site visit and more questions answered would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. I think we're to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. We can talk about all kinds of details about how right turn lanes will be made, as an example. There's ways to do it safely. There's ways to do it better, but I won't get into all that detail now. I'll start by saying that in my mind, options 3 and 5 are off the table. They're not acceptable. The reasons they're not acceptable is that they fail on the level of service criteria based on engineering analysis, and they don't meet our engineering standards. So they're off the table. Why would I say that? Well, let me put it this way. The other thing I want to say about single left turn lanes is they're not as safe for pedestrians in particular, because when we have double left turn lanes, we only allow people to turn on a red arrow. So that means you can think of Butler and Milton. If you're going westbound on Butler and you want to turn left onto Milton, you can't turn left until you get a green arrow. So that means that the people that are going across that crosswalk, there's no cars turning in front of them. If it's a single left turn lane, then the way they're generally set up is that anyone can turn left on a green, which means the pedestrians are fighting cars that are trying to turn left. So that's why I'm against options 3 and 5. What's my next point here? So let's do a little ranked choice voting. My preferences are choice 4, choice 1, and then choice 2. So let me look at my notes here. More double lefts, as we already talked about. I would really like to see more refuge islands in all options. If that's at all possible, I think in all 4 directions, it'd be nice to have refuge islands. I saw in the presentation, it says it reduces crashes by 77% to have those islands out there. So if a person only gets halfway across, instead of running across and trying to beat the cars before, when they get their green light and hope they see them, they can just wait, which is way better than getting run over. So that's kind of where I'm at. I tried to be brief, and that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I'll chime in here at this point. The one thing that I would really like to see is what the opportunities are for a bridge over this, because this would solve a lot more problems, allow for us to accommodate the vehicles, the engineering standards, and the grades and everything else, while still providing actually probably the most bike ped protection possible. So to me, the real thing comes down to bike ped safety. And how do we create induced demand for bike ped? And if we are able to build a bridge over this as a possibility, then that really changes the equation on the intersection summary options that are right here available to us. As it stands now, though, without that option, I am in favor of option 5. If we are able to get a bridge that would create the most safety for bike, ped, and everyone else across the intersection, then I would be very willing and happy to do the option 1. That then would allow for the vehicles to get the what they need in transit, while also creating the greatest safety precautions possible for our bike ped. So that would be my ideal. But as it stands without the bridge option, my first and foremost thought is that, you know, everything aside, most important is bike ped safety. So with that in mind, I do see option 5 as the option, as it stands now, that will create the greatest safety. So just so you know, that is my top priority with this intersection. I do see Rick Barrett has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask, and I think McCarthy and I are on the same page. When you're talking a bridge, are you thinking a north-south bridge? In other words, on Lone Tree that crosses over Butler? Are you thinking an east-west bridge that's on Butler that crosses over Lone Tree? Or are you thinking both?
Primarily the north-south. I would like to see what it would look like otherwise, but I feel like that will, with the new bridge, be the primary route that people would take up Lone Tree across the bridge. And then, yeah.
Yeah, we can look into that. You know, expect, you know, the bridge over at Milltown, which it's not a bridge, excuse me. It's a ped tunnel beneath Milton. You all remember that. We've got a recent GMP that came in from our CMAR contractor. It's about $2.5 million. But as was discussed earlier tonight is, you know, if you go under, there's utility conflicts. Over could possibly be cheaper. So yeah, give us an opportunity to take a look at that. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. And I think that would solve a lot of issues here with the bike ped safety, with the, I mean, that's the way I feel like we can really address a lot of people's concerns, whether from the people traveling in vehicles as well as the bike ped, provide the safest options while also making sure our engineering standards are met. So thank you for that. And yeah, that's just letting you know where I stand there. I am very concerned about this being held up and the impacts it may have with the Rio de Flag project. So I would like to ask a question regarding that aspect. Is this going to impact our timeline and the work on the Rio de Flag? And if there are certain areas of the project and that could be started and worked on while we are able to have a some of these additional options looked at, as well as getting more public participation in the process.
So Mayor, this is Christine. Yes, there's ways that we can move forward if council is comfortable with us continuing on with additional contracts and additional expenditures to get things done, like, you know, designing the rest of the corridor, the BNSF mainline relocation, you know, working with the Army Corps, and, you know, I think we're fine if we're able to move forward with those items. Well, I hope we're fine. It's hard to have a crystal ball. But that was our thoughts, is that we could move forward, you know, with everything that we can do, and while we're waiting on the intersection design to kind of come along and be approved.
Excellent, because that's what I would like to do. We do need more public process in this. We need more meetings. But if we can work in parallel with the public process as well as working on the things that we're pretty well succinct on, then that would be great. And obviously, we got to do land acquisitions and other aspects of this to ensure we have a successful project. So that's what I would like to see: public participation and public outreach increased while we work on what we can, and then assess whether an option of a bridge is available and what that would cost to hopefully alleviate a lot of these concerns from a lot of people. So,
Mayor, I'm sorry, I have one follow-up question. As far as the public process, I mean, we would usually go out and talk primarily about the design and the refinement of the design, but we've also heard about conversations of community character and values, and I feel that that is going on with different staff or with council members. But I just wanted to make sure about what you were defining the public process to be.
Yeah, thank you for the needed clarification. What I'm thinking of is really town halls, holding an event about this once we're a little more succinct, that can be at the Murdoch Center. Outreach to particularly the South Side neighborhood, but we need some of these public meetings occurring so that way we can get public buy-in and make sure that we're doing this in a manner of community character and what we want in terms of the balance between bike ped, vehicle, and everything else.
Okay, and so we do have, additional public involvement already built into the project and the schedule and the cost. So yeah, no problem there. We'll just have to talk about that a little bit more, I guess, amongst staff about the community character discussion that you just referenced, or community values, and who's the best person to lead that discussion and how that happens. So it's the most valuable, for the community and for council. So thank you.
Thank you, definitely. Councilmember Salas has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor. I know it's late, and thank you for bringing up the idea of considering a bridge in the design. I actually sang like a bridge over troubled water in my head when you mentioned that. Let me kind of provide a voice on our commuting workforce. So 39% of our workforce lives and work within Flagstaff city limits. 38% of the workforce is employed in Flagstaff, but lives outside of Flagstaff city limits. 23% live in Flagstaff, but their job is outside Flagstaff city limits. That means 61% of our workforce depend on another form of transportation other than bicycle and walking. Also considering, the 6 million tourists that we get each year who will access this road. So just kind of let that sink into as we make decisions for the community and for the region. I also want to echo that this project is integral to Rear the Flag moving forward. And it's a very important route for emergency. As we see this as an arterial connection alternate to Milton. This morning, I was at a meeting with the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council representing Metro Plan Greater Flagstaff. And last week, there's House Bill 2396. That was submitted by Representative Dunn. That is entitled Greater Arizona Transportation Projects, allocating 2.6 million specifically to Lone Tree Overpass. So this is part of a 50 million one-time allocation from the state budget. So I am directly involved in bringing in state and federal dollars to this project. I also want to add a voice to future opportunities for civic space, pocket parks, public art, and recreation facilities under and around the overpass. There was actually a presentation by Ms. Cameron yesterday at the Parks and Rec Commission meeting. So with that said, I am going with Council Member McCarthy, our stellar chair of Metroplan Greater Flagstaff, in terms of priority, identifying choices, options 4, 1, and 2, in terms of importance to me, and also considering the possibility of bridge, knowing that it can add to the cost of increasing the cost of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. Yes, very exciting stuff. Very excited to hear your comments, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate, and I think this is clear, but I just wanted to make sure there was giving clear direction. I'm really echoing the same sentiments that the mayor did. I think option 5 is the best option we have without a bridge. I would much rather go with option 1 with a really nice bridge. Talk about a public art opportunity and sending a signal to the community of what we value. It's a really exciting idea. And if an underpass is going to be way too expensive, Rick, when I heard you say, maybe, I think it was you, Mr. Barrett, when you mentioned that an overpass concept might be much cheaper and viable, that's when I really, really perked up this evening. So I'm really hopeful that we can move forward with that option and kind of have our cake and eat it too with our typical number 1 intersection. And with the extra dollars that may be coming into this project that Councilmember Salas was speaking of, and thank you for your hard work on all of that, this may turn into something extremely attractive and a great solution to a lot of people. So definitely want to throw my weight behind that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Appreciate it. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to all of my colleagues on council. You all have made some really outstanding points this evening and have mentioned things that I didn't have on my list to mention. So thank you. I'd also like to thank the public for being so engaged in this process and in the project, and staff for being so patient with us and for providing what we want. Every meeting where we ask for something new. I've appreciated the meaningful discussions that we've been able to have because of this project. I think that we've really gotten to the heart of our values and how we want to move forward with transportation planning. We know that it's evolving, as are our community's priorities. My personal feelings and priorities align with the transformative transportation solutions presentation that we had last week. That kind of discussion really gets me excited about the future of our community and some innovative things that we could do. I'm torn because our current policy written into our codes may not provide the flexibility that we would otherwise like to see in our options. And so I'm really struggling with that. I'm struggling with the constraints that we're working within right now, not where I would like to see those codes be in the future. And if this process has taught me anything, it's that we really need to take a look at our codes and make sure that they are aligning with our community's transportation and climate priorities. So I look forward to having that conversation with the public. I'm wondering from staff, Councilmember Sweet mentioned waiting until we have the site visit. And I believe that's February 9th. And I'm wondering if we did that, what that would do to your schedule. I don't believe that I heard staff say exactly what that would, whether that would delay us too much.
This is Christine. So we would need to schedule a council meeting after your site visit to get direction, or could we get direction in the field at that walk?
I guess I would think that we couldn't do that.
Sterling?
And yeah, I'm surprised that I don't see Sterling somewhere already.
I'm guessing we would need a council meeting.
Yeah. So, as I said,
Can you all hear me?
Oh.
Hello?
Now, did we wake you up,
Yes.
Sterling? Sorry.
No, for some reason my my computer is glitching out. I think it's tired, and I can't seem to get it to stay to stay
Let's be
on
honest,
mute.
you're getting into your jammies. We all know.
So, is there? Can you hear me now?
Yes, you can.
Yes, that would require a meeting. That's very short advice on that. That would require an actual council meeting. Thank you.
So I liked where the conversation was going with the mayor and Christine about, can we give enough of the go-ahead that you can get started on some of the things that you need to get started on. The idea of a pedestrian and bike overpass is exciting. And I mean, me too, in terms of bike and pedestrian, that's been my biggest concern throughout this, is just making sure that pedestrians of all abilities and cyclists are safe. So I would like to support 5, but I'm still struggling with the level of service under our current code. Or number 1, I guess. So I want to support 5. And if we can get it up to a better level of service, that would be great. One thing that does concern me about 5 is I might disagree here with Councilmember Shimoni about the shared right turn lane. But I'd say 5 or 1.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to wrap up the general consensus here, and Vice Mayor, correct me if maybe this was not what you're saying, but that if we can get a bridge over there, that 1 would be a good option, and that 5 is also a good option, though there is concerns. I'm hearing consensus. We have, well, yeah, please speak to that, just so we have some clarification on direction.
Yeah, I think that's right. If it came down to us not being able to get that level of service up on number 5, which I'm guessing that we wouldn't be able to, I might have to change my thinking on that. But if we can get a bridge over, then that frees up my thinking a lot in terms of these alternatives.
Excellent, thank you. I am hearing just kind of wrapping up some things, and now I'm seeing Councilmember McCarthy in the comment pool, but I just want to state that we do have, aside from this bridge idea, there is a majority direction right now on item 5 with Councilmember Shimoni, myself, Councilmember Aslan, and Councilmember Sweet. Aside from that, though, I am hearing a majority that would like to see a bridge option that would then allow us to be more flexible and potentially do the typical option 1. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I also want to make sure that Councilman McCarthy has his comments on that. Yeah, CSC in the chat box. My brain's getting a little mushy at this point. So, Councilman McCarthy.
Well, Salas was for 1. I'm willing to go for 1. I thought Austin was for 1. I'm not sure. He can clarify that. And then,
well, I'm for 1 if it includes a bridge.
Oh,
if and only if it,
is that if and only if it includes a bridge?
Otherwise, I'm thinking 5. 5B would be my preferred choice.
All right, so you won't accept 1 unless there's a bridge.
Correct.
It sounds like we don't have a consensus to me. Because everybody's saying, well, if this would happen, I would do this. And if it won't happen, I do this. I don't think we have a consensus, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Let's just do a roll call of sorts. But what I've been hearing is before this bridge option that we did have consensus on option 5, the traditional. With the bridge option, we are expanding options and saying that the typical with the bridge would be the ranked choice options. That would be number 1. The ranked choice option 2 would be traditional number 5. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I'll go through each of the members of council just to make sure we have clear direction here.
Before you do that, I would say, I'm open-minded about a discussion about a bridge, but I just want to assure that not knowing the answer to that question yet, do we have a consensus? So yes, let's go through the 7 of us.
Okay, so then let's do it this way. We'll do a roll call, no bridge, what would your option be? And then we'll do a call of with a bridge, what would be the option that you would like to see? Sound good? So let's do a what if, no bridge available, and I will go down the let's have city clerk, if you can pull that up for randomization, so I'm not the one dictating the order here.
That Mayor, that doesn't make sense because we don't know the answer to the bridge. If we could get a consensus not knowing the answer to the bridge, be it 5 or be it 1, then fine. But if not, we have no answer. We have no consensus.
Well, we need to give direction whether we want to direct to assess whether a bridge would be possible. So
that's a question in itself. So ask that question.
Okay, well then we'll start with that, Councilmember McCarthy. Is there a consensus on council to see if in a bridge over Butler Avenue, north to south, is a viable option, and to assess the estimated costs on such a proposition? City Clerk, if you could give a roll call randomized, so that way we're all good on that, that would be great.
Of course,
I am seeing, sorry, I apologize. I am seeing a hand up from Martin Ince. So if you'd like to chime in here real quick, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I feel compelled just to offer some thoughts on the notion of a bridge. I think in the good transportation planning would indicate that we should never use a bridge or an underpass for pedestrians as a substitute for an intersection that is pedestrian and bicycle friendly. I think this is, in a way, the opposite of moving transportation forward. This is a solution that a lot of places in the 1970s did to kind of take pedestrians out of the equation. And so they would build a bridge over a busy roadway or an intersection. And very few people use those bridges. They're difficult to build. They're difficult to make friendly for pedestrians and bikes. Tunnels have additional problems with perceived safety. And so there's a lot of, they can be very, very beneficial, but there's a lot of pitfalls as well. And I think they should always be used when they are definitely amenities for peds and bikes, and not used when they are kind of a reason to give us an excuse not to make an intersection pedestrian and bike friendly. And I apologize for interrupting your proceedings. We're getting so close to the end, but I felt compelled to just kind of offer that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I appreciate your input in that regard. With regards to that, though, we do need to see if this is right now, I mean, we're at 30% design here. We're not making a final vote tonight. Do we want to see this as a potential option, assess estimated costs that may affect our decision-making regarding that intersection? So I will start with that question on with this roll call, just to make sure we're all on board. Do you want to see what it would look like for a bridge north to south over Butler for bike ped, and what the estimated cost would be associated? So that is the question at hand for direction first and foremost. City Clerk, if you wanted to go through randomized roll call.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes, I would like more information on that. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes, I'm willing to have a discussion.
Councilmember Shimoni.
Sorry, my computer is delaying. I'm a no. I think that Martin's points were made pretty clear, and I agree with them. Thank you.
Councilmember Aslan.
I'm very much a yes. I've always been interested in exploring these other design options, from a tunnel underwards and a bridge over. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing more from that conversation.
Councilmember Salas.
Yes, I do.
Mayor Deasy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daggett.
Yes.
All right.
We have
sorry.
consensus. Oh, sorry. I was going to say we have consensus.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know if maybe we missed someone. I was interjecting. Okay, so with that set, we need to discuss, okay, what would it be if we do not have a bridge what option would you like to see? And from what I'm hearing from council in terms of the majority from the discussion was that the traditional option 5 seemed to be the majority that would like to see if this bridge option is not available. So I would like to say, if this bridge option does not occur, what option would you like to see? So we're going to do a yes, no on option 5 of the traditional.
Mayor, a point of order. I suggest that since we have two things on the table, 5 and 1, could we ask people if they're for a 1 or if they're for a 5? You do what you want, but that's my suggestion.
Thank you, but we also had other options that were not specifically stated by council. I'm basing it on what the members of council have said that I've heard a majority speaking to, which was 5. As opposed, and that's not 5 verse 2, 5 verse 1, 5 verse 3.
So if a person wants 1 in this question about 5, they would vote no. Okay,
exactly. So if you want option 2, then you vote no on this. If you want option 1, you vote no. The question is, no bridge occurring. Which option would you like option number 5? Yes or no?
Thank you.
Thank you. So roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Daggett.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy.
No.
Councilmember Shimoni.
I think he might have just shorted out on his internet connection.
I'm here. I'm so sorry. Okay. My computer died. I just signed back into my phone. I'm going to assume we're still voting on 5, and if so, it's a yes.
Councilmember Aslan.
I'm a yes, with the caveat that I would like more information about 5B. I think there's a slight alteration to the traditional, which might include a second left turn lane and improve level of service a little bit. I'm interested in learning more about that. But for the purposes of your question, Mayor, yes.
Councilmember Salas.
No.
Mayor Deasy.
Yes. With that, I also wanted to address the 5B option that Councilmember Aslan is saying, and would like to have confirmation that that would be a direction to see what that would look like. To have a 5A versus 5B option, just to make sure we have clear direction on what potentialities we would like to consider in the future. Councilmember Shimoni, I see your hand up.
Really quick, I'm sorry to interrupt the flow. Maybe you or Councilmember Aslan can just refresh my memory on what 5B is.
Yeah, I think what it is 2 left turn lanes coming from on Lone Tree heading south. That's my understanding. Someone may be able to clarify that. There might be more nuance to it.
Yeah, Jason has his hands up if you'd like to jump in here.
Yeah, so 5B is basically alternative 1 with no right turn lanes in any direction. That's what 5B would be. It's a share through right movement in all 4 legs. So if you just picture 1 with no right turn lanes.
Councilmember Shimoni?
Interesting.
Your hand is up.
Sorry, my microphone's on a delay. I don't know why that is. I just wanted to say to council, I appreciate this option. I just wanted to share with the double left turn. I do wonder what that cost implication is going to be on the bridge with the 29-foot median that's going to be required for that. But I'm really happy to see us explore it. I just wanted to add that to the thought process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. So this would be...
Yeah, it's not... So it's not clear to me that 5B is the same as 1 without. So anyway, I would think that what I was asking for still stands, which is a little bit more clarity to explore what that would look like further. And maybe that will be explained in a way that makes total sense to me when we do that. But I would love to explore that again.
Well, then, would we like to then the decision then at this point would just be, would we like to pursue that kind of different option that's kind of some way in between the traditional and typical method that we're discussing? Yes? So if you wanted to roll call just to make sure we have clear direction for everyone to explore this option. Yes, roll call, please.
Mayor Deasy,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daggett,
Yes.
Member Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
I think this is a great idea. I'm a yes.
Councilmember Shimoni,
Sure. Yes.
Councilmember Aslan,
Thank you, everybody. Yes.
Councilmember Salas.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, with that, I just want to, I really appreciate the entire discussion here. Councilmember Aslan, did you chime in?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor Deasy. So I think we also need to provide direction on whether or not Christine should move forward with the other aspects of the Rio to Flag project. Did we?
I believe
did
that
come down with a clear
that
direction?
matter has been settled. Yeah, we are moving forward with Rio to Flag. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, great.
Not an issue.
Just wanted to. Great, good. I'm glad there's clarity there.
Thank you, City Manager. And then the other thing we need to decide from tonight's discussion is regarding the evaluation metrics. Councilmember Shimoni, if you would like to maybe clarify that a little more clearly regarding, going beyond levels of service and how we do that with code or whatnot. So that way we can also have clear direction on where we would like to move forward on the associated code that could impact this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. And I went ahead and unmuted myself so I wouldn't have that lag. Yeah, my understanding, council members, is that when we design and prioritize, to our conversation last week with Dr. Contreras, he spoke to the evaluation metrics being a very important point in how we evaluate our priorities on any given project. And currently we look through really two lenses, level of service and queuing lengths. So there's many other levels of service related things, from economy for local businesses, to equity, to community character, to cost benefit analysis and opportunities. And Dr. Contreras is part of a consultant firm that works with MetroPlan, and I believe could be able to help WSP in generating a range of evaluation metrics that will be appropriate. So I'm going to turn my camera off because I'm having bandwidth issues, but I think this is really important, Council, and I hope there's support for this, because this is part of the shift that I think we're experiencing right now, and this is next level thinking, and this is, I think we can really be a leader when it comes to evaluation metrics. And why not put all the different options and evaluations on the table, from public safety to businesses to all these things, and continue working with Dr. Contreras. Thank you, Mayor. Hopefully that's clear.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. So in general, this is basically, should we pursue and look at other options for metrics that we would use in our code that would better identify the other aspects of bike ped safety and transportation in general, aside from levels of service that we are all kind of nailed down upon right now?
Plus economic impact to local businesses. That's one of the levels or metrics. Equity, community character of like impacting to surrounding communities. There's a whole list, and it's not like I'm just making this up. These are metrics that ADOT uses, that other agencies use, and Dr. Contreras, I think, can really help us with that.
Okay, thank you. And then I see Rick Barrett has a comment, so feel free to chime in.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, at least for my own edification, understand if this is something to occur now as part of council's decision process for these alternates we're talking about, or is this a future endeavor? Because it'll come back to the timing issue that we've been talking about.
Thank you, Rick. And I also see Jeff Milebeck also has a comment, and then we can circle back to answering that.
Yes, Mayor and Councilmember Shimoni. I just want to, Jeff Milebeck, Executive Director, Metro Plan. I just want to share that Metro Plan is in the midst of its next 25-year plan, and we are working with Seth and developing performance metrics. And there's an advisory group involved in that, and we're working on that for the big picture. I don't know how that applies to this project or how you see it fitting in, but I just wanted to share for the longer term, that is a question we are exploring.
Thank you, Jeff. Really, really appreciate that. So to my understanding, Councilmember Shimoni, this was more of a general direction rather than something specifically tied to the specific plan we are looking for and the decision we're making tonight, because we have already made the votes and roll calls on these options. So I just want to make that clear. We have made the decision already on these potential options and ways to move forward. This was in addition to the general discussion we've been having that I felt it was important for us to note, and Councilmember Shimoni did as well. So Councilmember Shimoni, please.
Really quick, Mayor, I'll just say, as we dive into the details of the direction we gave, these other evaluation metrics could be looked at. And I'd like to see us do that, implement that now for this project. I think it's not too late. That's what staff has told me. I've talked to a lot of different key players in this. And I think it's possible, and I think it would be very valuable to go ahead and implement it here. But if I'm in the minority here, then that it is what it is.
Thank you. And my thinking on that is that there's a lot of metrics. I mean, there's so many things that we could be measuring to include into code. And with that request, I was kind of expecting more of like let's explore how we can include these types of metrics that are being developed in other cities into our own code. And that would be obviously with a code change, that's going to affect far more than just Lone Tree and how we're approaching it. So what the direction would be then is having the direction towards our city staff to identify and explore additional metrics aside from levels of service that could be included in our code and assess how that might change our approach to this or other projects. Am I correct in that, Councilmember Shimoni?
Sure. I'm open to that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just give some clear direction. Do we want to see if this is, and City Attorney, please chime in if we're veering away from the current or the needed discussion, agendized discussion. But the idea is, should we consider including more metrics into our code that may be able to better identify the values that we are wishing to seek in this project and other projects moving forward?
I think, Mayor, Council, so long as it's clear that while that is something that you may be giving direction on here tonight, as Rick Barrett indicated, it would be long-term, not necessarily incorporated into this project. That's what I'm understanding, correct?
It would be this project would not be contingent upon necessarily, but
correct.
Obviously, if we're changing code, it would impact all of our projects, including this one moving into the future.
And that is fine.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll just give direction on this, and I appreciate Mr. Milebeck, and maybe this doesn't even need a formal direction because honestly, a lot of this work is already in motion. But let's just make it clear on whether we want to see this happen since it's already up on the table here. So roll call, please, on including and exploring additional metrics into our code aside from levels of service that could be help us better identify the how brain's getting mushed. Yes, so the more than just the levels of service, should we be including additional metrics that better identify our values that are more centric towards bike, ped, alternative modes of transportation, and public safety that would better identify projects for grading level? Does that make sense? Jeez Louise. Okay, so let's do roll call. Let's do that.
Councilmember Shimoni,
Easy, yes.
Quick for it. Yeah. I'm a yes. Plus community character, plus businesses, all the above. I'm a yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Aslan,
I'm a yes, and I appreciate being able to go on the record stating that it does seem like this is happening informally, but I'm happy to sort of codify it here tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Salas,
Aye.
Mayor Deasy,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daggett,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Member McCarthy.
I am supportive of this, but I'm going to vote no on procedural grounds. I believe this should be a fair.
All right.
There you go.
So aside from that, there is a question whether this should be again referred to committees and commissions regarding our decisions tonight and how to move forward. So that way we can include the public input on our decisions tonight, not just from town halls, etc., but to refer this to the commissions and potentially have that convention of many commissions that we had last Thursday or the Thursday before. So this was what Councilmember Shimoni had mentioned earlier. Just want to make sure we're in the direction that we want public input on the decisions we made tonight and steps moving forward on that level. And I'm just going for a thumbs up. I don't think we need a roll call at this point.
May I comment on this before we take a vote?
Yes, Councilmember McCarthy.
We had a 4-hour meeting recently that included the public, the Transportation Commission, the Pedestrian Committee, the Bicycle Committee. We had similar meetings like 6 months ago. We've had numerous meetings at City Council. We've had many other meetings besides the one I already mentioned at the Bicycle Committee and or the Pedestrian Committee. So I think that we've done a lot of public input, not to mention the number of emails that we've gotten. So I don't see a need to do this over again. We've already done it. We've killed the baby already.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Shimoni?
Yeah, really quick, I'll just say that, they reviewed options 1 through 4, and it was very loud and clear that they struggled with the size and the maths. And I'm hoping at round 2 with the options that we're moving forward with, I think that they'd actually really appreciate to be part of that conversation. We have a lot of experts in the community that I think could really help us. And I'd like to hear from them. I see a lot of value in that, but again, that's just me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. I did see city manager turn on his video, so I'll, like to give him the soapbox here.
Thank you. I'm going to weigh in on this. I think it's getting a bit circuitous, the discussion. And I want to be respectful of all the things that our commissions are tasked in doing. I want to remind council that we had a discussion on high occupancy housing that did not have closure on it, and referred to 2 commissions that had never heard it before. So we're bouncing things to commissions well into the policy discussion of which they are not knowledgeable. In this case, the suggestion is we're bouncing things back to the commissions of which they've already weighed in on. I believe it's taking a very effective process and making it very circular. Thank you.
Thank you, city manager, and I am in agreement on that. Let's continue. Let's move forward with the decisions today. I'm sure the committees also will be, and commissions will be, if they desire to continue their heavy involvement in this process, will take it upon themselves to discuss and give us input and send us emails, etc. So I don't think that needs formal direction from council tonight. I just am trying to wrap up a lot of the conversation and notes I've taken tonight to make sure that we have succinct direction. And I do not recognize it is after midnight. So is there any further clarifications we need in terms of direction from that city staff would need at this point?
Thank you, Mayor. This is Christine again. So our first step will again be with revising the modeling and getting to ADOT. And that will be with option number 5 and 5B. And then we will be back to council to provide you some input on that.
Thank you, Christine. Much appreciated. Sterling, you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted, there was one other one I believe Councilmember Shimoni put out there with respect to Eldon as bike ped only. That one did not receive support from any other council members. I just wanted to note for the record that that one wouldn't be moving forward.
Thank you, Sterling. Unless otherwise noted by any other member of council. Councilmember Shimoni.
I'm so sorry, council. I know it's after midnight. I'll just say that Ms. Deb in the Southside community made it really clear to me that they don't want through traffic there. And I just think it's, even in this late hour, important that I advocate for what they want and what they request. So maybe we don't make a clear direction, but we ask staff to meet with Southside and talk further. I don't know, Mayor, but I just think that we need to be respectful to the Southside community. Thank you.
I don't think there is through traffic on Eldon right now. It doesn't connect through yet. Is it supposed to in these plans?
Yeah, it is. It is supposed to. It's planned to. It doesn't at the moment.
I didn't see any of that in the designs that we discussed today. Maybe that's a future conversation.
We've had it in the past, and they didn't really speak to it today, but we talked about it last time in October. But yeah, maybe, Mayor, we kick this one a little bit and let staff wrestle with it with the South Side. I don't know what the best approach is.
Yeah, that's my mind at this point. We'll engage further on that conversation and bring that up at a later time, because that's a different beast we would probably need more information on and trying to wrap our heads around at a very late hour. I do see Vice Mayor, though, has a comment.
That's what I was going to say. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. So we'll pick that up at a future date, and let's just make sure we are in communicado with the Southside Neighborhood Association and better understand the issues with the Eldon ramp. So, okay, with that in mind, is there anything else that we need to clarify before moving forward? City manager, city attorney, if you want to jump in, just to give me a thumbs up, that would be cool.
Nothing more from me. Thank you.
Nothing more from me. Thank you.
All right. Well, with that, we are down to another agenda item, but with the late hour, given it's after 9:30, we need to vote on whether to proceed or not. The one question I have before we do take that vote is, do we have people on the line who are wanting to speak to the museum flood update, who have been staying here for as long as we have, waiting to speak? Wow. I do not want to take that away from them. So if we could just, is there people waiting to speak on this issue?
Mayor, I do not have anybody online for public comment, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to make sure we weren't just shutting them down after they waited 9 hours like the rest of us. So with that, we do need a vote to continue. A yes vote is to continue, and no vote is to adjourn the meeting immediately.
Actually, Mayor, it requires a motion.
Can I make a motion to adjourn?
There you go. Thank you.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, so the new Wordle is out, so I'd like to motion that we adjourn for the evening.
I second that, McCarthy.
Beat me to it. All right. Seconded by McCarthy. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all. Very good discussions tonight.